Chapter 186. Chapter 186. A famous celebrity. In the dead of the night, there was a dim yellow light shining out of a window on the third floor of the villa. Two beauties lay on a large red spring mattress double bed. The two of them wore thin silk custom-made night dresses. The nightgowns were handmade and were even more delicate and of a higher quality than a good number of people's formal clothes. One gown was dark blue with various flowers embroidered onto it. The other was a light purple with some ancient auspicious items on it. It was extremely fitting and beautiful for these two long-legged beauties to wear these exquisitely made nightgowns. Their exposed fair and tender skin seemed as soft and smooth as a newborn's. Just by looking at it, one could smell a milky fragrance. Older sister Qing Shui, your nightgown is so pretty, I really like it. The exquisite flower designs were all embroidered with gold thread. The embroidery is fine, and the material is light and soft. I've never worn something so fitted and comfortable. It's like I'm not wearing anything at all. The beauty wearing dark blue laughed, and her vibrant eyes became crescent moons. Who knew how many fans she mesmerized to death with this smile alone? Dong Feng Qing Shui, who wore the light purple nightgown, had a calm expression. She looked at Rao Sherman and said, "Younger sister Sherman, if you like it, then this nightgown is yours." A smile immediately blossomed on Ran Sherman's face. She hugged Dong Feng Qing Shui's arm and smiled. "Older sister Qing Shui, you're the best." Dong Feng Qing Shui smiled slightly before her expression fell again. Her shapely eyebrows furrowed a bit like she was thinking about something that was bothering her. The girl currently hugging Dong Feng Qing Shui's arm had a bit of a background as well. She was this year's top celebrity that was extremely popular both in China and abroad, Rao Sherman. Every one of her movies did extremely well at box offices, and she was a new actress that famous directors fought over. Though she was a new actress that had only debuted for a year, her fame had long surpassed many veterans in the industry. Not only did she know how to act and sing, her singing was as vibrant and clear as she was. She debuted with a pure image and was only 20 years old, so she brimmed with youthfulness. Ever since her debut, there were no scandals, and she was a pure beauty that could do no wrong in the fans' hearts. Older sister Qing Shui, it seems like there's something on your mind? Rao Sherman blinked mischievously. She could tell that Dong Feng Qing Shui was a little off today. Just a small nuisance. That's right, you're going to Acropolis City in a couple of days? Dong Feng Qing Shui asked while touching Rao Sherman's long and beautiful hair. Originally, she didn't even know China had an Acropolis City. She lived in the provincial capital and was the Dong Feng family's sole descendant, so she didn't care about any other city below the capital. After all, those little cities weren't worth mentioning in her eyes. However, Dong Feng Qing Shui recently paid a lot of attention to Acropolis. There was only one reason for that. Her fiancé was in this city. Older sister Qing Shui, you know about Acropolis City? Rao Sherman had a shocked expression. She was really casual and relaxed in Dong Feng Qing Shui's room. If her fans saw this girl-next-door image of her, they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep for several days. The paper-making business would also wildly prosper. Dong Feng Qing Shui nodded. Her grandfather and Rao Sherman's grandfather were longtime family friends, so the two were like real sisters. Dong Feng Qing Shui had nothing to hide in front of Rao Sherman. She suddenly turned towards Rao Sherman and spoke earnestly. "Sherman, older sister Qing Shui wants to ask for your help." Rao Sherman immediately jumped up. She raised her little hand and said, "Older sister Qing Shui, whatever it is, tell me. Younger sister Sherman will certainly do everything she can to help you. It's like this." Dong Feng Qing Shui proceeded to tell Rao Sherman about the Qin Feng situation. Her grandfather, Dong Feng Mingwang, set the wedding, and she was especially called back from America because of it. During this time in the capital, Dong Fang Qing Shui researched information about Qin Feng and extremely hated this rich, dissolute, and hedonistic young master. She suggested many times to her grandfather to cancel this wedding, but no matter what she said, Dong Fang Mingwang wouldn't budge. When Dong Fang Qing Shui heard that Rao Sherman was going to Acropolis City for the opening ceremony of an estate, and that she was staying there for a couple of days, Dong Fang Qing Shui thought of a plan that could help successfully rid herself of this wedding. Wow, older sister Qing Shui, you're someone's fiancée. After hearing Dong Fang Qing Shui's story, Rao Sherman gaped and said with exaggeration, if those rich young masters of the provincial capital heard this, they would jump off buildings. And those four hands of the provincial capital, if they knew about this, they would join hands and annihilate Acropolis City's Qin family. The four hands of the provincial capital that Rao Sherman mentioned were the four hedonistic young masters of the most prominent families in the capital. All of them had powerful backgrounds and power that could cover the sky. Each of them represented a hand, and with the four hands joined together, they could pretty much hold up the entire sky above the provincial capital. Even more people called them the four beasts of the provincial capital because they always did things that not even beasts would do. Younger sister Sherman, that Qin Feng is also a hedonistic young master. You know that I hate those people that rely on their family's power. How could I marry him? Dong Fang looked earnestly at Rao Sherman and said, that's why I want to ask you to help me do something this time to cancel the wedding. Rao Sherman and Dong Fang Qing Shui were really close. When Rao Sherman saw that her older sister was troubled, she immediately expressed her support. Older sister Qing Shui, tell me, what should I do? Little sister Sherman, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you this time. Dong Fang Qing Shui looked at Rao Sherman with a bit of regret and said, after going to Acropolis City, find Qin Feng and seduce him. Then, record him trying to violate you. Your older sister will then take the footage and show Grandpa. Grandpa would definitely fly into a rage. At that time, I won't need to open my mouth, and he'll take the initiative to cancel the wedding. Rao Sherman was quiet. This matter really was difficult for her. She was a famous celebrity that had a pure image. How could she take the initiative to seduce a hedonistic young master? If the paparazzi captured this, the results would be unthinkable. And maybe before getting some useful footage, she'd be violated by that horrible Qin Feng. That would be even worse. After Dong Fang Qing Shui was done speaking, she shook her head and hugged Rao Sherman lightly. She said gently, No, younger sister Sherman, pretend your older sister didn't say anything. How could I let you do something like that? I've just been too annoyed by this wedding that I lost my senses. Rao Sherman said nothing. She could feel the concern and love Dong Fang Qing Shui felt towards her. When she had just debuted, a lot of older princes in the provincial capital wanted to spend lots of money to buy her first night. When Dong Fang Qing Shui found out about this, she used the Dong Fang family's power to eradicate these men's families. There was a pretty large effect to this situation, and in the end, everyone in the capital knew Rao Sherman was protected by the Dong Fang family, so no one dared to have any crooked thoughts about her again. She always treated Dong Fang Qing Shui like her real older sister. She knew that her older sister had extremely high standards, and marrying her to an idle, hedonistic young master was the equivalent of killing her. Rao Sherman said nothing, but this didn't mean she didn't have her own thoughts. She already decided that she'd meet that hedonistic young master when she went to Acropolis and find a way to get some footage that benefited older sister Qing Shui to get rid of her marriage problem. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. Let's all give a warm welcome. Qin Feng had a bad couple of days, and he was extremely bored at work. Su Ruaro was independent as ever and kept at a cold distance from Qin Feng. Li Yuqin said she had to think about it, and 3 days had passed, yet there was no answer. Now, once she saw Qin Feng in the company, She acted like a mouse who saw a cat. If she could hide, she did. Qin Feng felt really depressed. He hadn't done anything. So how did things come to this? After getting off work, he rode his low-key 28 bicycle alone and prepared to rush back to the Qin Manor when his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the unfamiliar number on the screen, Qin Feng answered it coldly. "Who is it?" "You're Qin Feng, right?" An uncertain voice passed through the phone. In an instant, Qin Feng's expression changed completely and became energetic. After all, it was an extremely pleasant female voice. From young Master Qin's years of experience picking up girls, he could tell from this pleasant voice alone that the person on the other line was a beautiful woman. "I am Qin Feng." "Qin Feng, do you still remember me? I'm Lu Wenjing." After confirming his identity, the voice became happy. Qin Feng thought the beauty's voice sounded kind of familiar. Now that he knew it was Lu Wenjing, her sunny and pretty face floated into Qin Feng's head. "So it's Jing Jing. I kept thinking about you these past couple of days." Qin Feng hadn't even recognized Lu Wenjing's voice earlier, and now he was smiling shamelessly. "Darling, if you're thinking of me, then come look for me." Lu Wenjing's voice suddenly became tender and coquettish. "I'm waiting for you at the Rue Jia Hotel on the pedestrian walkway." Rue Jia Hotel. After ending the call, Qin Feng smiled evilly. He was slightly embarrassed that Lu Wenjing was so forward. It was rush hour after everyone got off work. Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle through the extremely busy streets. Yet his speed never decreased. He was like a gust of wind. With a blow, he arrived at the Rue Jia Hotel across from the Northern District walkway. "Qin Feng, here." He had just stopped his bicycle when he heard Lu Wenjing's clear voice. She stood at the entrance of the Rue Jia Hotel and waved him over. Qin Feng pushed his bicycle to the side and greeted her with a smile. "Jing Jing, why are you suddenly in the mood to get a room with me?" Once he walked up, Qin Feng held Lu Wenjing's shoulder. Lu Wenjing instinctively moved away, but she quickly calmed down and took the initiative to take Qin Feng's arm. She said a bit shyly, "Dearest, let's go up first. I've already gotten a room, and I'm just waiting for you." Okay, let's go up first." Qin Feng was liking Lu Wenjing more and more. He looked at her, then thought of General Manager Li. When could General Manager Li come to the same awareness as Lu Wenjing? If so, she would be promoted to higher management in the company. When he thought of Li Yuqin, Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. He sighed internally. Li Yuqin isn't considering progressing. The two of them were intimate the whole way and arrived at the 11th floor. Under Lu Wenjing's lead, they arrived at room 1102. Lu Wenjing's slender and beautiful hand lightly swiped the room key and the door opened. Qin Feng almost couldn't suppress himself and was about to carry Lu Wenjing onto the bed. He had just squatted down when his whole body froze. He saw a large, scattered group of men sitting on the two beds in the room. All of these men were strange shapes and sizes, with various hair types such as green hair, yellow hair, and afros. They wore tank tops and baggy pants. A conservative guess was that there were over 10 men. They all turned towards the door. Their gazes first fell on Qin Feng, and they sized him up with a disdainful and dissatisfied expression. Then they pinned their gazes onto Lu Wenjing's body in unison, looking as though they wanted to pull out their eyes and stick them on Lu Wenjing's chest. Their gazes glowed green. They were clearly a pack of big perverts. Qin Feng stood and looked at Lu Wenjing with seriousness and anger. "What are you doing? You brought me here to play with so many people?" "Lu Wenjing, I must say I have limits." Qin Feng stared at Lu Wenjing indignantly. He was so angry that his hair was about to stand on its end. Lu Wenjing knew that Qin Feng misunderstood because she didn't clarify the situation with him. She was just about to explain it all to Qin Feng when he fiercely interrupted her. "If we really are going to play, This young master has to go first. Qin Feng added without rejecting. Lu Wenjing's mouth tweed, and she had the urge to slap Qin Feng to death. She didn't continue talking nonsense with Qin Feng and pulled him into the room. She smiled at the audience in the room and began the introductions. Brothers, this is Qin Feng, the one I told you all about a couple of days ago. He is extremely skilled, so I believe that adding him to our Wen group will double our power and raise it up a level. Come, brothers, let's welcome Qin Feng's arrival with a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The audience clapped, but the applause was sparse. These large men leaned on the bed with a careless expression and looked unwelcomingly at Qin Feng. Their collective applause was softer than Lu Wenjing's. Qin Feng was stunned. He wondered if Lu Wenjing pulled him into a cult. He was just about to ask Lu Wenjing about the current situation when her cell phone rang. Hey, yes, older brother Biao. Okay, I'll go get you. I got the room, you can just come up with me. After hanging up, Lu Wenjing looked apologetically at the audience, waved, and ran out of the room. Everyone wait. Another new member has joined the Wen group. Lu Wenjing had left for a good while, but Qin Feng hadn't come to his senses. He once again experienced how shitty his romantic luck was. It was fine that he couldn't pick up any beauties, and also fine if no beauties presented themselves at his doorstep. But now he was getting played by the beauty. Qin Feng was really mad. He already pulled out his phone in preparation of calling the cops and looking for Lu Bingbing to arrest these hooligans. Brother, don't stand around like a dummy. Sit on this side. He hadn't pressed all the necessary numbers on the phone when a youth with dyed purple hair looked at Qin Feng in contemplation. He stuffed peanuts into his mouth and spoke at the same time. We all have numbers. You're the 15th to join, so you're number 15. Even if you stand there, we still won't let you go first. Qin Feng hesitated before sitting next to the man with the purple afro. He asked a bit suspiciously, "What order? Does it mean anything?" Purple Afro looked at Qin Feng disdainfully and shook his head with a smile. "I say, brother, since you're already here, what is there to pretend about? After all, we all came with the same intent, so there's no need to hide it. Just be at ease and wait. The 15th person will be you." Qin Feng still didn't understand. He took the initiative to ask, "Is this the Wen group's base?" Purple Afro nodded. "Are you all members of the Wen group?" Purple Afro nodded again. "Is that woman at first Wen group's boss lady? Does the Wen group have a large mission tonight? Are we going to annihilate the Feng group?" Qin Feng asked a string of questions. Purple Afro was too lazy to nod. He looked despicably at Qin Feng and said, "I say, brother, how long are you going to pretend? It's not a lie that we're Wen group members. And it's also correct that we invited everyone here tonight because the Wen group is going to make a big move. However, everyone is using the Wen group's name and came because they've taken a liking to that gal Lu Wenjing. Do you think your elders are stupid? There aren't even 20 people in our group, and we're going to pick a fight with the Feng group. Do you know who the bosses of the Feng group are? They're long hair, wolf tattoo, and baldy, priorly vicious members of the Wild Wolf gang. Though they just built up a new power, the Feng group has the ability to easily call up hundreds of people. To fight the Feng group, haha, that little girl is dumb. How could us elders be dumb with her? These elders have a goal tonight. When everyone gets here, we're going to close the door and do this girl together according to the order of arrival. Each person only gets one turn, and after finishing, each person will return to their own homes." After saying all this, Purple Afro tossed a peanut into his mouth and glanced despicably at Qin Feng. Then he stopped caring about Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. If he didn't have Lu Wenjing's quest, he would certainly have left. He looked at the room full of large men. Some are smoking and some are picking at their feet. Smoke and stinky foot odor wafted through the room. Everyone's faces were filled with happiness and anxiousness. They looked like they were waiting for everyone to arrive before they carried out their big plans. Older brother Biao is here. At this time, who knew where Lu Wenjing got the stalwart and strong man, but she wasn't hugging him. In reality, of the 15 people present, only Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing and felt the benefits of getting hugged by her all the way up to the room. Everyone welcome our new member, older brother Biao. He was a prominent member of the Flying Dragon Gang, and a lot of people in the streets heard of his name. It was said that he single-handedly defeated 10 people and became famous back then. Our Wen group's abilities have greatly increased to be able to acquire this bold, powerful, and unrivaled person. Let's all give a round of applause. Every person Lu Wenjing brought in was first praised. Then everyone welcomed him with applause. The couple of hoodlums that came in the beginning gave Lu Wenjing some face and passionately welcomed the new group members. But now these people saw the scene repeated over 10 times, so they were no longer in the mood to clap. They wanted to immediately pounce at Lu Wenjing and tear off her clothes. Those sitting were all small-scale hooligans of Acropolis, so they had heard all kinds of rumors about prominent people. They could tell right away that this dog fart Abiao and that nonsense about single-handedly defeating 10 people were all lies. After all, when they joined Wen Group, they also made up various lies and bragged to make themselves sound great. But everyone clearly knew the reality. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. Since you want to eat alone. The stalwart Abiao's expression mirrored Qin Feng's. He first froze a bit. Then he came back to his senses. Everyone was from the streets, so he could see everyone's intentions at first glance. He shook his head with some embarrassment. If he knew there were so many people in the room, he wouldn't have boasted about himself so dramatically. After this, how could he continue to get along in the streets? Okay, all of the current Wen group members are here, and including me, there are 16 people in total. Lu Wenjing became serious when she saw the room packed with Wen group members. Though it doesn't seem like we have many people, our Wen group is a large group that not just anyone can join. If you want to join, you must undergo a meticulous selection process and various assessments. It's not exaggerating to say you would have to be a true expert to be able to survive all of the difficult tasks. And you all are the elite of the elite, professionals that are 1 in 1,000 that I myself selected with utmost care. Today, 16 of us experts have gathered in one room. Once we set out, we can shake up Acropolis City's underground. If the 16 of us join hands and fight together, Acropolis City's underground power structure would be flipped on its head. The bosses of the Wild Wolf and Flying Dragon gangs would wet their pants in terror. Oh shit. When the 14 big men heard a woman bullshitting in front of them, they all had the urge to jump off a building. They found that they learned nothing on the streets. They couldn't even lie as well as a woman. These people were completely stunned when they heard Lu Wenjing mention overturning the skies and covering the sky with one hand. Tonight, our Wen group will first let off the bosses of the Wild Wolf and Flying Dragon gangs. Though we already have enough power to topple these 2 large powers into the fiery seas in one night, as a budding new power, we have to learn how to be low-key. I've decided that we'll be low-key and take the Feng group first. We'll see them unprepared, take their land, drink their fresh blood, and eat their flesh. What do you say, everyone? Do you all have confidence? After the rousing speech ended, these men didn't feel passionate or feel the desire to rush into battle. Instead, they only wanted to grab something to block their ears. They didn't dare continue listening to Lu Wenjing's bullshit for fear that this gal would bullshit her way abroad and lead the one group to conquer the galaxy and then the universe. Cough, cough. Qin Feng was the first to come to his senses. After hearing these words, he felt like he had an internal injury and coughed twice. He immediately stood and pulled Lu Wenjing out of the room. Qin Feng, what are you doing? I roused everyone's spirits, and I'm going to bring them to chop people. Let me get back. Lu Wenjing fought in Qin Feng's embrace. With one breath, Qin Feng lifted this lass onto his shoulder and allowed her to punch and kick. He carried Lu Wenjing into the public male restroom in the hallway and sat her on the windowsill. Qin Feng, why did you bring me to the men's restroom? Lu Wenjing looked around her and screamed in fright. She used her strength to punch Qin Feng's chest. Let me out. What do you want to do to me? Qin Feng held Lu Wenjing down with one hand and prevented her from leaving. He used his other hand to pull out his cell phone to make a call. The call was quickly answered. Young Master Qin, what is your command? Longhair's reverent voice passed through the phone. What movements have been made lately? Qin Feng got straight to the point. Young Master Qin, last time you said the phone group had to expand its power and take over the entire territory surrounding the pedestrian walkway. So there haven't been any other movements recently, Longhair said while trembling with fear. He couldn't figure out why young Master Qin was suddenly calling. Then has the Wild Wolf Gang made any moves? The Wild Wolf Gang has also been expanding its power since us three brothers took their land to build our influence. That brat Wang Chang dispatched a group of people near the pedestrian walkway. These past couple of days, they've been keeping tabs on our phone group, so I'm afraid they want to make a move on us. Longhair was talking about the current boss of the Wild Wolf Gang. How many are in this group of people? Qin Feng's eyes turned, and he had a good idea. Over 100 people. And we've occupied 1/3 of the current Wild Wolf Gang strongholds. It seems that brat Wang Chang is getting anxious after getting beaten and wants to take revenge on us three brothers. This time, I'm afraid there's going to be a nasty battle. Longhair said it like it was. All right, gather up the entire phone group and await my orders. Tonight we're going to eliminate this power. Qin Feng said all this indifferently and hung up. Lu Wenjing stopped struggling and allowed Qin Feng to hug her small and full waist. She looked happily at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, have you found people to help? They have a lot of people, right? Right? Qin Feng really wanted to say, you dummy, you're about to be raped by over 10 men and you're still having silly dreams. However, once he thought about his quest regarding Lu Wenjing, Qin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. Dearest, it's Arwen Group's first time making a move. We must win and cannot lose, so of course I called for some people. I need to ensure your safety. Lu Wenjing was so moved that she danced for joy. Then, she suddenly hugged Qin Feng's neck and kissed his face. After kissing him, she realized what she had done and shyly lowered her head. Bang! At this time, the door to the men's restroom was slammed open and 13 large men flocked in. Their gazes fell on Qin Feng, and they glared fiercely at him like they wanted to skin him alive. Your elder fucking knew that you'd be fucking ungenerous and hide here to have a meal by yourself. Brothers, how about we kill this brat together? That man with the purple afro stood out and glared viciously at Qin Feng. He knew right from the beginning that Qin Feng was no good. Once he got into the room, he played dumb the whole time. And now, he even took Lu Wenjing into the men's restroom to play with her on his own. Did fucking loyalty exist anymore? Attack and kill this brat. Stinking brat, you want to cut in line? Your elder is number 1 tonight. See if I can't kill you. These 13 men didn't know one another, but came together. They all looked fiercely at Qin Feng and walked over to him. When Lu Wenjing saw this, she immediately pushed Qin Feng out of the way and rushed before the audience. Don't freak out, everyone. Quiet down and listen to my explanation. We are all brothers of the Wen Group. We have a deep friendship, so we share joys and bear sorrows together. We can't fight amongst ourselves. Qin Feng didn't bring me to the bathroom to do what you're thinking of. He had just called his brother, and those brothers are going to help us take care of the phone group, so we should be thanking Qin Feng. After Lu Wenjing's explanation, the audience became even angrier. Fuck, forget it if you want to eat on your own, but to bring your brothers to eat together? You're worse than a beast, brat. Purple Afro couldn't take it anymore. He brandished his fists and headed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood where he was perfectly straight and relaxed, and his expression was as calm as water. He waited for his opponent's fist to almost hit the tip of his nose when he suddenly lifted a foot and kicked the man in the stomach. With a bang, purple afro flew like he was sitting on a rocket. In the next second, he hit the door to the men's restroom and fell onto the ground again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand. The remaining 12 people who were about to rush forward immediately halted. They looked at one another and didn't even dare fart. These people lived aimlessly in society, and fighting was commonplace to them. Thus, it was precisely because they often fought that they knew how to judge people's fighting skills. Though Qin Feng only kicked once and did a move so simple that he didn't need to use his arms, the brat with the afro couldn't even stand back up. They had just seen a glacé of Qin Feng's abilities, and he clearly possessed the skills of a crazy person that these hooligans could not provoke. I said not to cause any internal strife. Qin Feng has amazing skills. He's truly an expert among experts. Now that he's here tonight, our first war will be loud and clear. Lu Wenjing saw that the atmosphere had become stiff, so she immediately stood out to warm it up. She stood before the audience and shouted with a heroic and lofty wave of her hand. All right, since all of the One group members have gathered, let's go take care of the Feng group right now. I've decided that we will win by a landslide and take the Feng group's Fei Tian bar. Then, we'll celebrate our victory in the bar and get drunk. No one applauded and no one agreed. After seeing how powerful Qin Feng was, they all planned to run away. They originally wanted to come to the One group to pick up a little girl, but now there was someone that wanted to dominate Lu Wenjing on their own. These other hooligans didn't have the guts to challenge Qin Feng again. Wenjing, go out first. I have something to say to these brothers. Qin Feng knew what these people intended to do, so he looked coldly at Lu Wenjing. When Lu Wenjing saw Qin Feng's severe gaze, she felt intimidated and was slightly unwilling to comply, but she still obediently walked out of the male restroom. After all, it wasn't somewhere she should be in the first place. He waited for Lu Wenjing to leave and walked in front of the audience. His cold expression suddenly changed, and he laughed vulgarly. "Haha, I'm sorry, brothers, I have indeed planned to eat on my own. Too bad I came late, so I'm number 15. I can't wait for so long, so I'm preparing to take the first shot. Does anyone have anything to say about it?" Without waiting for the hooligans to respond, Qin Feng continued. "But everyone is just getting along in the streets, and I won't make the situation difficult. Tonight, I'll cut in line. Let me go first, and after I'm done, you guys can follow the original order and play with this silly chick, and I won't care." Just a second ago, they had fearful expressions like they were facing a large enemy. In the next second, they let out the breath they were holding, and a smile more vulgar than Qin Feng's appeared on their faces. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Acting skills are necessary to get along. I say, brother, you should have told us about such a big thing earlier. Since you want to take the lead, then you can go first tonight. I'm fine with it. You go first, you go first. This is a small matter, it's not a big deal. All right, then you go first. However, the rest of us agreed that we're going by the original order, and no one can cut. Okay, then it's happily decided. For those who drift in society, who can avoid getting cut. And if you get cut, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. At this time, Qin Feng deeply experienced the true meaning of this phrase, and only understood now that this skill refers to acting skills. A qualified hooligan must first begin acting. If they didn't have good enough acting skills to make fiction and reality almost indistinguishable, they would not be able to get along in the streets. One would be too embarrassed to say they got along in the streets if they hadn't done a couple of performances. Haha, since everyone agrees, then we'll write off what happened at first. We're all still good brothers, am I right? These hooligans changed their expressions too quickly, and Qin Feng had trouble getting used to it. Good brothers, it's fate that we use the same motives to join the One group. In the future, since we're all out on the streets, we'll meet frequently. Another friend means another escape route, right? That's not right. Women are like clothes, and brothers share a deep friendship. How can we ruin the friendship between us because of a set of flowery clothes? We're fucking in the streets to make a living, and we value comradeship. Brother, we also did the wrong thing at first and misunderstood you. Now that misunderstanding is resolved, and in the future we will share joys and bear sorrows together. Cough, cough. Chin Fong immediately coughed twice and interrupted the audience. He was afraid that if he let these people continue acting, they would start to go through with the process of becoming sworn brothers. Since we're all brothers, then I must remind you that we can't just force ourselves onto that silly girl in this hotel. After saying this, the audience's elated expressions faded. They looked at Chin Fong with some dissatisfaction, but they were apprehensive of Chin Feng's abilities, so they didn't dare say anything in opposition. Haha, don't misunderstand. Chin Fong waved his hand. I'm just doing this for everyone's benefit. Think about it, this is Ru Jia Hotel, a countrywide chain hotel. Who knows how many cameras there are here? If you all take turns on Lu Wenjing in the room, and this girl calls the cops, none of you will escape. They'll pull up the surveillance to find your faces and arrest you. Their faces all changed from dissatisfied to afraid. They saw the truth after hearing Chin Feng's words, and were glad this didn't happen. Who knew how many years they'd be imprisoned for if over 10 men raped one woman? Brother, you're completely right. Good thing you reminded us in time, or we would have been arrested at night. Right. We're not going to play in the hotel. We have to think of a way to trick the silly girl out of it and find a hidden place to make our move. You all keep thinking that Lu Wenjing is a silly girl, but I've found that she isn't dumb. Chin Fong saw that he changed their minds and continued. Think about it. Why did she meet us in a hotel? Why didn't she say anything beforehand and pretend she was getting a room? If you don't believe me, think about it. Wasn't that the case? The audience began to ask around. After doing so, they realized that they were called to the hotel one by one, and no one knew anyone else would be there. Once they heard that they were meeting at a hotel, they thought they were getting a room. In the end, they found that there was a fucking room full of men. Fuck, this stinking woman dared to trick us. I understand now. This woman knew right from the beginning that we had errant intentions, so she intentionally set the meeting at Ru Jia Hotel. Her motive was simple, to use her beauty to trick us into helping her fight the phone group. She even originally said to me that if we defeat the phone group, she'd buy mine at night. After this hooligan shouted all this, there was public indignation all around because Lu Wenjing said this to everyone present. Now that they all compared notes, they quickly realized Lu Wenjing's plan. Even Chin Fong was swept with anger when he found out that Lu Wenjing told everyone the same lie. How could a woman be so dishonest? Everyone quiet down. I've thought of a good idea. We can beat her in her own game and harshly teach this bad woman a lesson, but taste her deliciousness at the same time. Chin Fong waved his arms, and everyone fell silent. Every pair of eyes were hooked onto Chin Fong like a large group of students thirsting for knowledge. At this time, Chin Fong became the big brother in their eyes. Didn't that bad woman Lu Wenjing want us to sacrifice our lives for her to fight the phone group? Then let's pretend that we're really going to fight them. I've already coordinated with a group of my friends in the streets to meet at the pedestrian walkway. When we get there, they will pretend to be phone group members coming out to play around. At that time, we'll rush at them and send them running. When the phone group is defeated, we'll carry Lu Wenjing to the bar and get her drunk. After she gets drunk, we can play however we'd like. Hee. To be frank, what I mean is that I'm inviting you all to act out a show. Less than half of the people understood Chin Feng's plan, and most of them didn't. This minority that understood only understood the last line about acting out a show. Thus, they immediately pounded their chests with pride and shouted, "Fuck! Your elder is the fucking best at acting. If I wasn't ugly, I'd have been king of the cinema a long time ago." I think this plan is good, and I'm willing to participate. With someone taking the lead, the remaining people quickly joined in whether or not they understood Qin Feng's plan. However, they all had the same thought in mind. If the others joined, what do I have to fear? Plus, they were a beautiful woman at night. How could they miss out on that chance? Also, they all saw how Qin Feng was, and they thought he was pretty dependable. After intimidating the audience, Qin Feng's mouth quirked upwards into an almost imperceptible smirk. He walked in front of the audience and mightily led a large group of people out of the men's restroom. A couple of beautiful women who just so happened to be going to the ladies' room to relieve themselves were startled by the scene and ran away. Qin Feng, how did it go? What did you say to them? When she saw everyone come out, Lu Wenjing immediately rushed up to grab Qin Feng's shoulder. She asked her questions anxiously. Nothing much. I just said some rousing words before our fight. We can set off now. Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile and turned to look at the others. Brothers, are you ready to fight the Feng group tonight? We're ready, they all said together. If the Feng group isn't annihilated tonight, we'll do a live broadcast of us eating shit. Chapter 190. Chapter 190. What kind of people are you? Lu Wenjing was stunned, and her expression changed unpredictably. Just as Qin Feng said, this woman wasn't simple. The whole time, she used her beauty to entice the hooligans to join the Wen group. Then she began to show her powers. She looked gentle and charming, but she never let the group members take advantage of her. Of course, Qin Feng was an exception. Lu Wenjing had her own goals and ideas. She was absolutely not as foolish and simple as she looked. She could tell what these members' intentions were right from the beginning, but she still worked hard to think of a way to get these people help her defeat the Feng group. Once she saw these people exit the restroom with completely altered expressions and unswerving fervor, she was extremely touched. She took Qin Feng's arm and smiled sweetly. They looked like an older brother and sister leading a group of little brothers, and they walked grandly out of the Rujia Hotel. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Northern District's pedestrian walkway. This procession was too large, and quite a few people stared at them along the way. We won't talk about how the 13 hooligans looked green, but Qin Feng's face darkened. I say, Lu Wenjing, you're the one group's boss lady. This is our first battle, and even if you don't have a car, couldn't you have rented 3 vans? And even if you didn't have money to rent a van, couldn't you invite the people we're going to fight to come to where we are? Look at these brothers, their passion and vigor ran out during the way over. How could they kill people? Lu Wenjing looked wronged, stuck her body close to Qin Feng's embrace, and whispered into his ear. Qin Feng, I only have 20 yuan in my pocket. It's not enough to call a cab. Why don't you lend me some? Qin Feng's mouth chewed. The pedestrian walkway isn't far. Let's walk a bit faster, and we'll be there soon. After speaking, Qin Feng covertly stuck his hand into his pocket and texted Longhair. Soon a phone call arrived. Young Master Qin, we're all ready. This time, we plan to fight the Wild Wolf Gang at the plaza on the north side of the pedestrian walkway. Over 100 of their people have arrived, and our people are currently going to take their empty nest and the plaza's road across from the pedestrian walkway. Qin Feng nodded. He pretentiously cleared his throat and yelled, Fuck, we're almost here. Have the phone group call more people, or else it won't be enough for your elder. After hanging up, Qin Feng turned his head and gave the men a meaningful glance. Then he said, Brothers, the phone group members are already here. Let's head over. Is everyone confident? Yes. They yelled in unison. Qin Feng and these 13 hooligans were acting, while Longhair acted out another show. He had Longhair plan a fight with the Wild Wolf Gang and trick their members on the pedestrian walkway into the plaza. At this time, Longhair would bring the phone group to eliminate their empty nest on the plaza road, and Qin Feng would take his group to the plaza to face the Wild Wolf Gang. He planned to have these 13 idiots fight a large battle with over 100 of them. Since these hooligans liked acting so much, Qin Feng would give them a play within a play. Quickly, Qin Feng led these people to the plaza on top of the pedestrian walkway. It was already dark, and the plaza was considerably remote, so there wasn't really anyone coming or going. But they were currently gathered and densely packed into a large black shadow. When Lu Wenjing and the 13 hooligans saw it, they were stunned. Suddenly, a hooligan arrived beside Qin Feng. He pulled him to the side and said with a smile, "Brother, isn't your show too real? What street do you hang around? You must be someone important that you were able to call out so many brothers to pretend to be bad guys with just one phone call. In a bit, are we going to really go all out? Or are we going to pretend to hit them a bit? Beat them. Beat them to death." Qin Feng smiled. "That way the silly lass won't detect anything fishy. But these are your brothers. That doesn't seem like such a good thing to do." "What brothers? They're all my lackeys. They'll only be happy if you all fought viciously because they could take credit in front of me when they get back," Qin Feng said calmly. "I understand. I'll quietly notify the brothers." These hooligans ran back to the rest of the group to pass along the order. He could tell that Qin Feng was a big shot. Not only did he have skills, he also had lots of brothers. "Hi, what are you here for? This land is ours, so go somewhere else if you have no business here." An angry rebuke passed over from the Wild Wolf gang. A bald man with a scar stepped out and glared coldly at Qin Feng. This baldy was the one who brought his team to fight with the Feng group. He clearly didn't treat Qin Feng's group as Feng group members. The Feng group was trash, but there was no way they'd only bring around 10 people. Qin Feng ignored Baldy. He smiled and walked toward him, and the 13 hooligans behind him confidently puffed up their chests and followed. Soon both sides were a meter away from one another. "Fuck, are you looking for trouble, brat? Your elder told you to fuck off. Are you fucking deaf?" Baldy's eyebrows raised, and his expression became sinister. "Fuck, how are you talking to our boss? You fucking want to die." This time, Qin Feng didn't have to open his mouth, and someone stepped out behind him. It wasn't just one person that stood out, a whole group did. "Damn, Baldy, you think your elder can't tell you tattooed that scar on your face? Your elder fucking gets around on the streets as well. If you dare to shriek at our big brother, I'll kill you with one hand." "Damn, you think you're so great because you have a lot of people? You're acting like your elder hasn't seen the world. Do you know who your elder is? Ask about Big Brother Biao on the streets. 5 years ago, I single-handedly defeated 10 opponents and made them piss their pants. I'm afraid you weren't yet born then, brat. Now you have the guts to behave rudely in front of your senior? I'm going to laugh my front teeth out." Biao stepped out as well. When he saw this scene, Baldy's imposing manner immediately weakened. He shook his head and was thinking about who older brother Biao was. Lu Wenjing was so moved that tears sprang from her eyes. She just knew that every group member was a hidden expert. They didn't take action, but when they did, the results would be earth-trembling. Originally, when she saw that their opponent had over 100 people, Lu Wenjing was a bit afraid. Now, she was not even a little afraid. She took Qin Feng's arm and yelled and pointed at the Baldy. "Damn, Baldy! How dare you yell at my man? I'll chop you to death. Who are you people, really?" Baldy hated when people called him Damn Baldy, so he was furious. He asked his question while glaring viciously at everyone. "I never conceal my identity. I'm a Wen Group person. These are Wen Group's heroes." Lu Wenjing puffed up her chest and patted it with the heroic passion and demeanor of a female heroine. However, none of the people paid attention to her imposing manner. All of the attention fell on her full chest. Chapter 191. Chapter 191 Die. Fuck. What the hell is the Wen Group? The Baldy never heard of Big Brother Biao, nor did he know the Wen Group. His patience had run out, and he suddenly shouted towards his underlings behind him. These people are fucking crazy. Trash them, brothers. With this command, the group of close to 100 of them pounced towards Qin Feng's group like an undercurrent. They were quickly surrounded, and none of them could escape. You're here, and the time to show off is here. I'm really excited. Fuck, your elder said. He's Big Brother Biao, who single-handedly defeats 10 people. You hooligans are looking to die. Brothers, attack together and annihilate this group of clueless brats. In terms of vigor, these 13 hooligans were not weak at all. They even smiled brightly in the faces of the 100 people that surrounded them. Bang! The stalwart Big Brother Biao attacked first. With a powerful kick, he kicked one of the enemies onto the ground. With fierce punches, he knocked over another 2 people beside him. This scene fired up the spectators in the Wen group. They could ascertain that the opponents really were the younger brothers Qin Feng called over. They just stood there without daring to move and let them hit however they wanted. At this time, the 13 Wen group hooligans were like 13 fierce tigers and cheetahs. They rushed together onto the first line of defense with kicks and punches. They knew that this was just a show, and they didn't even bring any weapons. They fought with bare fists and felt a bit like a martial arts elder. Bang! Another dull sound echoed. This time a Wen group member fell, and it was the impossibly cocky Big Brother Biao. Baldy viciously swung a bat into his head. Fresh blood immediately streamed down Brother Biao's head, dyeing his face beyond recognition. It was particularly frightening in the hazy gloom of the night. The instant Brother Biao fell, he forgot to shout in pain. Instead, he looked at Baldy with an expression of doubt mixed with anger. Fuck, you're stealing the show. I'm stealing your grandma. Baldy was stunned for a moment. Then he swung his bat even more wildly at Brother Biao. He hit him while shouting, You really are a fucking lunatic. At this time, Qin Feng had long pulled Lu Wenjing out of the battle area. He sat on a park bench while hugging Lu Wenjing's small waist and smilingly weighed the intense battle appreciatively. Lu Wenjing didn't have Qin Feng's leisurely expression. She weighed the Wen group brothers fall one by one, and her expression was one of anxiety. Qin Feng, hurry and make a move. If you do, they'll all fall. Qin Feng stared unhappily at Lu Wenjing and yelled, You silly lass, you must have weighed too many television shows with martial arts and fantastical elements. You think I'm a god that can overturn the world just by making a move? Want to see me throw out some fireballs? You think I'm an acrobat? Lu Wenjing scrunched her nose and felt wronged. She said with disappointment, Then what do we do? I seem to have overestimated our Wen group's abilities. Should we run away? If you live on a green hill, you don't need to be afraid there's no firewood. Wait until I get back. I'll enlist people into the Wen group again, and next time we will definitely be able to succeed. Then you don't care about these Wen group brothers? Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile. Lu Wenjing lowered her head in embarrassment. Qin Feng, I know you're really smart and saw through my plans right from the beginning. These people aren't anything good, and I know what they're thinking. No one owes anyone anything. Let's quickly make our escape. Qin Feng released her and allowed Lu Wenjing to run away, while he sat on the bench and continued to enjoy the messy fight. Of the 13 Wen group members, only 5 of them were left standing. On the other hand, their opponents only lost 30 people. It goes without saying that Qin Feng's confusing plan was really effective. Once these hooligans thought they were acting and freely showed off their abilities, they revealed some hidden capabilities. Tonight, they were good fighters that could each fight 5 people on their own. Usually, they wouldn't even dare to think to try something like this. Why did you come back? Not long later, Lu Wenjing ran back. So Qin Feng asked his question while looking at her with a smile. Qin Feng, hurry and run away with me. The Wen group still needs you, said Lu Wenjing with anxiousness. Why would I leave when there's such a good live fight? You're a woman as cruel as a poisonous scorpion. Would you care whether I live or die? Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile. Lu Wenjing anxiously glanced at the battlefield and found that all of the Wen group members had fallen. Baldy's entire body was filled with wounds. He led his remaining 50 or so brothers towards them with a vulgar expression. Lu Wenjing suddenly fell limp and sat on the ground. She looked unspeakably hopeless. She lowered her head and said quietly, "I'm as cruel as a poisonous scorpion. I'm a big liar, I'm cold and unfeeling, but I had my reasons. Forget it. Since I can't run, I'll face my fate." Bang! Lu Wenjing had just finished speaking when a large sound was heard, followed by Qin Feng's light laughter. "Silly girl, what do you mean by facing your fate? Fate is in your hands. Want to conquer fate with me?" While Qin Feng spoke, he kicked again. His leg carried an enormous strength and toppled a whole row of people. He then casually picked up the fallen baseball bat and tossed it at Lu Wenjing. "Fight with this, but don't injure your delicate hands." Whoosh! He had just finished speaking when Lu Wenjing realized that Qin Feng already flew into the fray. He was like an otherworldly expert from wuxia novels. His arms and fists were tyrannical and powerful. His moves weren't grand, but were only simple punches and kicks. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of something slicing through the air. It carried an irresistible force and was unblockable. His leg strength was frightening. With one kick, he could send one person flying over 10 meters. None of the people Qin Feng knocked over were able to crawl up again. Lu Wenjing's clear eyes twinkled. She was so happy she was about to float. She saw hope, saw her younger sister's future. "Hey, you hooligans, die!" Lu Wenjing suddenly gave an angry shout, brandished the bat, and joined the fray as well. Though she was a woman, the strength of her fighting didn't lose to any man. She really was fierce and ruthless. She used all of her strength to smash the heads of these hooligans. She didn't even blink when she saw gushing blood. Because people don't live for themselves, Lu Wenjing was willing to become a demon for her younger sister. "Dearest, be careful, I've come to help you. You scum! Hurry and die for your great aunt. If you have the guts to touch my dearest, your mother will kill you and wipe you out completely." Lu Wenjing saw everyone surrounding Qin Feng and beating him, and she actually felt worried about him. She intentionally yelled loudly to attract a large group of them to her. When she saw the group of stinking men that looked like wolves and tigers heading towards her, she clenched her teeth and pounced at them. "I'll beat you to death. Your mother will beat you to death." Lu Wenjing wildly waved the bat in her hands. Pitiful cries were occasionally heard. She didn't even know how many people she knocked over because she was so afraid she closed her eyes. She only concerned herself with wildly hitting and swinging, and didn't dare look at the bloody scene. Even if her arms were so achy that she almost couldn't lift them, she still didn't dare stop. Swish! A cold dagger suddenly scraped Lu Wenjing's arm. She immediately felt a wave of sharp pain and hot blood gushed out, giving her a fright. Whoosh! She was cut from behind, and a large blade sliced the back of her clothes, leaving a long gash on her back. She fiercely clenched her teeth, but made no noise. More and more hooligans gathered around Lu Wenjing. She didn't even know when someone stole the bat from her hands. She continued to shut her eyes and curse while wildly waving her arms. "Stinking woman, go die!" A kick suddenly flew out of the crowd and hit Lu Wenjing's small stomach. She was a small and weak girl, so she was immediately sent flying. She lay on the ground, aching from head to toe, and couldn't even stand back up. She saw the group of hooligans pounce at her with smiles and lewd gazes. Lu Wenjing yelled in fright, "Dearest, hurry and save me, I can't do it any more." After she was done yelling, Lu Wenjing looked at the group of over 20 hooligans. From the ones furthest away to the one closest to her, these people fell over while walking. They didn't even have time to cry out. Those walking in the front did not even detect the danger behind them. People were incessantly falling down, and Lu Wenjing's mood was also incessantly shaken again and again. Boom! After the last hooligan fell, Lu Wenjing saw Qin Feng's face clearly. His clothes and hair were a bit messy, but he stood there with his back bent like a large, towering mountain, making Lu Wenjing feel completely safe. "You silly girl, why did you yell so carelessly?" Qin Feng rushed over with steps like arrows and knelt down beside Lu Wenjing. He looked at her tattered and bloodied clothes and immediately bought 2 bottles of elementary gold sore medicine. Qin Feng tore away the clothing around Lu Wenjing's wound, poured the medicinal powder on her, and rubbed it in. Qin Feng was a bit affected when he saw the large, startling gash on the silly girl's originally pristine back. Yet she didn't make any noise in pain. "If you didn't yell, they would have just surrounded me. Look what you did to yourself. Are you a woman?" Qin Feng lectured Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing was heavily injured, yet she still smiled sweetly. "Dearest, I saw them all running to bully you. I couldn't just wah. I attracted some of them over so you could breathe easier." Qin Feng hit Lu Wenjing's head and said severely, "Breathe my ass. Listen here, next time there's a fight like this, take the bat and hide somewhere dark. It'll be enough to secretly hit 1 or 2 people if you felt the urge to. You really treated yourself like a woman warrior." Chapter 192. Chapter 192. The Sad Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing seemed to suddenly think of something. She abruptly turned and hugged Qin Feng's neck. She yelled with excitement, "Qin Feng, did we win? Didn't our group win? We toppled the Feng group. Let's hurry and leave. We'll kill all the way to the Fei Tian bar and take over their base." Qin Feng smacked Lu Wenjing's head again and yelled, "Kill, kill, kill, are you crazy? These aren't even Feng group members, they're Wild Wolf gang members. If you really fought the Feng group today, would you even be alive and able to talk to me right now?" Wild Wolf gang members. Lu Wenjing suddenly let go of Qin Feng. She felt that something was wrong. She looked at Qin Feng in alarm. "What happened here?" Qin Feng grinned at Lu Wenjing and said, "Silly girl, are you the only one that can trick me? Can I not trick you?" "You're really naive, you foolish girl. Do you remember where you met me for the first time? It was at the Fei Tian bar. Did you think I went there to drink? I'm the boss of the Feng group. This time, I countered the plan with another plan and made the one group face the Wild Wolf gang. The real Feng group has currently taken down the Plaza Road. Silly little girl, you say you want to fight my Feng group. Tell me how this young master should deal with you? This place is desolate and uninhabited. Haha! Why don't you follow this young master and become the boss's wife?" Qin Feng was joking with Lu Wenjing. He still had the quest to help her develop a #1 power in Acropolis. How would he really betray her? He explained the situation frankly in preparation of taking Lu Wenjing to the Fei Tian bar to hand her management of the Feng group. In the future, all they'd have to do is develop the Feng group into the #1 underground power in Acropolis, and he'd complete the quest. However, after Lu Wenjing heard Qin Feng's words, she was so shocked that she immediately stood. She looked at Qin Feng with alarm and despair, and slowly backed away. She was forced to fight and build up powers to make money for her younger sister. She originally thought that she met an honorable man right upon coming onto the streets. She knew that most people in society had bad hearts, so she was already cautious enough, but she was still thrown into Qin Feng's gentle trap. Once she saw Qin Feng help her defeat the Feng group and dive into the fray on his own. Her long-dormant young woman's heart was slightly moved. There was a germinating feeling, but the sprout had not yet come out when Qin Feng squeezed it to death in the cradle with one hand. Maybe with Qin Feng's skills, the prior fight was just a warm-up, but to a weak woman like Lu Wenjing, this was a dangerous and thrilling battle. She experienced a life-or-death situation with Qin Feng. Now, she was betrayed by him and felt an indescribable pain. "Qin Feng, you're a fucking beast!" Lu Wenjing cried with extreme sorrow. She knew she shouldn't have trusted anyone. She could accept getting tricked. But because of this, there now wasn't enough time. How would she continue helping her younger sister? It wasn't her that was cheated. It was her younger sister's good prospects. Qin Feng was slightly shocked. He didn't think Lu Wenjing would suddenly become so angry. He was about to grab her and explain when there was suddenly the wail of a police siren. 5 police cars quickly stopped near the plaza. Lu Wenjing stared coldly at Qin Feng, then clenched her teeth and escaped into the dark park. However, she thoroughly hated Qin Feng and wanted to kill him. Everyone crouch on the ground and put your hands on your head. Whoever dares to run away will be shot. Qin Feng wanted to chase after Lu Wenjing, but he saw a familiar face among the group of police rushing over, so he stopped. His expression changed into a smile, and he waved the icy Lu Bingbing stalk over. "Chief Lu, it's such a late night, and you all still have to work. It really is hard on you good police." The instant she saw Qin Feng, Lu Bingbing shook with anger. She couldn't stand it. Why was it that every time there was a case involving fighting and even murder, this brat Qin Feng was always present? The even more frustrating thing was that this brat had a powerful background in Acropolis, so every time she caught him, she had no way of prosecuting him. She weighed helplessly as he was wordlessly released. And every time, this brat brought an award pennant with him upon his departure. Lu Bingbing's jade hands were already on the handgun at her waist. She really wanted to shoot Qin Feng to death. She could still picture her prior meeting with Qin Feng in the police station. This brat actually secretly swallowed the cup of water with the laxatives and gave her a stomach ache. Qin Feng even blocked the door, preventing Lu Bingbing from going out, and lastly forced her to French kiss him before letting her leave. How can this jerk that's not even comparable to a beast still be alive? Lu Bingbing growled internally. "You guys deal with the people lying on the ground and leave this brat to me." "Yes, Chief Lu." Under the many eyes of her juniors, Lu Bingbing suppressed the rage inside of her and began to assign them tasks. Over 10 policemen ran into the group and handled the results of this brawl. Only then did Lu Bingbing see the ground full of bodies. With one gaze, she estimated that there were close to 100 of them. She looked at Qin Feng in astonishment and asked, "These people, did you beat up all of them?" At this time there was no one else standing here other than Qin Feng, so Lu Bingbing could only conclude that Qin Feng knocked this group of people out. In the past, she fought with Qin Feng in the interrogation room when she was trying to extort a confession, so she knew that this externally hedonistic young master had some skills. But when she saw the ground filled with fallen bodies, she found that she had sorely underestimated Qin Feng. Both yes and no. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. He suddenly raised his arm to look at the time on his wall. He said with surprise, "Ah, it's already past 11. If I don't go back, my old dad'll whip me. Chief Lu, I'll drink tea with you next time. I'm going to head back first." Qin Feng ran 2 steps when he suddenly stopped because he felt a wave of danger from behind him. A black handgun was pointed at his head. "Young Master Qin, I think you should come with me back to the police station." Right, I almost forgot." Qin Feng turned with a smile and looked coldly at Lu Bingbing. He said, "Chief Lu, we haven't seen each other in a while. You must miss me that you want to invite me to tea alone in the middle of the night." Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when Lu Bingbing removed the safety. The kacha made one feel a gust of coldness. This girl was doing it for real. Chapter 193. Chapter 193. One type of person is the most frightening. This time I was wrong for fighting. I'll go back with Chief Lu and accept an investigation. Qin Feng suddenly changed his happy expression into a serious one. Lu Bingbing didn't even want to say anything to Qin Feng. She handcuffed him, brought him into her police car, and drove away first. On the way back, Lu Bingbing drove while thinking of how to deal with Qin Feng. However, even after thinking for a long time, she was still at her wit's end. She still had no conclusive evidence that he fought, and these people were all hooligans, so these kinds of fights between underground powers occurred frequently. The matter could be significant or insignificant. This matter clearly wouldn't affect a hedonistic young master with a background like Qin Feng at all. Suddenly, Lu Bingbing thought of another thing. Her eyes immediately brightened. She suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the car became a bolt of lightning. They left the main road and flew towards the small road to the right. "Chief Lu, you're speeding right now. They're going to revoke your driver's license." This urgent turn almost propelled Qin Feng out of the car. When he sat properly again, he complained with dissatisfaction. Lu Bingbing didn't respond. She held the steering wheel with one hand and pointed her gun at Qin Feng's head with the other. "Shut up! Your mother doesn't need you to tell her how to drive." "Person! There's a person!" Qin Feng suddenly yelled and turned the steering wheel. When Lu Bingbing came back to her senses, she then realized she almost hit an old granny crossing the street. She exhaled deeply and didn't dare lose focus again. She held the steering wheel with both hands and didn't speak to Qin Feng. But even though an accident almost occurred, Lu Bingbing didn't slow down at all. On the contrary, she went even faster and faster. She was in a hurry to get to the South Bay Pier. If it was too late, those bad people may have already escaped. "Chief Lu, hurry and stop the car. I don't have the guts to sit in your car anymore." Good thing Qin Feng previously acquired intermediate racing skills through the lottery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the car at first. Though this was the case, he didn't want to be crazy with this fiery woman any longer. This woman drove towards the South Bay Pier. He didn't know what she was thinking because that area was desolate and uninhabited. She wasn't planning on murdering him, was she? Lu Bingbing kept a cold expression and ignored Qin Feng. She continued to speed forward. "Chief Lu, I was just fighting. There's no need for you to be like this, is there? I want to go back to the police station and undergo investigation. Hurry and drive back." "Chief Lu, you're a good cop and you are the embodiment of righteousness. We poor commoners see you as a source of dependency. How could you be deaf and mute to a good, law-abiding citizen? This isn't right. Chief Lu, I really have to use the restroom. Stop the car or I'll piss in it." Lu Bingbing held it in again and again. She clenched her teeth so hard that they were almost shattered and swallowed. However, once she heard that Qin Feng had to use the restroom, the fire in her almost burst out because she thought of how she was played by Qin Feng the last time she had to use the restroom in the police station. She suddenly picked up her handgun and stuck it between Qin Feng's legs. The safety was already removed from the gun earlier, so if the shot went out, it could really end his familial bloodline. "Do you still have to pee? Keep chattering, and I'll explode your balls with one gunshot." Lu Bingbing directly burst out in vulgar language. As a policewoman, she encountered too many hooligans on a daily basis, so this kind of vulgar language was commonplace. However, her expression suddenly became one of shock, and in the next second, she was so angry that she was about to combust. She originally thought that if she pointed the gun at Qin Feng's nether regions, he would be so frightened that he'd piss in his pants and cut the nonsense. However, he wasn't nervous or afraid in the slightest. He actually raised his bottom and made a comfortable sound. "Oh, Chief Lu, you haven't gotten the right spot. Move the gun to the right a little." Bang! With a dull sound, the police car crashed into a large tree on the side of the road. Luckily, Qin Feng reacted in time and quickly stepped on the brakes, so the two of them were mostly fine. "Chief Lu, I told you to stop the car a long time ago. Now look what happened. You crashed into a tree. If it were your own car, then it wouldn't really matter. You could crash it if you wanted to. But this is a public car. Why didn't you treat it with more care?" Qin Feng said with an indignant expression, "Even though you have a high position and you can make up some excuse about crashing the car, what did the flowers, grass, trees, and bird nests on the trees ever do to you? How could you ruin their lives and homes? Do you know how much they're hurting because your car is pressing down on them right now? Do you know how expensive house prices are? And you just casually crashed into the little birds' homes. Do you know? Bang! There was another dull sound. This time it was a gunshot. Lu Bingbing crazily pulled at her hair and shot at Qin Feng's head. This girl really made Qin Feng crazy. The gunshot was for real, and if Qin Feng didn't dodge as quickly as he did, his brain would currently be blown into watermelon juice. Qin Feng was extremely angry, and the result was severe. He suddenly moved as quick as lightning. In the next second, the gun that was previously in Lu Bingbing's hand ended up in Qin Feng's. He coldly pointed the gun at Lu Bingbing. It's a moonless night and the winds are high. It's a night for murder. Qin Feng's eerie laughter resounded within the car. It was the first time Lu Bingbing felt such an icy breeze. It spread around her with the air of death. She looked at Qin Feng in alarm and didn't dare move. She was aware of Qin Feng's abilities, and she didn't even get to react when Qin Feng grabbed the gun earlier. Qin Feng, don't be impetuous. You made me really angry at first, so I lost my head. I hope you can understand. Understand? Qin Feng laughed coldly. He slowly dragged the barrel of the gun downwards. If I were a bit slower at first, I wouldn't be alive to understand you. The barrel of the gun was on Lu Bingbing's charming face and slid down her fair jade neck. Qin Feng didn't stop. He slid it down to her full chest. The barrel of the gun was like a thrilling roller coaster going from the bottom of the mountain to the top. He even intentionally and ruthlessly pressed down at the top of the mountain before sliding down to the valley across from it. Though there was a layer of clothing in between, the feeling of the black handgun rubbing her body made a strange feeling pass over her. When the barrel of the gun pressed down on her chest, she almost cried out loud. Her beautiful, frosty eyes glared coldly at Qin Feng. She gritted her teeth and looked as though she wanted to tear Qin Feng apart with 5 horses. Qin Feng, don't be too ridiculous. Stop right now, and I'll write off tonight's events, including your battle. But if you continue messing around, I assure you that I'll make you die a horrendous death. Since Lu Bingbing was a stage 2 external expert, when hooligans saw her, they would flee ignominiously like they saw a she-devil. Getting caught by her was as frightening as a little lamb entering a wolf's den. The whole time, she played the role of the wolf, but today was her first time feeling like a little lamb entering the mouth of the big gray wolf Qin Feng. Do you think you can live past tonight? Qin Feng laughed coldly. The gun in his hand didn't stop. At this time, it arrived at Lu Bingbing's flat belly. He lifted Lu Bingbing's clothes and stuck his gun in and onto her sexy and beautiful navel. Qin Feng, this old woman is going to fight it out with you. A scholar would rather die than face humiliation. Lu Bingbing waved her fists at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng only used one hand to lightly grab both of Lu Bingbing's. He also sat on her legs and pressed down on her so she couldn't move. He stuck the pie-black gun down her navel and into her jeans. Qin Feng, you pervert, you won't die a natural death. I'm going to bite you to death, you beast. Lu Bingbing was about to go crazy. When had she ever been humiliated by someone else this way? She was so angry that her face flushed and tears swam in her eyes. Chief Lu, when you pointed the gun at me just now, did you think about how I felt? I'm a man. There are some places that not anyone can casually violate. Qin Feng's expression suddenly became cold. Though he always looked happy and boisterous, he had a baseline. There's one kind of person that's the most frightening because you can't tell when they're joking and when they're serious. Qin Feng was clearly this kind of person. Lu Bingbing was stunned for an instant. It was her first time seeing Qin Feng so serious. She thought that using a gun to threaten Qin Feng just now, and even pointing it at his nether regions, was going a bit too far. Qin Feng, release me and we're even. The barrel of the gun was still in Lu Bingbing's jeans. The feeling was too weird, and she only thought about how she wanted to quickly take it away. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, Lu Bingbing heard a gunshot. She was so startled that her legs turned into jelly. The gun was pressed onto her jeans, so if a shot was made, she didn't dare imagine what would happen to her. She was even more afraid of this than getting hit right on the head. She felt completely non-functional, and her brain was completely blank. This was the first time she was so frightened. However, after a while, Lu Bingbing didn't feel as though there was anything strange down there, and there was no pain either. "Chief Lu, I told you multiple times to slow down and not drive in such a hurry. Even if you are in a hurry to have tea with me, and we can even do enjoyable activities after drinking the tea, safety comes first. Now everything's great. The car is trashed, the tree is bent, and you even knocked down the bird nests. Tell me what happened." Lu Bingbing stared stupidly at the handgun in the middle of her waist, then at Qin Feng, who complained non-stop. She even felt as though she had teleported to another universe. Maybe everything that had just happened was an illusion, and it didn't happen at all. Everything was like it was before. But then, once Lu Bingbing saw the bullet hole in the window behind Qin Feng and the other bullet hole in the window behind her, she confirmed that everything was real. She didn't know how Qin Feng was able to pull out the gun, shoot, and the bullet grazed her head, and return the gun to the middle of her waist. She only felt one thing. Qin Feng was a nut job. No, he was a devil. No, he fucking wasn't even comparable to a beast. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Agree to 3 conditions. "Qin Feng, I would like you to help me." A while later, Lu Bingbing calmed down from her previously stunned state. After seeing Qin Feng's extraordinary skills, she had an even stronger desire to drag him to complete her secret mission tonight. "Let's hear it." Qin Feng finally stopped complaining. He rolled down the window and stared out it in a daze. There have been over 10 missing persons cases in Acropolis lately, and they've gotten the attention of the higher-ups. They've required us police to solve the crime in half a month. I've been following some leads in secret, and I've got a reliable report that this enormous gang of human traffickers will be smuggling people tonight at the South Bay Pier. The 2 of us will go there, hide, and use this opportunity to take down this large-scale smuggling gang, Lu Bingbing said earnestly. "Just the 2 of us?" Qin Feng stared dumbly at Lu Bingbing. "Yeah, just the 2 of us." Lu Bingbing said, "We can't have a lot of people or we'll be too conspicuous. 2 is the best number. Do you think I'm idiotic and retarded?" Qin Feng pointed at his own nose and spoke with seriousness. "Qin Feng, the higher-ups have placed priority on this case. If you help me take them down, I'll give you credit. The reward will be generous," Lu Bingbing said anxiously. "Not interested. If you help me this once, I assure you that if you commit a crime in Acropolis in the future, I'll help you settle it." "My old man can help me settle it. I don't need you." Qin Feng continued to shake his head. "Plus, as an upstanding and rule-abiding citizen, I've never done anything illegal my whole life. Never." Lu Bingbing's face darkened. She gaped and held in her emotions. She didn't want to talk to Qin Feng about his extensive criminal record. How would this guy admit them? "I can promise to accept 1 condition of yours," Lu Bingbing said through clenched teeth after thinking for a bit. Qin Feng still didn't budge. 2 conditions. Lu Bingbing's teeth were about to shatter. "Chief Lu, that's not what I mean. It's just that this task is really dangerous," Qin Feng said with difficulty. After getting halfway through his speech, Lu Bingbing interrupted him. "Qin Feng, as long as you help me CA these criminals, I'll agree to 3 of your conditions. You can choose anything, and I swear I'll do them." Lu Bingbing threw caution to the wind. "Deal." Qin Feng suddenly said solemnly, "Chief Lu, get out and I'll drive. We have to get to the South Bay Pier. If we're too late, then these scumbags will escape." Lu Bingbing was stunned for 5 seconds. Then she immediately exited the car and swayed into the front passenger seat. "Chief Lu, don't go back on your word." Once Lu Bingbing got into the car, Qin Feng said with a jolly smile, "You said 3 conditions, and you have to do whatever conditions I choose." Lu Bingbing glared coldly at Qin Feng and said emotionlessly, "I will do anything within my abilities, but if you want me to do those vulgar things, dream on." "In regards to vulgar things, do you mean getting into bed?" Qin Feng asked. "What do you think?" Lu Bingbing glared viciously at Qin Feng and retorted coldly, "No betting, no betting." Qin Feng immediately waved his hands. "Chief Lu, even if you wanted to get in bed with me, I wouldn't have the guts to do so. Your temper is too violent. If I wanted to dump you after, I wouldn't have the guts to do that. Shut up and drive." Lu Bingbing stomped in anger. She wanted to tear Qin Feng's mouth to pieces. "Chief Lu, sit properly, I'm going to take off." Qin Feng already began to shift gears, gas, and was prepared to leave at any moment. Lu Bingbing snorted with disdain. He was just driving. She didn't believe this brat could get the car to fly. But in the next second, Lu Bingbing's scream resounded through the night and didn't stop. She found that Qin Feng made the car fly, and she was almost flung out of the car on several occasions. "Chief Lu, we've arrived." Not 10 minutes later, the police car stopped and Qin Feng suddenly realized that it was great speeding in a cop car since the path was unimpeded. Lu Bingbing immediately opened the door, ran far away, and began to throw up. Usually when chasing a criminal, she often sped, but this was still the first time she sat in a car ride that made her throw up. "Chief Lu, I told you to sit properly. Why don't you never listen to me? Here." Qin Feng extended a couple of tissues to her. Lu Bingbing glared coldly at Qin Feng. She didn't know what to say to this kind of person. Here was an expert fighter, a godlike driver, and a rich and powerful man. She suddenly felt as though the heavens were unfair. "Qin Feng, let's hide on opposite sides of the underbrush. Wah for my signals later." Lu Bingbing finished, wiping her mouth, and immediately became stern. She looked at the terrain around her and chose 2 hidden pays of underbrush. They both got into their own places. These clusters of weeds were half a person tall and were great for hiding. If they squatted, it would be hard to detect the other's presence. Qin Feng squatted in the underbrush and looked around him. South Bay Pier was Acropolis City's sole port. Who knew how many ships came and went? There were both container ships and passenger ships. It was already deep in night. There were 3 large container ships stopped on the pier and over 20 fishing boats on the 2 sides of the port. There were no more passenger ships at this time, so tonight it would be easy to discover people if they wanted to buy and sell people here. Who knew how long they squatted there in the underbrush subject to the river wind when they heard gusts of whistling from the boats on the river in the distance. Qin Feng looked out to see a large cargo ship nearing the port. At this time, Qin Feng looked towards Lu Bingbing, who signaled to him. At the same time, she squatted in the underbrush and slowly headed towards the port. Qin Feng immediately understood what Lu Bingbing meant. He slowly followed and headed towards the port as well. Each person hid one side of the port. In a bit, if the criminals were going to appear, it would be hard for them to escape their grasps. After all, Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing were incredible experts, so it would be no problem for one of them to fight 10 little hooligans. Sha-sha! Suddenly, there was a rustling noise from the underbrush, not far away. Lu Bingbing's eyes brightened and excitement filled her face. Based on her many years of experience in scouting, the noise in the underbrush wasn't the sound of wind blowing grass. Someone was hidden in it and was rushing towards the port. And based on the sound, it was a large group of people. Lu Bingbing signaled to Qin Feng again. Qin Feng heard rustling footsteps and quickly understood what Lu Bingbing meant. His eyes flashed swiftly in the dark and quickly determined the group's position. Toot toot. The large container ship was already about to reach shore, and it tooted its whistle again like it was signaling to the traffickers in the underbrush. When these people heard the second whistle, they immediately sped up. They rushed out of the underbrush and ran over to the docking large container ship. Chapter 195. Chapter 195, it's you! Qin Feng didn't need Lu Bingbing to instruct him. He was already running towards the group of people. He continuously swayed positions and was so quick that he was like a ghost in the dark night. No one noticed his figure. When he appeared again, he was already behind the traffickers. He ran while striking the backs of their heads. With each hit, one person was knocked down. Qin Feng knocked out 5 people before even getting to the port. Retreat, there's an ambush, there's an ambush. Suddenly, the man that got onto the cargo ship first strained his throat and yelled. He wore black nocturnal clothing and wore a black mask on his face. Even if someone shined a light on his face, this man's entire face would still not be visible. Qin Feng found this man's roar a bit familiar, but he didn't yell again, so Qin Feng couldn't determine who it was. "You thugs, where are you running to?" Since he was discovered, Qin Feng didn't hide. He used more strength in his legs and sped up continuously. In the time it takes to form a couple of breaths, he already arrived onto the large container ship. Without another word, Qin Feng sent a fist flying towards the man in black. "It's you!" When the man in black saw Qin Feng, he froze in shock. He lost his senses, and Qin Feng sent him flying with one punch. This fist made the man in black spit fresh blood. However, since he was wearing a mask, the blood sprayed into the mask. Who knew how much of that blood went back into his mouth? "Retreat! Hurry and retreat!" The man covered his chest and cried out. This time he purposely made his voice raspier, and it sounded completely different from before. How could Qin Feng allow these people to retreat when they wanted to? He was certain that he knew this person, but he couldn't think of who it was. He chased after him and wanted to take him down. Qin Feng had just taken 2 steps when he retreated quickly. He pressed his legs into the ground and violently retreated midair. Tap, tap, tap. In the next second, the wooden board Qin Feng was standing on already became a hornet's nest from over 10 bullets. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Feng had just landed when the sound of a submachine gun was heard. He could only retreat again. In the end, he retreated back into the underbrush, and only then did the submachine gun shooting slowly stop. Toot toot. The passenger ship's whistle resounded once again, and the ship started up again. Not long later, it left the port and returned to the seemingly limitless river. It was then that Qin Feng stuck out his body. He looked angrily at the underbrush across from him for Lu Bingbing's figure. This woman was cruel. She tricked him into giving his life and disappeared during the most important moment. Whimper. Qin Feng had just arrived at the underbrush across from him and saw Lu Bingbing trussed up with a dirty rag stuffed into her mouth. She was crying for Qin Feng to help, but her mouth was blocked, so she could only make whimpering sounds. "Madam, are you here to see the bad guys or to get taken by them?" Qin Feng helplessly pulled the rag out of Lu Bingbing's mouth and helped her untie the rope. Lu Bingbing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She yelled viciously, "Those bastards, they sneak attacked me when I wasn't paying attention and tied me up so I couldn't see them. Stinking brats, don't let me see you again, or I'll shoot you all dead. Chief Lu, you're the reason we failed today. You can't go back on the 3 conditions you agreed to previously." Qin Feng didn't care about anything but the 3 conditions. He still had the quest to train Lu Bingbing and make this hot-tempered, icy woman become docile and obedient. Qin Feng was prepared to use these 3 conditions to commence his taming of Lu Bingbing and slowly make her his servant. In the future, she would follow him obediently. Once the ropes around Lu Bingbing were untied, she immediately stood and said to Qin Feng with regret, "Qin Feng, it's true that I'm the reason we failed this mission today, so I will agree to those 3 conditions. But in the future, you still have to help me CA this group of criminals and you have to come when called. That's cheating. I'm not doing that. Qin Feng only had one life, and he wasn't going to casually play around with it. Then I also won't agree to those 3 conditions. Lu Bingbing's expression fell, and she spoke coldly. What was a woman's heart? What did it mean to destroy the bridge after crossing the river? Qin Feng thoroughly experienced them now. Chief Lu, I've misjudged you. Qin Feng walked towards the police car with annoyance. Lu Bingbing chased after him and tugged on Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng, how about this? If you agree to help me hunt down this group of traffickers from here on out, the 3 terms I previously agreed to still stand, and I can honor one of them right now. Lu Bingbing gave her all for this task that was pressed upon her by upper management. Qin Feng immediately turned around, lightly held Lu Bingbing's hands, and said with a laugh, Chief Lu, you're treating me like an outsider. I, Qin Feng, am an indomitable man, so my words hold enormous weight, and I don't do things halfway. Since I agreed to help you CA these criminals, I won't back out halfway. Qin Feng paused. He changed the topic and suddenly said, Chief Lu, if I want to whip you with a belt right now, can I? Huh? Lu Bingbing's mouth tweed violently and thought she heard incorrectly. Her face darkened as she asked, What did you say? Qin Feng became stern. He already removed his belt and held it in his hand. He looked at Lu Bingbing with a powerful and domineering expression and yelled, Little beauty, this young master is really interested in you currently and wants to fiercely whip you with a belt. Bend down quickly and let this young master whip you 3 times. Then we can talk. Qin Feng, you want to die? Lu Bingbing was so angry that she was about to burst out and cuss. If she could beat Qin Feng in a fight, she would kill this stinking brat. Oh, the river wind is really strong. Chief Lu, I have to go home and sleep. If there's no reason to look for me in the future, don't. I'm really busy. As Qin Feng spoke, he already walked far away. Lu Bingbing saw that he was about to disappear into the dark night, so she clenched her teeth and shouted, Young Master Qin, come back, I'll do it! Smack! Lu Bingbing had just finished speaking when she felt a burning pain and a loud sound pass from her body. She secretly cursed 18 generations of Qin Feng's ancestors several times. This Qin Feng fucking hit her for real. Bingbing, are you satisfied with this young master's lashing? Qin Feng was over 10 meters from Lu Bingbing at first, but was by her side in a blink and waved a large, ruthless whip. Lu Bingbing's fair and charming face was completely red from anger. Of course, part of this blush was due to embarrassment, since that was her most sensitive area. Besides pain from the whip, she also felt limp and numb all over. This was true painful pleasure. Young Master Qin, you're so weak. I didn't feel anything. Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. How could she concede to Qin Feng? Smack! Then there was the sound of another whip. This sound was more crisp and created a small tear in Lu Bingbing's pants. MMPH! Lu Bingbing couldn't help but cry out at this whip. Who knew if it was a cry of pain or pleasure? Bingbing, that was fierce enough, right? How are you speaking to this young master? Speak more gently. Don't you know how to act coquettish? Qin Feng whipped Lu Bingbing while lecturing her. This feeling could not be too great. He suddenly took a liking this quest involving taming Lu Bingbing. If Qin Feng could see Lu Bingbing's messy hair covering her face, he would be shocked to tears. That icy and charming face became completely sinister and filled with ruthless dissatisfaction. Lu Bingbing ground her teeth noisily and opened her mouth again a long while later. When she opened her mouth, Qin Feng jumped in shock. So when this hot-headed girl acted coquettish, it tickled the heart like an obedient little kitten. Young Master Qin, you're terrible. Don't bully me, I know I was wrong. Smack! This time Qin Feng was too affected and used 70% of his strength. The whip cracked, and made Lu Bingbing jump up. When she landed, she lost her balance and fell over. Qin Feng jumped in shock and immediately slipped his belt back on. He then realized that his belt was slightly torn, so it went without saying that Lu Bingbing must be as red as a monkey's ass. My bad, are you all right, Bingbing? Qin Feng bought a bottle of elementary gold sore medicine from the system and immediately went beside Lu Bingbing. He was about to press her down and help her apply medicine when he heard Lu Bingbing's grim, reaper-like, cold voice. Qin Feng, fuck off. Now the first condition is satisfied, so if you dare to not show up to CA people next time, I'll get an army and flatten the Qin manor. Yes, I'll come for sure. Qin Feng was now calm and felt that he went overboard. He hurriedly pressed down Lu Bingbing's body with her back facing him. Chief Lu, don't move. I'm helping you put on medicine. Once she heard that Qin Feng wanted to help her put on medicine, could Lu Bingbing not move? The belt hit her in an awkward spot. Was she going to let Qin Feng touch her ass? Lu Bingbing immediately turned her body and was about to kick the perverted Qin Feng away, but she fell onto the ground first and immediately cried out in pain. This wasn't the first time Qin Feng saw Lu Bingbing in such a difficult situation. He wanted to laugh, but felt bad for laughing. He flipped her back over and forcefully controlled her, then sprinkled the elementary gold sore medicine powder onto her body. The 3 whips turned Lu Bingbing's pants into strips. Qin Feng suddenly didn't dare to continue provoking this mother tiger. He sprinkled the medicinal powder on her wound and said, Chief Lu, this medicinal powder is quite good. It's not convenient for me to rub the powder on for you, so you can rub it yourself. In a bit, it won't hurt. After he finished speaking, Qin Feng ran into the underbrush to the side. He remembered that he knocked out 5 people at first and wondered if they had escaped. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Come to my office. Lu Bingbing lightly rubbed the medicinal powder onto her wound only when she saw that Qin Feng had walked far away. She rubbed her wound while internally cursing 18 generations of Qin Feng's ancestors. Chief Lu, are you done? Come here and take a look. At this time, Qin Feng's voice was heard. Lu Bingbing had already finished applying the medicine. She walked towards Qin Feng with a dissatisfied expression. What? Lu Bingbing responded unhappily. She didn't wait for Qin Feng's response. Her expression changed drastically, and she immediately squatted on the ground to examine the 5 people Qin Feng beat into a pile. These people are... Lu Bingbing thought they hadn't caught anyone in their operation tonight. Who knew that Qin Feng captured 5 people? The anger she felt towards Qin Feng waned slightly. She had to admit that this guy was pretty dependable when it came to getting proper business done. Earlier, I thought these 5 were traffickers, but I just saw the scars from whips on their bodies. And it looks like they haven't washed or changed their clothes for quite a few days because they smell. I think this is probably because they've been captured by the traffickers and are the victims that they were preparing to smuggle. Stunned, Lu Bingbing looked towards Qin Feng. She realized that Qin Feng's investigative skills were quite strong. Lu Bingbing didn't know what to say about Qin Feng anymore because he had this kind of talent, yet didn't serve the country as a cop. Instead, he became scum that accosted every beauty he saw. Lift these victims into the police car and bring them back to the station to see if we can get any leads from them. Qin Feng single-handedly loaded the 5 victims onto the police car. He packed 4 in the back row and 1 person in the front passenger seat. There now wasn't enough space for both Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing. Qin Feng, walk back yourself. Lu Bingbing looked at Qin Feng coldly and got into the car. She was pitifully whipped by Qin Feng tonight, so she now took her revenge on Qin Feng a bit. There's no need to mention how happy she was inside. However, she got into the car and came back out not 5 seconds later, with a darkened expression. She glared at Qin Feng and said, "Get in!" Qin Feng knew Lu Bingbing wouldn't be able to leave without him. He smiled at her and said, "Chief Lu, why aren't you leaving? Cut the crap and get in the car." Lu Bingbing was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Qin Feng got into the driver's seat and smiled at Lu Bingbing, who was currently standing outside the car door. "Chief Lu, I know your bottom will hurt once you sit down. Hurry and get in, spread your legs and sit on me. I will try my best to bring you home safely." Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Feng for a whole minute. In the end, she stomped and got into the car. Lu Bingbing sat in Qin Feng's embrace the whole way. Her weight was held up by her legs and suspended her bottom because it would hurt. This way, she couldn't help but hug Qin Feng's neck for support. Qin Feng propped up his chin on Lu Bingbing's shoulder to see the road. He drove with one hand, and the other hand was wrapped around Lu Bingbing's small, full waist to prevent her from falling. Qin Feng thought this ride went by in the blink of an eye. Lu Bingbing felt as though this ride lasted a whole lifetime. Lu Bingbing immediately rose to exit the police car once they arrived at the police station. Her charming face was completely red. When she got to the station, she called over a couple of her inferiors and lifted these victims into the police station. Not long later, these 5 victims woke up one by one. Lu Bingbing questioned them personally and discovered that they didn't know one another. They were people of the lowest class that had come from other places to work and rented places to live in various suburban districts. The 5 of them were suddenly abducted at night when they were going home. After waking up, they found themselves locked in a large black house with a total of 38 people inside. Tonight they were going to get shipped out to who knew where to do who knew what. This inquiry took over an hour. Lu Bingbing's expression became increasingly heavy. She didn't find any useful leads. Instead, everything became even more jumbled. This large-scale trafficking group's goal was extremely unclear. Lu Bingbing couldn't figure out why they were abducting people. Lu Bingbing previously solved several small-scale criminal group cases in the past, and they either kidnapped children to a remote mountainous region and sold them, abducted women, took them to places of entertainment and forced them into prostitution, or abducted people to sell their organs. But this time, this group of traffickers were extremely capable and abducted old and young alike. One could say that they were non-discriminatory in regards to age, but that wasn't the strangest thing. According to the 5 victims, they were locked in a little black house and saw quite a few dead people who knew how long the corpses were there for. And the traffickers even brought along the corpses in their operation tonight. They're even smuggling dead people? What are these criminals trying to do? Lu Bingbing couldn't understand this question. Once he returned to the company, Qin Feng's life resumed to its extreme mundanity. Su Ruo continued to be busy from day to night. She made phone calls at all times without taking any breaks, and when she got back to the Qin Manor, she stayed up deep into the night making charts. Qin Feng had no idea what she was so busy doing, because Qin Feng thought there was nothing to be busy about. That Liu Chun deliberated for a week, but still provided no response. So Qin Feng had no hope in her response anymore. He thought something went wrong and wanted to find it and fix it, so his luck with women would return. But what went wrong? Qin Feng really didn't understand. The day was split in 2. The first involved playing games, and the second involved a long nap. Before he knew it, the day was already over. When work was over, Qin Feng stood and prepared to go home. He deliberately slowed down to wait a bit for Su Ruo, but this last didn't even lift her head. She continued to work painstakingly. With a sigh, Qin Feng grabbed his blazer and left. Not long after he left, Su Ruo raised her head. Pain and disappointment filled her clear eyes. She weighed Qin Feng's slowly disappearing back and wanted to rush after him and grab his arm. Though they only hadn't spoken for a week, Su Ruo felt that a lifetime had passed. She suddenly really missed eating with Qin Feng, getting teased by him at work, and the feeling of sitting on his eye-cawing 28 bicycle home after work. She lapsed into a daze as she thought about these fond memories. But what could she do now that events had progressed to this stage? She could only quietly pack up on her own, stand and squeeze into that annoying bus and train. "Ruo-ro, come to my office." Su Ruo-ro had just gotten to the doorway when Wang Chao's eerie voice drifted from behind her. This voice was like that of a demon's reverberating through her brain. She suddenly halted in her steps. She really didn't want to go to Wang Chao's office, but she didn't have the guts to just leave. "Ruo-ro, are you deaf? Get here right now." Wang Chao yelled when he saw that Su Ruo-ro didn't react. Chapter 197. Chapter 197, Getting Too Far into the Act. It was now half an hour after work was over, so there was no one else in the sales department lobby. Su Ruo-ro immediately thought of last time when Wang Chao also stopped her after work and wanted to disrespect her. That time, if Qin Feng didn't come in time, Su Ruo-ro would have been in trouble. Wang Chao's second shout scared Su Ruo-ro so much that her entire body trembled. She extended her hand and felt the inside of her bag. A soft and furry little head poked out. It was the Pikachu Qin Feng gifted to her. Because she was amidst a cold war with Qin Feng these past couple of days, Su Ruo-ro felt really lonely. She brought Pikachu to work every day, so she could at least feel a sliver of safety and reliability. "Pikachu!" Pikachu extended its soft pink tongue, licked Su Ruo-ro's hand, and revealed a brilliant smile. Su Ruo-ro's worried heart gradually relaxed. She clenched her teeth and headed into Wang Chao's office. "Group Leader Wang, why you were looking for me?" Su Ruo-ro intentionally left the door to the office open and stood at the entrance. Wang Chao glared harshly at Su Ruo-ro and reprimanded. "Are you standing at the doorway to be a door god? Come in." Su Ruo-ro lowered her head and walked into the office. Wang Chao immediately shut the door and leaned on it. He looked coldly at Su Ruo-ro. "Ruo-ro, 3 days from now is the day for the end of the month sales evaluation in the sales department. I've already decided that I'll fire the person that's ranked last on the list." "Ruo-ro, you're in danger." Su Ruo-ro trembled slightly and said nervously, "Group Leader Wang, I've been working really hard recently to improve my performance. I haven't even talked to other coworkers during work. I'm sure you've seen that." Wang Chao naturally paid attention to Su Ruo-ro's recent performance. He saw that she didn't pay attention to Qin Feng, and the two slowly drifted apart. Wang Chao was extremely pleased. "Ruo-ro, from what I see, you've just entered society and you're still too foolish." Wang Chao's manner of speaking mellowed a bit, and he said, "You think that in a company as large as Royal Group, if you're merely hardworking, upper management and leadership will acknowledge and recognize you." Wang Chao had a look of disappointment. He shook his head. "Our Royal Group has over 1,000 employees. Can you thump your chest and guarantee that you're the most hardworking one?" "Ruo-ro, you're going about things the wrong way. If you want someone in upper management to notice you, don't be hardworking and wait for him to see you. You have to take the initiative to curry favor with this leader so they know you and are aware of your existence. This is what they call the study of one of the 8 chakras of the human body in the workplace." Wang Chao put on airs as if he were talking about general truths. "Who is your superior? Isn't it me? You have to learn how to curry favor with me. Think about it. If you have a good relationship with me, even if you're last place in the sales department sales rankings, if we have a certain leveled relationship, would I fire you? And think about the flip side. You usually purposely preserve a relationship with me like I'm some sort of bad guy. So even if you're on the top of the monthly rankings in the sales department, do you think I wouldn't find some excuse to fire you?" "Oh, Ruo-ro, I've said so much to you. You probably understand." Wang Chao's gaze fell on Su Ruo-ro's body, and his eyes suddenly brightened. "Group Leader Wang, I understand." Su Ruo-ro understood all of this, but she wouldn't do that because she had a baseline. At this time, She could only go along with Wang Chao and think of a way to leave as quickly as possible. Wang Chao misunderstood Su Ruoro and thought she already gotten everything straight due to the week's worth of stress she had undergone. His face bloomed with a smile as he unbuckled his belt and looked at Su Ruoro. Look, how did my belt fall? Help me fasten it. Su Ruoro looked up. She saw Wang Chao undoing his belt and even unzipping the zipper on his pants. She said promptly in a fluster, "Group leader Wang, don't be like this. I want to go home." Wang Chao's face immediately fell. He held up his pants and walked toward Su Ruoro while reprimanding her. "Ruoro, do you not want to work here anymore? Your group leader, Wang, only asked you to help with one little thing and you're not willing to do it? What's wrong with helping me pull my zipper and fastening my belt?" Last time, Wang Chao almost violated Su Ruoro, so she was really vigilant. She immediately ran to a corner and hid from Wang Chao. Wang Chao looked at Su Ruoro's alluring body and charming face. He couldn't resist it a long time ago, and the beast inside him burst out. He pounced at her. "Pikachu!" Suddenly, a yellow shadow was like lightning and passed by with a flash. Wang Chao immediately cried out pitifully. Once he felt the sharp claw digging into his neck. "Fuck, what the fuck is this?" Pikachu already dropped to the ground and stood defensively in front of Su Ruoro. He originally had guts as small as a mouse, but when he saw that his owner was in danger, he stood out courageously. The hairs on his body stood up like he was electrocuted, and he glared fiercely at Wang Chao with bared teeth. At this time, Wang Chao saw Pikachu clearly. Though he couldn't tell what kind of animal he was, Pikachu was still the size of half a basketball, so he evidently wouldn't scare Wang Chao. He touched his neck and became extremely angry the instant he saw the fresh blood on his hand. He kicked Pikachu and sent him flying into the office wall, where he slid down limply. "Pikachu!" Su Ruoro was so shocked that she turned pale. She immediately hugged Pikachu, but no matter how she called on him, he didn't respond. It seemed like it was dead. An unnamed feeling arose in her heart, and this feeling seemed to have been suppressed inside her for far too long, so long that she already forgot she could get angry and indignant. "Wang Chao, why did you hurt my pet? You won't die a natural death." Even Su Ruoro didn't know where she got this courage from. She suddenly picked up a file from the table and threw it at Wang Chao's head. Wang Chao was still in a daze. The plastic file struck his eyes, and it hurt so much that he covered his eyes, squatted on the ground, and cried pitifully. Su Ruoro took this chance to immediately open the locked door and run out. She ran while holding Pikachu and crying, "Pikachu, you can't die. I'm bringing you home right now. I'm taking you to Qin Feng. He'll certainly find a way to save and awaken you." This was Su Ruoro's first time ever calling a cab. She spent 78 yuan riding from the company to the Qin Manor. Her little heart was still hurting, but to quickly save Pikachu, she gritted her teeth, paid the bill, and ran back to the Qin Manor. "Qin Feng, Qin Feng." Once Su Ruoro got to the third floor, she wildly yelled Qin Feng's name. She suddenly realized that she hadn't yelled those two words in a really, really long time. "Ruoro, what's wrong?" Qin Feng ran out of his room. It was the first time he had seen Su Ruoro so anxious. "Qin Feng, wah, Pikachu's about to die." Su Ruoro cried the whole way back, so her eyes were red and swollen. Qin Feng immediately tugged Su Ruoro into his room and took Pikachu from her arms. Right when he carried him, Qin Feng saw Pikachu stick his tongue out mischievously. He was so shocked that he almost threw Pikachu. "Ruoro, you're certain Pikachu is about to die?" Qin Feng asked suspiciously. Su Ruoro was still wiping her tears with a lovely, moving, and pitiful expression. She said anxiously, "Qin Feng, I was playing with Pikachu on the road and accidentally let him fall from a high place. After falling, he didn't get up. He won't wake up however I call on him." Su Ruoro still kept the Wang Chao situation to herself. She didn't want Qin Feng to offend Wang Chao and get fired in consequence. To Qin Feng, Su Ruaro didn't look like she was pretending. Then he lowered his head to look at Pikachu. This brat was winking mischievously. Master, Pikachu said he's completely fine. The reality is that Su Ruaro was in a cold war with you recently, but she can't take it anymore, so she wants to make up with you. However, women are sensitive and she feels embarrassed, so she found this excuse. So this was the case. Qin Feng had an expression of realization and was instantly tricked by Little Pig and Pikachu together. How could he not be worried about Pikachu? He directly tossed this large rat onto the bed and arrived in front of Su Ruaro. He lightly picked up her hand and brought her to sit on the side of the bed. He suddenly placed his hands on Su Ruaro's black, stocking-clad thighs with a self-satisfied expression. I haven't touched your thighs in a long time, but they still feel just as familiar. Su Ruaro was slightly stunned. She immediately shifted her bottom, moved Qin Feng's hand away, and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Qin Feng, don't be like this. Did you forget what I told you before? Just quickly look and see how Pikachu is doing. Qin Feng was briefly stunned and immediately revealed a knowing smile. Women, they were really sensitive. Weak women like Su Ruaro were even more shy. Since she used the pretense of Pikachu's wounds to trick him, then he'd have to play along with her show until the end in order to help her preserve face. Ruaro, I've taken a look at Pikachu's wounds, and they really aren't small. Qin Feng took the initiative to sit down. He held Su Ruaro's soft and small hand with a serious expression. Su Ruaro was so shocked that she stood immediately and hugged the Pikachu on the bed tightly. Her tears fell with splatters. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Pikachu, and I let him get hurt so badly. Qin Feng, you have a way of healing Pikachu, right? Help him. He hasn't awoken after falling. Qin Feng opened his mouth and felt like he wanted to swallow his fist. Was there a need to act so earnestly? Wasn't she just using the pretense of Pikachu's injury to mend their relationship? Why is she crying, and crying so dramatically? Qin Feng no longer had the confidence to act with a movie queen-leveled actress like Su Ruaro. Qin Feng, why aren't you saying anything? Su Ruaro cried and looked at Qin Feng reproachfully. Qin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead and immediately understood. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Jump out the window right now. This Su Ruaro really knew how to play. She was clearly pretending to cry and pretending to be sad, so he would hug and comfort her. After the two of them interacted intimately, feelings would naturally return and everything would be subsequently resolved. The act would be done, and the two of them will have mended their relationship. Ruaro, don't cry. You're crying so much that my little heart is going to be broken. Qin Feng wrapped Su Ruaro in his arms, took her hands, and rubbed them on his chest. Su Ruaro indignantly flung Qin Feng's hands away and punched his chest. She carried Pikachu and walked out the door. Qin Feng, why are you so improper, even at this time? If you don't want to save Pikachu, then forget it. I'll go find him a veterinarian. After Su Ruaro said she wanted to find a veterinarian for Pikachu, Qin Feng saw the big rat's face darken. Su Ruaro already ran out while panting. Qin Feng was slightly shocked and wondered to himself, that's not good enough? Maybe after not being with him for so many days, her emotions were hard to endure, so she needed stronger methods than usual to satisfy her. Ruaro, I know how to heal him. I will heal this big rat. Qin Feng immediately took chase. He arrived behind Su Ruaro and carried her princess style. He ran back into his room, tossed her onto his bed, and pressed down on her. Ruaro, walk closely. Today I'm going to fiercely heal this large rat and subdue him with my power. Qin Feng revealed a vulgar smile and already removed his top. Su Ruaro was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After she came to, she bit Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng jumped in pain. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. I'll hit you. Su Ruo already jumped off the bed and stared at Qin Feng with alarm while holding Pikachu. Qin Feng looked at his red, bitten nipple and thought to himself, "This lass has a really accurate bite. Ruo, just tell me directly what I can do to coordinate with your role." Qin Feng leaned on the pillow and looked helplessly at Su Ruo. He always thought he was an acting king that fully deserved his title, but today he met his ma in Su Ruo and could only have the guts to say he was only fit to be someone that played small roles. "What are you saying? Who's acting with you?" Su Ruo stared at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction. She pursed her lips and said angrily, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to help save Pikachu or not? If not, I'm going out." Qin Feng's lips tweed. He really couldn't understand what Su Ruo was thinking. He was quiet for a while. Then his eyes brightened and he said with a happy smile, "Ruo, I can save Pikachu. I've suddenly thought of a way to do so." Su Ruo's clear eyes brightened and she immediately asked, "How?" "Last time, I accidentally dropped Pikachu from the 3rd floor. At the time, he lost consciousness from the fall. Afterwards, I didn't bother with him and just weighed television. When I was weighing the passionate kiss scene between the male and female leads, this large rat came back to life on his own. It jumped around the television in a lively manner. He really liked the fervent kissing scene." "Qin Feng, you're fooling around again." Su Ruo carried Pikachu, instinctively took 2 steps back, and stared at Qin Feng with alarm. "Look at the time. Why would I lie to you?" Qin Feng said calmly, "Pikachu was made from my hands. He's even dearer to me than a son I gave birth to. Why wouldn't I care if he lived or died? If I could take out my heart and show you, you would see that it's already torn to shreds. Then hurry and turn on the TV, find a channel with a kiss scene and we'll try out." When she saw Qin Feng's serious expression, Su Ruo decided to try it out. "No, it looks like Pikachu is about to die. I'm afraid we don't have time to flip channel by channel to find that kind of plot. I'm afraid we won't make it. Ah, my poor big rat. You haven't even come into the world for a month, and you have to go. You have such a hard life." Qin Feng had a sorrowful expression and was about to rub saliva into his eyes. "Qin Feng, why don't we try?" Su Ruo said through clenched teeth in order to save Pikachu. Okay, let's hurry and start." Just a second ago, Qin Feng was still grieved and heartbroken, but now he excitedly tugged Su Ruo onto the bed. He hugged her small, full waist and was about to kiss her. "Qin Feng, didn't you say we were kissing? Why are you touching my chest?" Qin Feng was about to kiss her, but Su Ruo suddenly pushed him angrily away. She glared at him. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. He took his hand away from Su Ruo's chest with a bit of unwillingness and said with a smile, "Haha, I was just setting up that loving atmosphere before a kiss. Time is of the essence. Let's hurry and kiss." While speaking, Qin Feng pulled Su Ruo into his embrace. This time he didn't place his hand on her chest. He placed it on her thigh and touched it while leaning towards Su Ruo's alluring small mouth. "Pikachu!" Pikachu yelled once. He saw that their lips were less than a centimeter away from one another and about to touch. Qin Feng could even smell Su Ruo's fragrant breath. Not only did he yell, this large rat jumped excitedly on them. Su Ruo immediately pushed Qin Feng away and hugged Pikachu emotionally. She shouted happily, "Qin Feng, it's true. Pikachu really did wake up. That method really does work." Qin Feng shook his head awkwardly and secretly glared at Pikachu. This brat didn't know how to cooperate. Pikachu stuck out his tongue and had the wacky expression of someone asking for a beating. "Master, Pikachu said you're vulgar and he misjudged you." Qin Feng's heart was hurting and little pig added another stab to it. It took a lot of effort for him to control his emotions. Once he did, he smiled at Su Ruo and said, "Ruo, look, should we finish up doing what we were doing at first?" Su Ruo saw Pikachu awaken. and she was in the middle of screwing his furry little stomach. Pikachu was extremely happy. She said nonchalantly, "What? I wasn't going to do anything with you." Qin Feng's chest hurt again, and he was then treated like air. He could only wah as Su Ruoro had a sweet smile and was as beautiful as an angel. It's just that the prince with a white horse that she was close to wasn't Qin Feng. It wasn't even a person, it was a big, mischievous rat. Pikachu said Qin Feng was vulgar, yet he was in the middle of doing something even more vulgar. Qin Feng wade Pikachu happily travel from Su Ruo rose black, stocking-clad thigh to her legs. He went into her black skirt for a good while, then suddenly appeared out of the collar of Su Ruo Ro's white blouse. This brat buried half of himself into Su Ruo Ro's sexy ravine, stuck its head out, and smiled provocatively at Qin Feng. Then he looked at Qin Feng while sticking out his soft pink tongue to lick the fair flesh of Su Ruo Ro's chest. What made him even more angry was that not only did Su Ruoro not stop Pikachu's philandering actions, she even chortled continuously and indulged in Pikachu's vile behavior. Qin Feng couldn't continue to wah. He arrived beside Su Ruoro with a huff and extended his hand to pluck Pikachu away. "Ruoro, this large rat hasn't been listening. How could he lick and go into places randomly? Why don't I lock him up? If you like being licked, how about I help you with that?" Su Ruoro immediately leaned away, escaped from Qin Feng's grasp, and lovingly petted Pikachu's little head. She pouted and said, "No, I like little Pai licking me and I like kissing him." Su Ruoro and Qin Feng had a cold war these past couple of days, and Pikachu was the one by her side. Every night she was sprawled in her room, staying up into the early morning hours. Pikachu accompanied her while sprawled obediently on her shoulder. When Su Ruoro was in trouble, Pikachu bravely stood out to help. Su Ruoro loved him too much to part with him, and already treated him as if he were her own son. "Qin Feng, why don't you give me this Pikachu?" Su Ruoro suddenly looked at Qin Feng and said earnestly. Qin Feng nodded. With Su Ruoro's weak personality, it was right to leave Pikachu by her side to protect her. "Then you can have him. But in the future, this large rat might look different when it gets older, so don't be startled by how he looks after the transformation. Maybe he might look like a bat." "Pikachu!" Pikachu complained indignantly. Then he licked Su Ruoro's chest tens of times in front of Qin Feng, and tickled Su Ruoro into rolling around on the bed. Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoro's mussed clothes that revealed her small, full and sexy waist, and her black skirt that was already rolled at her waist, revealing her raised little behind. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Ruoro, if I jump from the 3rd floor right now, would you allow me to get into your thighs and lick your chest as well?" "If you agree, I'll jump out the window right now," Qin Feng said extremely earnestly. After speaking, he realized that Su Ruoro simply ignored him. Qin Feng discovered that he hadn't eaten dinner so happily for a good while. After all, he could once again eat dinner while secretly touching Su Ruoro's thighs. Su Ruoro once again returned to her cautious state while eating dinner. Though she already lived in the Qin manor for half a month, she was still nervous and afraid every time she ate at the same table as Chairman Qin and Assistant Han. She was afraid Han Ying and Chairman Qin would see Qin Feng touching her thighs. "I'm done eating. Chairman Qin, older sister Ying, Qin Feng, I'm going upstairs to work." Su Ruoro couldn't take it anymore, and immediately found an excuse to run away. After she left, Han Ying sat naturally next to Qin Feng and continued to eat with the Qin father and son. Qin Huang and Han Ying talked about some company matters. When his gaze suddenly fell on Qin Feng, he spoke with seriousness. "Fenger, the sales department's month-end performance evaluation is in 3 days. You were in the company for half a month. Have you gotten any clients?" "I got one," Qin Feng thought to himself and said earnestly. Last time Sun Yi came to Royal Group to buy a house, and Qin Feng sold him the Cloud City Hua Manor's worst villa, number 4 of Building 4, for 15 million yuan. That should be considered a client. Qin Huang didn't know about this. He thought Qin Feng was talking back to him, so he said unhappily, "You brat, when can you be more serious? You've come to the company for half a month and you haven't gotten a single customer? You really never give me a break." Qin Feng ate while instinctively extending his hand towards Su Ruo beside him to touch her thigh. He said earnestly, "Chairman Qin, I told you that I got a client." Qin Huang's face darkened angrily. He was about to reprimand Qin Feng when he heard Han Yingying cry out with surprise. Ah! This sound was a bit charming, and it scared Qin Feng and Qin Huang. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. End of the Cold War. At this time, Qin Feng realized that Su Ruo already went upstairs and he had just touched Han Yingying's thigh. And since Han Yingying sat at a position slightly different from Su Ruo, Qin Feng touched under Han Yingying's skirt according to the usual distance and touched a really mysterious location. When Qin Huang came to his senses, he looked under the table and shook his head helplessly. "You two are like this in the office and can't even hold it while eating. You two should learn from that girl Su Ruo. She's so hardworking." After speaking, Qin Feng shook his head and went upstairs. "Qin Feng, you pervert!" After Qin Huang left, Han Yingying glared at Qin Feng and left with a huff. Qin Feng looked at his right hand that had just accidentally touched under Han Yingying's skirt and was distracted for a good while. He suddenly placed it on his nose and sniffed. It was fragrant indeed. Then he nodded with satisfaction and continued to eat dinner happily. After eating, Qin Feng happily knocked on Su Ruo's door. "Who is it?" Su Ruo's nervous voice quickly passed through from the room. Other than Qin Feng, no one would look for her so late into the night. "Are you sleeping, little sister Ruo?" Qin Feng smiled, though they were separated by the door, and she couldn't see Qin Feng. She could picture his vulgar smile just by hearing his voice. She immediately said, "I am sleeping." Little sister Ruo hasn't slept yet." "Then that's perfect. I want to talk to you about some work things." Qin Feng smiled shamelessly. Su Ruo's face darkened, and she repeated louder, "Qin Feng, I've already gone to sleep." "Since little sister Ruo doesn't even want to help me with something small, then it seems that I'll have to take Pikacha back tomorrow," Qin Feng said casually. "Kacha!" The room door suddenly opened, and Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He saw Su Ruo wearing pink pajamas with cartoons on them. She stood at the doorway with dissatisfaction. Qin Feng naturally touched Su Ruo's little head, walked into the room and closed the door. "Little sister Ruo, it's so late and you still aren't sleeping. If you're like this, how can I sleep?" Su Ruo complained. Qin Feng instantly became serious. He took Su Ruo's hand and tugged her to sit on her large and fragrant bed. "Ruo, what you're saying right now is incorrect. You told me to look for you tonight." Su Ruo immediately looked wronged. "When did I tell you to look for me?" "Qin Feng, don't speak nonsense." Qin Feng tossed Su Ruo's hand away and said with a look of propriety, "This young lady. You look young and beautiful. How could you casually lie and play with people? You clearly fiercely slapped my hand thrice during dinner and went back to the room first. Were you not hinting at me to come to your room late at night? This is the same as in Journey to the West, when Master Pewdie hit the monkey's head thrice with the disciplinary rod. I just thought 3 a.m. was too late, and that it would be detrimental to your reputation if news got out about a man coming into your room at night. So I came earlier. How could you not admit the truth?" Su Ruo was on the verge of going crazy. She had never seen a man more shameless than Qin Feng. She hit Qin Feng's hand 3 times during dinner, clearly because that brat's hand was dishonest and kept groping her leg. And she was only forced to retreat to her room early because of Qin Feng's dishonest hand. In reality, She hadn't eaten her fill at dinner tonight. Qin Feng, let's make up. Suddenly, Su Ruo's expression became extremely serious. She looked at Qin Feng with her large, clear eyes that glistened with tears. Sorry, I shouldn't have said those mean things. I don't actually think that way. Qin Feng, I really miss you. Sometimes, thinking about a person is unrelated to physical distance. Even when he sits right next to you, you still feel an incomparable sense of longing. Though the two were in a cold war for almost a week, Qin Feng hadn't changed. He was still the same Qin Feng that was both vulgar and cared about her, that had a dishonest hand and loved to joke around, that was frivolous externally but would never harm her in reality. He was the Qin Feng Su Ruo was familiar with, and her one and only Qin Feng. The emotions that Su Ruo suppressed for a week burst out. She looked at the familiar and open Qin Feng, and suddenly threw herself into his embrace, hugged his neck tightly, and cried with tears like pear flowers. She put her mouth beside Qin Feng's ear and quietly repeated, Qin Feng, I really, really missed you. Qin Feng was briefly stunned, and his heartbeat quickened. When he regained his senses, he tightly hugged Su Ruo's small waist. The two of them hugged one another tightly and said nothing else. All one could hear was Su Ruo's sobs and the endlessly repeating, Qin Feng, I really missed you. After Su Ruo experienced this Cold War, she found how important Qin Feng's position was in her heart. Her relationship with him was strange. He was both like an older brother that cared about her heart and a lover that cared about her body. No matter what role he held, Su Ruo now accepted and came to depend on him. Ruo, did something happen recently? Tell me. Don't keep it all bottled to yourself. Qin Feng already became serious and lightly wiped Su Ruo's tears. He took her charming face in both his hands and spoke to her seriously. Su Ruo didn't dare look at Qin Feng's eyes and didn't want to bring up the Wang Chao situation. But she now already understood. Even if she worked hard all day and all night, even if she heeded Wang Chao's words and didn't interact with Qin Feng, if she didn't give Wang Chao her body, he would still find a way to torment her. If he wanted, he could fire her at any time. Su Ruo didn't want to be so worn out and did not want to go against her heart. She wanted to revert back to happily going to and from work like before. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, buried her head into his shoulder, and said quietly, Qin Feng, I'm fine. Beginning from tomorrow night, continue helping me intensify my training, help me strengthen my personality, okay? This time, Su Ruo took the initiative to suggest Qin Feng help fix her weak personality because she found that Qin Feng's teachings clearly made a difference. If not for Qin Feng, she would not have burst out in Wang Chao's office that afternoon or had the guts to smash him with the folder. She felt that she should change, and she also wanted to use this training opportunity to be with Qin Feng more. Su Ruo unknowingly began to depend on Qin Feng's companionship in her life. Ruo, I'm really happy for you. I'm glad you've come to this realization. Qin Feng was so excited that he kissed her forehead. Su Ruo just lowered her head, blushed, and looked shy and moving. She was silent for a while and suddenly thought of something. Now that she made up with Qin Feng, she felt that she shouldn't hide anything from him. Qin Feng, I have to tell you something. Su Ruo looked at Qin Feng with a bit of guilt. I told General Manager Li about your identity. What? Qin Feng was suddenly stunned, and his brain almost couldn't process what happened. He felt that this situation was really complicated, extremely complicated. A while later, he grabbed Su Ruo's arms and asked, Ruo, you told Liu Qin my identity? What identity? Just your identity as a member of the Qin household. Su Ruo said carefully, but don't worry, I just said you and I were members of the Qin household, but I didn't explicitly reveal your identity as young Master Qin's personal attendant. Why did you talk to her about these things? Qin Feng's luck in the romance department was really, really bad recently. He knew something went wrong, and he just had to fix whatever that was, and he'd be able to beckon and have women come or go. now that he and Su Ruo were made up. He knew that Liu Qin was going to be in his grasp soon. General Manager Li took the initiative to ask me that time she called me into her office. She even asked me for a way to contact young Master Qin. Su Ruo was like a little child who had done something wrong and felt aggrieved. So you gave her young Master Qin's QQ? Qin Feng had an expression of surprise. He finally understood. This relationship was indeed too complicated. The whole time, Su Ruo thought Qin Feng was young Master Qin's close attendant. In fact, she didn't know that young Master Qin's QQ was Qin Feng's. She misunderstood this relationship and made Liu Qin misunderstand it as well. Liu Qin now thought Qin Feng was Qin Feng, and young Master Qin was young Master Qin. No wonder Liu Qin was unrestrained and fiery hot at night, but cold and icy towards Qin Feng at work. Qin Feng instantly understood everything. Su Ruo nodded nervously and suddenly looked towards Qin Feng and said quietly, "Qin Feng, why you wouldn't blame me, right? Ruo, you've committed a grave mistake, so of course I have to ferociously discipline you." Qin Feng smiled vulgarly. How could he blame Su Ruo? He didn't even have enough time to thank her. He pressed Su Ruo onto the bed and kissed her on the lips, wildly licking her small mouth. Su Ruo was badly shocked by Qin Feng's actions. She closed her mouth tightly and shook her head. Qin Feng's hands pressed on Su Ruo's chest with her pajamas still separating them, and he looked at Su Ruo heatedly. "Ruo, I want to get on you." "Ah." After Su Ruo screamed, her brain went blank and her whole body froze. There was just a small voice in her heart telling her, "No, not now." "Qin Feng, let go of me. I can't give it to you right now." Su Ruo suddenly pushed Qin Feng away, pulled the blankets to cover herself, and looked as though she suffered a fright. Qin Feng's frivolous expression immediately became serious. He stood by the bed and said, "Ruo, you performed extremely well at first. When you encounter this kind of scenario, where someone wants to forcibly take your body, you have to coldly shove him away and violently kick his nether regions and end his family line." Su Ruo stared blankly and asked dumbly, "Qin Feng, were you training me at first?" "Of course. Would I randomly do those kinds of vulgar things?" Qin Feng said extremely earnestly, "It's called intensified training, so it's not dependent on scene or location. I won't tell you clearly that I'm about to start beforehand. We can only see your true reactions when these things happen suddenly and at any time." Su Ruo said nothing. She was afraid that if she said the truth, it would be really painful. Ruo then rest earlier. Tomorrow night will begin the next round of intensified training. As for the scene, let's do pervert on the bus. After speaking, Qin Feng immediately ran out of Su Ruo's room and returned to his own. There was still one more important thing he had to do. Once he climbed into bed, Qin Feng took the initiative to send a message to Liu Qin's QQ. "Beautiful, are you asleep?" Chapter 200. Chapter 200. Eyes are crooked. These days, Liu Qin slept really late. She kept deliberating whether or not she wanted to accept young Master Qin's abnormal request. She personally could not accept being with two men, but these past couple of days, she kept getting calls from her mother urging her to get married, so she was extremely vexed. At this time, Liu Qin finished showering and lay on her bed in her pajamas. She stared at the night view outside her window in a daze when her phone rang. After she saw young Master Qin's QQ notification, Liu Qin glued her cell phone tightly. She knew she would have to make a decision tonight because young Master Qin's temper wasn't that good. "I haven't gone to sleep yet." "Young Master Qin, it's so late, you're still not sleeping?" Liu Qin responded while biting her lip and thinking hard. "Beautiful. How did you take an interest in me?" Once Qin Feng received the notification, he immediately replied, After getting the truth from Su Ruoro just now, Qin Feng then knew the person Liu Chun was interested in was young Master Qin, not the normal sales representative Qin Feng. With this, he began a new topic of conversation with Liu Qin. I have my reasons, Liu Qin replied. Can you tell me? Liu Qin didn't think young Master Qin would take the initiative to talk to her about other things. In the end, she gritted her teeth and simply told young Master Qin the truth. It would be best if he could accept it, and if he couldn't, Liu Qin could only let go. She still could not accept fooling around with two men. She already gave her all. Young Master Qin, the truth is, my mother insists upon me marrying into a rich family. The Qin family is considered the wealthiest in Acropolis City, so my mom wants me to marry you. I also really want to marry into the Qin family, so I took the initiative to contact you. Do you have those kinds of feelings towards me? After Qin Feng saw this reply, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He thought Liu Chen's mother was too cute. This was a good mother that cared about her daughter. But going back to the matter at hand, Qin Feng asked about Liu Chen's familial and marital situation in detail because he had a quest regarding her to help Liu Chen rid herself of marriage entreaty headaches. Now that he knew the reason for this quest, Qin Feng was very happy because he felt that this quest would soon be completed. This was a reward of 2,000 hedonist points. In addition to his current total of 1,100 hedonist points, he'd then have 3,100 points and could buy the murder essential wind blade technique. Beauty, I have a good idea that can help you find a good life partner and also help you rid yourself of Auntie's marriage entreaty headaches. Qin Feng thought for a while, and his fingers flitted across his phone. I'm sure you've heard of my reputation. I'm a dissolute, unruly idler. A rich young master like me isn't a good marriage partner, and I never thought of marrying so early. But I have a great recommendation for you. Would you be interested? After seeing Qin Feng's message, Liu Chen replied with a bit of disappointment. Who, young Master Qin? One of my distant relatives. His name is Qin Feng. I think right now my dad assigned him to work at the Royal Group, and he's working up from the lowest position as a sales representative. But his family background isn't bad at all, and he's a Qin household member. If you two hit it off, you'd also be marrying into a rich family. Qin Feng smiled vulgarly after sending this message. Qin Feng. After seeing young Master Qin's message, Liu Chen was so shocked that she almost threw her phone. She felt as though her brain capacity was inadequate to process this. This relationship was becoming more and more complicated. She was lifeless for a couple of minutes, then continued to respond. Young Master Qin, did you reveal my messages to Qin Feng right from the beginning? Yeah, I have too many girls around me. Anyhow, I don't have time to play with you, so I just tossed you to that guy, Qin Feng replied. Liu Chen immediately understood. No wonder Qin Feng was so gusty at work that time and directly touched her ass. Everything now made sense. Liu Chen breathed in deeply and reined in her anger. It's true her mother forced her to take the initiative to flirt with young Master Qin, but who knew young Master Qin would play with her, toss her to that pervert Qin Feng like trash and not tell her? If she didn't take the initiative to ask young Master Qin, who knew how long she would be kept in the dark for. Excuse me, but I'm not going to accompany you in your rich people games. Liu Chen replied angrily. Qin Feng was not worried when he saw the message. He leisurely responded, Beauty, don't be angry. I gave you a suggestion to help you stop Auntie from forcing you to get married. You can bring that guy Qin Feng back home. Pretend he's young Master Qin. Then trick your mother, and you'll no longer have to worry about her forcing you to get married. After Liu Chen saw the message, she was slightly moved. But my mother searched up young Master Qin's pictures before, so I can't use someone else to pretend to be him. Hey, you really are naive. How are those pictures on the internet me? In order to prevent enemies from hurting me, my father randomly put up a picture of my bodyguard. In reality, all of the people in Acropolis have heard of me, but less than 100 people have actually seen what I really look like. Li Yuqin used to think that the person on the internet was young Master Qin, so she was surprised when she found out the truth. She thought for a long while and felt that this plan could work, but it came too suddenly and she couldn't decide so quickly. Young Master Qin, let me think about it for 3 days. All right, contact me any time after you've thought it through. That guy Qin Feng is really great. I grew up with him. How could I put this? I haven't seen any man as outstanding as him. When Li Yuqin saw this message, the corner of her lips tweed violently. In any case, after knowing Qin Feng for so long, she hadn't discovered any merits on him at all. Qin Feng and Su Ruo made up completely and sat intimately together eating breakfast. After they were done eating, the two walked out of the Qin manor shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng pushed his 28 bicycle, carried Su Ruo onto it, then held her waist with one hand and the bicycle with the other as he rushed towards Royal Group. Oh, Group Leader Wang, you're so fashionable. Are you cosplaying a pirate captain? Qin Feng held Su Ruo's hand and had just walked into the sales department lobby. When he saw Wang Chao with gauze covering one eye, he couldn't help but laugh. When Wang Chao saw Su Ruo and Qin Feng walking so intimately, he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. What cosplay? He was already an adult, and so old that he didn't even know what cosplay was. His eye got injured when Su Ruo threw the folder at him yesterday. The doctor said in order to protect his eye from infection, he had to stick a large piece of gauze on and cover one entire eye. He looked like a one-eyed person. Humph. The monthly evaluations are soon. Be cocky, you brat. I'm afraid that after the evaluations, you won't have the opportunity to step into Royal Group again. Wang Chao glared coldly at Qin Feng. Because he only had one eye, when he looked at Qin Feng, it seemed as though he was looking and talking to Su Ruo. Qin Feng's expression fell, and he said coldly, Group Leader Wang, I was joking with you. Why are you being so fierce towards our Ruo? Would you believe me if I told you I would whip you right now? Su Ruo already became another one of Qin Feng's people. Other than himself, no one could bully Su Ruo. Wang Chao's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Are you blind? Your elders glaring at you. Qin Feng clapped a hand on Wang Chao's shoulder. The enormous strength made Wang Chao feel as though his shoulder was about to get dislodged. I already warned you not to glare at our Ruo. Why aren't you listening my advice? Wang Chao had the desire to run Qin Feng over. He really did glare at Qin Feng both times earlier. However, he quickly understood. It was probably because he only had one eye right now. From Qin Feng's view, his gaze was a bit off and he glared at Su Ruo. He spoke to Qin Feng again. Stinking brat, hurry, and move your hand away. Qin Feng saw that Wang Chao didn't dare stare at Su Ruo anymore and laughed as he released his grip on Wang Chao. Group Leader Wang, that's right. Let's resolve matters between us men. How could you glare at a girl and get angry at her? Don't let me see that again, or I won't show you any mercy. Wang Chao couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight. Every time he tried to do something to Qin Feng, he was the one who suffered. He held a deep hatred for Qin Feng and had no way of cowing him. He felt as though death would be preferable to this kind of living. Wang Chao knew he couldn't suppress Qin Feng, so he wanted to let out his anger onto Su Ruo. This little girl really didn't listen. The past couple of days, she did a good job and didn't stick to Qin Feng, but today, right from the morning, they were reconciled. Wang Chao saw that Qin Feng already turned to leave, so he immediately glared at Su Ruo. He was about to speak when he suddenly thought of how his eyes were offset. He immediately adjusted the direction and glared at Qin Feng and said with a lowered voice, Ruo, the month-end sales evaluations are in 2 days. Consider this. If you still don't listen, I'll kick you both out. Wang Chao thought that looking at one person while saying mean things to another was too fucked up. He had just finished speaking when he heard Su Ruo speak loudly. Group Leader Wang, Were you speaking with me just now? This sound scared Wang Chao to death. When had he ever seen Su Ruo speak to him so confidently? And the most important part was that Qin Feng turned back. He viciously slapped Wang Chao's other shoulder. Wang Chao felt as though he was pressed down by an enormous mountain and almost kneeled on the ground. Group leader Wang, what did you say to Ruo? Come, say it again in front of me. Wang Chao was so frightened that his face was drained of all its color. He looked at Qin Feng's cold expression and the evil air that bursted out of him. Wang Chao immediately waved his hands and said, Qin Feng, don't misunderstand. I noticed that the month-end evaluations were approaching, so I wanted Ruo to continue working hard and to not ever slack off. Haha, I was encouraging her. Wang Chao forced a fawning smile onto his face. He looked at Qin Feng but spoke to Su Ruo. Ruo, isn't that right? Ruo didn't want to spare Wang Chao a glance. She took Qin Feng's arm and left. Qin Feng, let's go. Don't bother with this kind of rotten man. Wang Chao weighed Qin Feng, and Su Ruo rose backs getting further away. He was so angry that he was about to combust. Rotten man? You have the guts to call your elder a rotten man slut? Just you fucking wait. One day your elder will do you to death. Qin Feng and Su Ruo each returned to their own desks. They had just sat down when Li Yuqin called Qin Feng away. General Manager Li, you were looking for me? Qin Feng said with a jolly smile after arriving at Li Yuqin's office. This Li Yuqin called him into her office in the early morning, and Qin Feng already knew what was going to happen. Qin Feng, why you probably know, right? Li Yuqin didn't sleep the entire night last night. Her brain was filled with thoughts of using Qin Feng to pretend to be young Master Qin. In the end, she decided to try, so she called in Qin Feng in the early morning. Chapter 201. Chapter 201. How could it be a fool? General Manager Li, are you talking about the matter regarding young Master Qin? Qin Feng probed. Li Yuqin's charming face turned red. She said a bit shyly, About that, since young Master Qin already told you everything, then I don't have to beat around the bush. Qin Feng, I already set a good time with my mom, so I'll bring you to see her at the end of the month. It just so happens that the month-end evaluations for the sales department are in 2 days. After the evaluation, it'll be the weekend and you can relax. Are you free those 2 days? Yeah, I'm free. Qin Feng smiled. Li Yuqin exhaled slightly when Qin Feng agreed. She looked at him, and her voice became a lot more gentle. Qin Feng, last time you touched me. I'm sorry about that. I was a little too agitated, so don't take offense. Only Qin Feng had the ability to touch a beautiful superior's ass and have her apologize to him. He immediately waved his hands and said magnanimously, It's fine, it's fine. Last time, your behind took advantage of my hand, and this adversely affected me. But as long as General Manager Li knows she's wrong and can change, just pay more attention next time. When Qin Feng finished saying those words, he suddenly fell serious. General Manager Li, the next time your behind touches my hand, I hope you aren't angry. You have to learn to be magnanimous like me and pretend nothing happened. Li Yuqin's face darkened. She wanted to yell at Qin Feng, but she couldn't do so. After reining in her emotions, she steered the conversation back to serious matters. She said, Qin Feng, this weekend, pretend to be young Master Qin and go to my house. I hope you can prepare a bit. My mother has sharp eyes. Don't let her see through you right after you walk through the door. Qin Feng might not be able to do other things, but no one was worthier than him in pretending to be young Master Qin. After all, he was young Master Qin. At this time, he immediately pounded his chest and said, General Manager Li, I grew up and played with young Master Qin. I have all matters regarding his personality, habits, movements, and common phrases memorized by heart. Don't worry, General Manager Li. When the weekend comes, I'll even wear the red underpants young Master Qin likes to wear. Even if Auntie examines me from the outside to the inside, from beginning to end, she won't discover anything suspicious. Pervert. Liu Chin couldn't take it. She faintly uttered a complaint. All right, go out and work. We'll iron out the other details when we meet on the weekend. That day, Qin Feng couldn't be too pleased with himself. He could touch Su Ruo's thighs again, and Liu Qin took the initiative to invite him to her house over the weekend. Time flew by, and Qin Feng felt as though work was over in the blink of an eye. Su Ruo hugged Qin Feng's arm, and they walked out of the company together. They had just gotten to the ground floor when Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Long Hair, what's up? Long Hair had called, and Qin Feng directly got to the point. Young Master Qin, I've already completed the matters you've instructed me to last time. When would you have time to swing around the Fei Tian bar? Long Hair spoke with reverence. Okay, I'll head over right away. Qin Feng ended the call and told Su Ruo to wait and go home in Chairman Qin's car. He rode his 28 bicycle on his own and sped towards the Fei Tian bar. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng casually tossed his 28 bicycle at the entrance of the Fei Tian bar in passing and swaggered in. Young Master Qin, you're here. When they knew that Qin Feng was coming, Long Hair and his other 2 brothers waited at the lounge of the bar after hanging up. When they saw Qin Feng heading over, the 3 of them immediately greeted him together. Come, let's go talk in the office. Qin Feng walked in front of the 3 of them and led them energetically into the bar. Last time he toured the Fei Tian bar, so he knew the layout like the back of his hand. After walking into the office, Qin Feng casually sat on one of the chairs and beckoned at Long Hair and the others before they sat in a row on the sofa. Young Master Qin, last time you used the plan of luring the tiger away from the mountain and tricked the Wild Wolf gang into the plaza. Baldy Wolf Tattoo and I brought our brothers and smoothly took over the land around the Plaza Road and the International Road. This war was happy and easy for U.S., while the Wild Wolf gang suffered heavy losses. I heard that those 100 brothers are still locked up in the police station. Long Hair talked about the phone group's situation with great delight. The current phone group had already controlled the powers in the northern district of Acropolis. This news about a new group that had been formed not a month ago, yet seized half of the Wild Wolf gang's territory, already passed through Acropolis City. But Qin Feng was low-key the whole time and was the phone group's boss behind the scenes. Outside, rumors bragged about Long Hair and his 2 brothers, and no one knew that the phone group was entirely created by young Master Qin. Very good. Qin Feng nodded and said, now that the phone group has made a name for itself, I'm sure many stragglers in the streets would want to join our group. During this time, continue to expand our group and completely stabilize our hold over the land in the Northern District. When you feel that we have enough power, eliminate the Wild Wolf gang and take the Western District as well. Qin Feng didn't pay any special attention towards the phone group. What was important to him was his quest to help Lu Wenjing develop the #1 power in Acropolis City. Otherwise, Qin Feng would be too lazy to spend time battling Acropolis City's underground powers. After defeating the Wild Wolf gang, fight the Flying Dragon gang and unite Acropolis City's underground powers as quickly as possible. Then, I don't mind what the phone group does next. You can do as you see fit. Only look for me if there's something really big that you cannot resolve yourselves. Qin Feng then thought of something important. He suddenly became serious. Have you located that woman I wanted to find? Long Hair shook his head with a bit of nervousness and said quickly, Young Master Qin, the 3 of us dispatched all of the phone group members to look for her, and we even asked the brothers in the streets, but no one knows that girl. Young Master Qin, does that girl get along on the streets? The woman Qin Feng wanted to find was Lu Wenjing. Ever since Lu Wenjing misunderstood him and ran away, Qin Feng was in a hurry to find her. Since all she talked about was forming a powerful group and taking over Acropolis, Qin Feng thought She was also a woman that got along in the streets, so he had long hair and the rest look around for her. However, the outlook was gloomy. The three brothers practically asked everyone in the streets, but still couldn't find Lu Wenjing. Qin Feng began to suspect that this young lady never hung around the streets. If this girl was never in the streets, why would she suddenly come build a power and talk big about uniting Acropolis? Qin Feng began to increasingly feel that this woman wasn't very normal. Young Master Qin, why don't we expand our scope and ask around in the neighboring cities? When Longhair saw that Qin Feng said nothing the whole time, he was so scared that cold sweat dripped out of him. There's no need to look anymore. I'll resolve this on my own. Qin Feng waved his hands and said, "You guys just focus completely on the Feng Group's development and take over Acropolis quickly, you hear? Young Master Qin, don't worry. Us three brothers will give our all to develop the Feng Group." The three brothers immediately stood and shouted in unison. Qin Feng came to the Fei Tian bar this time because he was worried about the Lu Wenjing matter. Since the three brothers couldn't find her, Qin Feng stood up to leave. He rode his 28 bicycle slowly and admired the night air and scenery. Quite a few pedestrians secretly laughed at him when they saw his old bicycle. Some men even said to the women in their arms, "Do you see that? Your husband has enough money. At least I paid down the down payment of a home and bought a minivan. If you found that kind of man, prepare yourself to sit on that bike and cry until you turn blind." During the whole ride, there was quite a bit of mockery, maybe over 20 cases. He shook his head and ignored them. If these men and women that mocked him knew of his identity as young Master Qin, they would most probably cry until they became blind. Help, help. Qin Feng had just gotten to the deserted riverside when he heard a little lady crying for help. Her voice was filled with youthfulness, and it was extremely pleasant to hear. Smack! Another crisp sound echoed, and a man's cold voice was heard. "Don't fucking yell. If you yell, walk out because I might stab you to death." Qin Feng rode his bike and had just passed a minivan. They forcefully stuffed a girl into the car. The girl's hands were tied behind her back, and her legs were tied up as well. She was fighting for her life on the seat of the car. Her large, clear eyes were wide open, and her expression was filled with fear. She wore a small pink backpack and a clean and neat uniform. She was clearly a student that hadn't yet gone into society. It was probably her first time discovering that there were such savage people or such violent scenes in society. She hadn't even had the time to accept the fact that she would get kidnapped, and her face was filled with fear and despair. Qin Feng looked at her and felt a bit moved. "Fuck, hurry, and ride your broken bike to the side. What the fuck are you looking at?" There was a man in the minivan that had dyed yellow hair and an earring. He spat out of the car and threw the cigarette, but in his hand at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng shifted his body slightly and dodged it. "Shit, your elder threw something and you had the guts to dodge it? Do you know where your elder is from? Getting hit by your elder would be luck cultivated by 8 generations. When he saw Qin Feng evade his cigarette, but the man with the earring was so angry that his eyes bugged out. He pointed at Qin Feng and yelled loudly, "You brat, pick up my cigarette, and swallow it, or else your elder will kill you with one stab." Qin Feng made the man with the earring hold his dagger and slice downwards twice. He tossed his 28 bicycle onto the road and walked up to the minivan. There were 4 people in the minivan in total. Other than the man with the earring, there were 2 fierce-looking men holding down the girl. The last person sat in the driver's seat and was in charge of driving. It was clear that they were kidnapping recidivists. Their roles were distinct. They were gutsy, they acted fiercely, and one could tell from a glance that they were old birds of the profession. "Big brother, help me." The little girl in the minivan saw Qin Feng and immediately begged for help. She was only able to call out twice before the 2 men holding her pushed her back into the car. Qin Feng walked until he was a meter away from the minivan and suddenly stopped. He squatted on the ground, picked up a pebble, and lightly tossed it at the man with the earring. Dong! The man with the earring instinctively shifted and dexterously dodged Qin Feng's pebble attack. The pebble crashed into the car with a crisp sound. The man with the earring wasn't that great. Qin Feng tossed the rock with the strength of a small child playing house, so any grown man could dodge it. The three people in the car were all stunned by Qin Feng's actions. They looked at him with different expressions, and even the gleam of hope in the cute little girl's eyes slowly receded and disappeared. It wasn't easy for there to have been a passerby. Why was he a fool? Chapter 202. Chapter 202. Sent to Friends. Hey, why did you dodge when your elder threw something at you? Qin Feng suddenly spoke. The man with the earring finally came to, and wondered why Qin Feng's words seemed so familiar. He yelled unhappily, "You stinking idiot, if your elder threw a rock at you, wouldn't you fucking dodge? Hurry up and fuck off. We even bumped into an idiot in the middle of the night while kidnapping. How fucking unlucky." Qin Feng ignored the earring man's complaint, smiled, and continued to speak. "Brat, pick up that pebble on the ground and swallow it in front of your elder." Fuck. This time, the earring man's temper blazed. He suddenly understood. Weren't these the words he said earlier when he threw the cigarette, but at the idiot? And this idiot actually took a rock, threw it, and said the same thing. The earring man was so angered by Qin Feng that his lungs were about to explode. "Are you really angry? Do you feel as though I'm a big idiot?" Qin Feng acted like he didn't see the earring man's fierce expression. He said calmly, "That's right. I also think that only an idiot could say such things." "You lunatic! Now do you know how your prior behavior that you thought was so artful looks like to others?" "Sigh, I was just taking a leisurely bike ride and met a car full of idiots. How unlucky!" Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. This time, not only was the earring man angry, the two holding down the girl were angry as well. They each picked up a steel pipe and rushed at Qin Feng. "Fuck, you're fucking looking to die." The two people came from the left and the right and attacked Qin Feng with the steel pipes in unison. At the same time, the earring man behind Qin Feng stabbed his dagger at Qin Feng's abdomen. The three of them coordinated flawlessly. A normal person would have either taken a club to the head or a large gash in the stomach. However, Qin Feng was not a normal person. He suddenly made his move and accurately grabbed the steel pipes on the two sides of him, then sent a flying kick at the earring man's wrist. With a crash, the dagger in his hand flew over 10 meters and fell on the ground. Bang, bang. Qin Feng toppled the earring man, then hit the two men at his sides in the stomach with his hands. The two immediately became kites with broken strings. They flew for a good number of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. They felt as though their organs shifted and cried out pitifully in pain. Qin Feng didn't look at the three fallen men. He tapped his foot lightly and arrived at the driver's seat of the minivan. He lifted the man, trembling in fear, with one hand and tossed him lightly. The man was sent flying out of the car. Once he was assured of the little girl's safety, Qin Feng then picked up the pebble on the ground and went in front of the earring man again. "Brat, I wasn't joking with you at first. You have to swallow this pebble." Qin Feng threw the pebble on the ground and smiled eerily. "Of course, you can also choose to die instead of submitting. For men, we all have honor and we die for honor. I would be proud of you." Qin Feng spoke while lifting his leg and angling it towards the earring man's brain. He appeared ready to stomp harshly on him at any time. The earring man was now afraid of Qin Feng. He was sent flying by Qin Feng's kick, so he already deeply experienced the strength of Qin Feng's leg. With a casual kick, he was already able to send someone flying countless meters. And this leg was going to come down on his head. The earring man didn't dare continue thinking about it. "Older brother, don't stomp. I'll eat it. I actually love eating rocks." In the end, the earring man couldn't withstand the enormous pressure Qin Feng gave to him. He immediately picked up the pebble and swallowed it without hesitation. After doing so, he even opened his mouth to show Qin Feng and prove that he really ingested the rock. "Big brother, save me. Hurry and save me." At this time, the girl's melodious cry came from behind. Qin Feng thought more people had appeared, but he turned to look, and he was so shocked that his face darkened. Who knew what the little girl had done to get into this predicament? She rolled out of the minivan and lay on the ground by the car door. She struggled for her life and yelled at Qin Feng to help her. Qin Feng immediately arrived beside the little girl and helped her untie the ropes binding her arms and legs. Her originally soft and fair wrists and ankles were imprinted with red rope marks. "Little beauty, you're okay now, don't be afraid." Qin Feng patted the girl's little head. From up close, he found that this girl's hair was so long it was full of life. She was an extremely cute little girl. The little cutie knew she was saved. She jumped into Qin Feng's arms and cried loudly, "Big brother, thank you. You're such a great person that I even want to devote my life to you." Qin Feng looked at this little beautiful child. He knew that when she grew up, she would certainly be a real beauty. He touched her black, shiny, and beautiful short hair and comforted her. "Okay, then you can devote your life to me. How about you marry this big brother?" The little beauty suddenly stopped crying and shoved Qin Feng away. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hands while looking at Qin Feng with alarm. "Big brother, why you wouldn't happen to be a bad guy as well, would you?" Qin Feng looked at the little beauty's foolish expression and laughed. He admitted that this little girl was really cute, and though her little arms and legs were really thin, she looked to be just a middle schooler. She was too young. Qin Feng certainly couldn't make a move on her. "Okay, this big brother has to go home. Want me to take you home?" Qin Feng stopped joking with the little beauty and began to push his 28 bicycle in preparation of leaving. The little beauty looked at the biting cold and darkness that surrounded them. She was clearly a bit scared to go home herself, but she could not yet be certain that Qin Feng was a good person. Her dark eyes spun, and she suddenly pulled out her cell phone and fiddled with it for a while. Then she chased after Qin Feng and suddenly gripped his arm. She stood on tiptoe and stuck her head next to Qin Feng's. She revealed a brilliant smile and made a cheese symbol. "Kacha!" Qin Feng was blinded by the flash of the cell phone and couldn't open his eyes. He heard the little beauty say, while waving the cell phone in her hand with delight, "Big brother, I've sent our picture to my friends, so everyone knows I'm with you tonight. Take me home now. If something happens to me, the policeman uncles will see you very quickly." Qin Feng's lips tweed as he looked at the little beauty's self-satisfied smile. How could students nowadays be like this and lack even the basic trust between humans? "Big brother, what is your name?" After taking their picture, she was no longer afraid of Qin Feng at all. She even took the initiative to climb onto his bicycle. She sat on the 28 bicycle and had Qin Feng push her on it. Her uniform was composed of a white dress shirt with a little necktie and a short skirt with Scottish stripes. Her long, thin, tender, and pale legs swayed leisurely, and she gave Qin Feng a silly smile of self-satisfaction. Qin Feng said with seriousness, "Then I'll call you Big Brother Feng in the future." The little beauty said, "I'm Lu Xiaojia. Big Brother Feng, you can call me Xiaojia." "That's right, Big Brother Feng. We must call the police and arrest these bad men." Lu Xiaojia spoke to herself for a while, and her expression suddenly fell cold. She pulled out her phone to call the police. However, before she called them, she turned her head to look towards the area that the minivan was previously parked. It was already completely empty. Who knew when these kidnappers made their escape? Those stinking brats got lucky. If this young miss sees them again, I'll have to brutally beat them up. Lu Xiaojia shook her small pink fist, clenched her teeth, and made an angry expression. However, anyone who saw her expression wouldn't be frightened. They would melt from this little brat's cuteness. Qin Feng patted her little head lightly and said coldly, "The next time you see them, you should just run for your life." Qin Feng got onto his bike and held Lu Xiaojia's little waist to prevent this energetic little brat from falling midway. He rode the bike and asked, "Hurry and tell me where you live." Lu Xiaojia was in no hurry to reveal her address. She pouted and complained angrily, "Big Brother Feng, I have a name. When you speak to me, you have to call me Xiaojia, or else I won't know who you're talking to." Qin Feng raised his brows and asked again, "Xiaojia, where do you live?" No, Big Brother Feng. Look at how intimately I'm addressing you. You have to call me Little Sister Xiaojia, and you have to address me in a pleasing and gentle way." Lu Xiaojia kicked her two little legs and swayed the 28 bicycle. Qin Feng put his toes down and stopped the bike. He said with annoyance, "Are you telling me or not? If not, go home yourself." Lu Xiaojia jumped off the bike and looked wronged. "Big Brother Feng, do you not like Little Sister Xiaojia? How could you be so mean to me? Then this pitiful Xiaojia will just have to go home herself. It's wild and mountainous here. The sky is dark and the winds are strong. Xiaojia will just be unlucky if she gets lost and encounters any bad guys. Wah." Lu Xiaojia walked forward while wiping her tears. After every 2 steps, she would peek at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was tickled by this cute little girl and went after her on his bike. When he arrived beside her, he scooped her onto his bicycle. "Little Sister Xiaojia, may I ask where you live?" Qin Feng was forced to his wit's end. He copied Xiaojia and spoke with her cutesy voice. Right when the words came out of his mouth, Qin Feng almost threw up. Lu Xiaojia waved her arms and legs with excitement, and her eyes became 2 crescent moons. "Big Brother Feng, I live in a villa in the 3rd building of Cloud City's Hua Manor Phase 1. Oh, and you're a young lady from a rich family." When Qin Feng found out where Lu Xiaojia lived, he rushed in that direction and said, "Then when we get back, we have to talk to Mom and Dad. I saved you from the grasp of kidnappers, so I should at least get a 8 million yuan fee for standing out and doing what's right." Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Lu Xiaojia pouted. "Big Brother Feng, you're so shallow. There's no point in talking about money. Also, I don't have a father or mother. My sister spent money to rent that house. It's not easy for my sister to make money. Big Brother Feng, can you not ask me to give a fee for acting bravely and standing up for a just cause?" Lu Xiaojia held the arm Qin Feng placed on the handlebar and began to act cute. "Big Brother Feng, how about I introduce my big sister to you as repayment for saving my life?" Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He saw how pretty Lu Xiaojia was and didn't think she'd have an older sister. Then, her sister must also be really pretty. He immediately became serious and said, "Little Sister Xiaojia, since you're so obedient and sensible, I won't charge you the fee for acting brave for justice. We'll do as you suggested and meet your older sister." Lu Xiaojia's little lips protruded more and revealed an expression of contempt. As expected, all men are really perverted. "Hey, you little fart, how could you say that? You yourself said you were going to introduce your big sister to me to repay me for saving you." "I didn't say anything," Qin Feng immediately retorted. Chapter 203. Chapter 203. Monthly Performance Meeting. Lu Xiaojia rolled her eyes and scrunched her delicate nose. "Big Brother Feng, let me tell you a secret. Does it relate to your older sister's 3 measurements?" Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and placed his ear close to Lu Xiaojia's mouth. "You're incomparably the most shameless older brother I've ever met." Lu Xiaojia chortled with laughter. Qin Feng lost his balance and almost knocked the bike into a tree. "Fuck, we came to kidnap a little girl, bumped into an idiot, and the idiot was so fucking powerful. Why have I been so out of luck recently?" After Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia left, for people came out of the shadows. They were the four that had just kidnapped Lu Xiaojia. The man with the earring and the dyed yellow hair was the big brother. His nickname was Big Brother Chong. Qin Feng forced him to swallow the pebble earlier, and he now clued his throat and tried to find a way to spit the rock out. Big Brother Chong, are you all right? The remaining 3 younger brothers were all brutally beaten and wanted to cry. During their many years in the streets, who knew how many old, weak, sickly, and disabled people they abducted? They had never been so disgraced. Fuck, that idiot forced me to swallow a rock. Tell me whether or not your elder is okay. Don't let me see him again, or I'll bring brothers to hack him to death. Once Big Brother Chong thought of Qin Feng, he began to yell. One of the 3 younger brothers' eyes spun like he suddenly thought of something. His eyes brightened. Brother Chong, I had just said that the brat looked familiar, and I now remember why. Do you guys still remember that poverty-stricken district in the outskirts of the Northern District? And that little building in the alleyway? We were squatting there and saw a pure beauty get into a Benz. At the time, we regretted not squatting there earlier because then we'd nabbed that girl first. When he said this, the other men remembered it as well. At the time, the girl was too pure and pretty. She looked gentle and weak. So she left quite an impression on the 4 of them. Fuck, your elder was talking about that idiot. Why are you fucking talking about women? Brother Chong slapped the younger brother's head and cursed at him with dissatisfaction. That younger brother rubbed his head and felt wronged. He immediately said, Big Brother Chong, at the time, a man walked out with that woman. I'm certain that man was the idiot that beat us up just now. The other 3 immediately fell into deep thought and thought earnestly about the scene that day. They compared the man then with Qin Feng, who they saw tonight, and found that the 2 seemed increasingly similar. Fuck, that seems true. Damn, but then what? We don't know that woman, and we still don't know where the idiot is, Brother Chong spat. Big Brother Chong, I have a way of finding that brat and kidnapping him with the pure beauty from that day. That younger brother smiled vulgarly and whispered his plan to the others. 3 minutes later, Brother Chong and the rest smiled vulgarly and coldly. This plan was indeed effective. It just so happened that they were currently too short on their monthly kidnapping quota. After getting tonight's idiot and the little beauty, they'd finish their jobs. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle to the Cloud City Hua Manor building 3-phase 1 villa. They could have arrived in 10 minutes, but Qin Feng was afraid the night air would give Lu Xiaojia a cold, so he intentionally rode at half speed. Big Brother Qin Feng, I'm home. Thank you for saving me and taking me home. Lu Xiaojia hopped off the bike, smiled at Qin Feng, waved, and turned to leave. Qin Feng immediately said, Little sister Xiaojia, did you forget something? Lu Xiaojia stopped and raised her head to look up at the building. She said with a happy smile, Big Brother Qin Feng, my older sister isn't home yet. I don't have the guts to bring you into our villa alone, and I don't know whether or not Big Brother Feng is a bad guy. Next time when my big sister is home, I'll invite you to play at our house. As she said this, Lu Xiaojia held her phone and ran up to Qin Feng. Big Brother Feng, tell me your cell phone number. Qin Feng told her his number and said nonchalantly, Little sister Xiaojia, you've misunderstood. I didn't say I wanted to go to your house to see your big sister. I was just asking if your arms hurt. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xiaojia's arms and could see the still clear red rope marks. Lu Xiaojia made a face at Qin Feng and said with disdain, Big Brother Feng, if you really cared whether or not my arms and legs hurt, you wouldn't have hugged my waist and secretly touched my navel. You could have helped rub my hands. You really are the most vulgar older brother ever. Qin Feng's eyes rolled. He suddenly felt that girls these days weren't as easy to pick up as before. He almost couldn't even handle a pretty little middle schooler. Xiaojia, come here. Qin Feng bought 2 bottles of elementary gold sore medicine from the system and called Xiaojia over. In the light of the sound-controlled light at the entrance of the villa, Qin Feng rubbed a bottle of gold sore medicine evenly on Lu Xiaojia's wrists. Lu Xiaojia was in her 3rd year of middle school. Her little hands were soft and white. When Qin Feng held them, and they felt soft and really nice. As he rubbed them, he thought to himself that if these hands were used to help him. Cough, cough. Qin Feng realized his thoughts strayed from the task at hand, and he awkwardly coughed twice. He immediately released Lu Xiaojia's hands. He then squatted on the ground and began to help Lu Xiaojia remove her shoes. Lu Xiaojia wore black leather shoes and little white socks. The socks were a bit long, so they covered some of the swelling on her ankles. Qin Feng simply removed her little socks as well, revealing her soft, snow-white little feet. Her toes were plump and smooth. They looked as nice as 5 pearls. A light fragrance also wafted from her feet, and the skin on her feet were as smooth and soft as a young lotus root. When he held it in his hands, they seemed about to slip away at any moment. Qin Feng rarely saw such beautiful feet, and could help but look at it several more times. After looking, he carefully opened the 2nd bottle of gold sore medicine and rubbed it evenly on Lu Xiaojia's swollen ankles. 1 minute later, "Okay, Xiaojia, sleep and it won't hurt the next morning." Qin Feng stood after helping Lu Xiaojia apply the medicine. He rubbed her head and said, "As a young lady, don't run around at night. After getting out of school, go home earlier." The cheerful and energetic Lu Xiaojia suddenly fell silent and didn't answer Qin Feng. She lowered her little head, and her short hair covered her delicate, pretty face. Her expression could not be seen. Qin Feng bent over and then understood that this little girl was silently crying. "Big brother Feng, you're so good to Xiaojia." Lu Xiaojia suddenly dived into Qin Feng's arms and couldn't help but cry. This little girl looked strong and cheerful on the outside, but her little heart suffered quite some trauma tonight after experiencing the kidnapping. However, she held it all in and didn't let her fear and worry out. Because she hadn't seen her real family, she wouldn't express her soft and weak side in front of outsiders. Lu Xiaojia weighed Qin Feng earnestly and carefully applied medicine for her, and thought of what scary things would have occurred and how her life would have changed if Qin Feng didn't save her tonight. Her bit of ill will and the guard she put up against Qin Feng completely dissolved, and she truly treated Qin Feng like her older brother. She jumped into his embrace and revealed her truest self. In reality, she was really scared. She trembled in Qin Feng's embrace. "Little sister Xiaojia, don't be afraid. Don't you have Big Brother Feng? If someone dares to bully you in the future, just call Big Brother Feng. Whether they be an emperor or an elder, Big Brother Feng will brutally teach them a lesson. Be a good girl and go home, take a shower and have a nice sleep. Don't think too much about anything. When the sun rises tomorrow, everything will be back to normal, and you'll find that nothing actually happened. It was all just a nightmare." Qin Feng patiently comforted Lu Xiaojia. "Okay, Xiaojia will listen to Big Brother Feng. I'll go back and sleep right now." Lu Xiaojia's emotions stabilized. She finally revealed her signature sweet smile and waved at Qin Feng. "Big Brother Feng, be careful going home. When I have time, I'll look for you to play." Qin Feng waited for a while at the foot of the building and wade Lu Xiaojia carry her backpack and run into the villa. Qin Feng was only fully reassured when he saw a light on the 3rd floor of the villa turn on, and Lu Xiaojia's cute little head poke out of the window. He rode his low-profile 28 bicycle and quickly disappeared into the night. Royal Group Sales Department lobby. The whole sales department, from the managers to the normal sales representatives, sat upright surrounding a circular meeting desk. A man and a woman sat on opposite sides of the meeting desk. The man was the Royal Group's chairman Qin Huang, and the woman was the new, beautiful assistant Han Ying. With these 2 important people present, the sales department's monthly performance meeting was uncharacteristically cold and serious. Even the general manager of the sales department, Liu Qin, didn't even dare to say anything extra. Once everyone was serious and composed, an elegant man in the crowd with an impressive appearance had a natural expression and placed his right hand below the table. He dishonestly touched the thigh of the beauty sitting beside him. This restless man was the hedonistic young Master Qin Feng, and the woman that he touched was Su Ruo. Su Ruo wanted to find a hole and hide in it. What were the circumstances right now? What time was it? Who knew Qin Feng was still so gutsy? Su Ruo kept her emotions in check, and sweat was about to drip from her face. Since everyone is here, the monthly sales meeting will now officially commence. Qin Huang's deep voice resounded, and an applause immediately followed from the subordinates. It was the first time these sales representatives sat at the same table as someone as important as Chairman Qin. They were extremely moved and wanted to make themselves look good. What if Chairman Qin took a liking to them? Even Liu Qin hadn't received the notice. She didn't know Chairman Qin would appear at this month's evaluation meeting. When did such a normal sales department meeting gain the attention of such a leader? General Manager Li, I think Assistant Han should host this month's performance review meeting. You have nothing to say about that, right? Qin Huang waited until the applause ended to continue speaking. As you wish, Chairman Qin. Liu Cheng immediately stood and maintained a smile as she spoke. Liu Qin sat and Han Ying stood in due course. Her gaze swept over the audience with seriousness. She used her strong aura to take command of the scene. When everyone else fell serious, she then opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 204. Chapter 204, would you dare compare? Ladies and gentlemen, you are all Royal Group's elite sales representatives, our Royal Group's development, the source of the company's progress, and the moving force of our monetary expansion. We could even say that all of you sitting here support the Royal Group in its continuous development. You're the pillars that held us up until today. Han Yingying's voice revealed a sliver of severity, but no other emotions. Thus, I'll represent Chairman Qin and the entire Royal Group in expressing our heartfelt gratitude towards all of you hard-working sales representatives. The opening appreciation speech ended, and Han Ying slid into the next topic of discussion. But, as one of Acropolis City's 10 most prominent companies, Royal Group also has lots of opportunities to expand. It is because Royal Group provided everyone equal opportunities to compete for promotions that everyone works hard to strive upwards. Hereby, I, as a member of Royal Group, represent both myself and all of Royal Group's employees to sincerely thank Chairman Qin and Royal Group. Clap, clap, clap. Han Yingying's words stirred the group, and the applause was like thunder. The atmosphere was even more enthusiastic than when Qin Huang spoke earlier. Qin Huang silently nodded as he weighed Han Yingying's performance from the side. This girl really had the air and aura of a chairman. Han Yingying made a pressing motion with her hands, and the applause immediately quieted. She opened her mouth again. Today we are gathered here to evaluate everyone's work results for this month. I've always believed that effort will lead to results. Everyone invested energy from the beginning of the month until today, the end of the month. This is the time for you to reap the fruit you have sown, so I presume that all of you are a bit excited. Of course, some people probably feel a bit unsettled. Han Yingying changed the topic again, and her expression became a bit cold. As she said those words, all of the eyes of the sales representatives fell onto Qin Feng. Everyone had seen Qin Feng sleep all day at work and tease Su Ruo. A lot of them were internally dissatisfied with Qin Feng. This person was taking liberties with the pure goddess of every male sales representative's heart. Why would some employees feel unsettled? Han Yingying continued to speak. Because they didn't truly work hard, or maybe they didn't work hard at all. So at the end of the month, not only do they lack results, it would also be revealed that they were just fooling around all day. They wanted to have the terrible misconduct of expecting gains without working. Us at Royal Group clearly differentiate rewards and punishments. The hard-working employees will never be neglected, and those who fool around all day will absolutely not be indulged. Beginning from this monthly performance evaluation, I've formulated a standard requirement. In the future, the sales representative that is last place for 3 consecutive months should please submit their resignation to General Manager Lee. Conversely, the sales representative ranked number 1 for 3 consecutive months will be promoted to the group leader position. When I get back, I'll perfect this sales department promotion criteria. Does anyone have any objections in regards to these reward and penalty regulations? No. Wang Chao stood. He waited a long time for this ass-kissing opportunity, so how could he let anyone else steal it from him? He raised his hand up high and said, "Assistant Han, this system is extremely reasonable. As Group 2's group leader, I will be the first to voice my approval. As the sales department's general manager, I also approve of Assistant Han's suggestion." Li Yuchen also stood. Since the general manager and a group leader had already stood out, the rest of the sales department employees immediately stood as well. Since no one is against it, then it's decided. Han Ying waved her arms, and everyone sat back down in succession. Next, the general manager of the sales department and each group leader will present this month's performance summary. Han Ying spoke after sitting again. Li Yuchen began to speak. She talked about some superficial summaries and sat down. Then each group leader spoke. After a while, it was Wang Chao's turn. He suppressed his brimming excitement and stood unhurriedly. After standing, Wang Chao didn't immediately speak. He glared at Qin Feng and Su Ruo, arrogant and self-satisfied. He waited a long time for this moment, and it finally arrived. He had thought it through from the beginning that he must use the monthly performance evaluation to harshly criticize Qin Feng and get him fired once and for all. First of all, I think the point assistant Han mentioned earlier was extremely good, and I personally strongly agree. This way, the employees in the sales department can be more proactive in forging ahead. This way, there would be forward-moving results for both ourselves as individuals and the company. Once Wang Chao went up, he kissed Han Ying's ass. The audience members' internal sighs were heard, and they wondered if Wang Chao had already forgotten the situation where Han Ying threw the seaweed egg drop soup and the bowl on him. Shameless people are invincible under the heavens. Wang Chao was about to become invincible under the heavens. After praising Han Ying, he changed the topic and suddenly looked coldly at Qin Feng. He continued to speak. Speaking of Assistant Han's suggestion, I thought of one of the employees under me. As a new employee, I haven't seen him seek additional knowledge, improve in the slightest, or possess any qualities of respect towards leadership. I've only seen him play games or sleep at work every day. However, I didn't give up. I ceaselessly told him to come to the office, and I put great care in teaching him. There were many times when I spoke with him and taught him how to be a qualified sales representative. But I didn't see any changes in him. I'm sure Assistant Han and General Manager Lee have felt this feeling of hopelessness before. After all, we are good superiors that are diligent and earnest. After saying this, Wang Chao paused. He cleared his throat and suddenly began to mention names. Qin Feng, tell Assistant Han and Chairman Qin, what did you do in the sales department all month? You've been here for the majority of a month and you haven't even gotten a single listing. This can't go on. Our royal group cannot tolerate an idler like you. Wang Chao's words pointed a spear towards Qin Feng. All gazes fell on Qin Feng and they looked at him with pity. They thought to themselves that this brat, who usually loves butting heads with Wang Chao, was certainly going to be sent away by Wang Chao today. An expression of disapproval hung on Qin Feng's face. He said lightly from his seat, Group Leader Wang, don't treat a good person unjustly. I had 1 listing this month. Haha, did everyone hear that? Wang Chao laughed with self-satisfaction. You only got one listing and you're acting like a big shot. Every sales representative here has at least 5 listings a month, so they must have all become kings. Assistant Han, General Manager Li, I can't handle an employee like Qin Feng. I think you should either assign him to another group or just fire him. If we keep him, he'll just be a moocher. Wang Chao voiced how he felt inside. Su Ruoi Ro knew Wang Chao wanted to make things difficult for Qin Feng during the monthly meeting. She nervously held Qin Feng's hand. She already thought it through. If Qin Feng was fired, she also wouldn't work at Royal Group anymore. Qin Feng smiled lightly and stood. He looked calmly at Wang Chao and said, Group Leader Wang, of course you can't manage me. Your sales revenue can't even compare to that of your subordinate. How are you qualified to manage me? Wang Chao's face darkened. He said coldly, Qin Feng, you mean to say that your sales revenue is higher than mine for the month? That's exactly what I mean. Qin Feng smiled. Haha. Wang Chao was so angry he became happy. Qin Feng's sales revenue was higher than his own? What a joke. Wang Chao wouldn't believe this even if he was beaten to death. Your bravery is great, but you've also shown your ignorance. Since you have so much confidence, then let's compare this month's sales. If yours really is higher than mine, then I'll give you my position as group leader and listen to your commands in the future. Of course, if yours is lower than mine, I hope you can submit your resignation to me. After Wang Chao's words came out, Liu Chan and Qin Huang's expressions fell. They wanted to squeeze Wang Chao's large mouth to death. Liu Chan already knew Qin Feng's identity. He was a Qin family member and played well with young Master Qin. Liu Chan even suspected that Chairman Qin and Assistant Han came to the sales department's monthly performance evaluation because of Qin Feng and Su Roro. It was clear that Wang Chao made this sort of bet in front of an audience to make Qin Feng look bad. However, Liu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. She almost forgot about the Villa Qin Feng, sold to Sun Yi. That was a large listing valuing over 15 million yuan. With this listing alone, Qin Feng's performance for the month was twice as high as even Liu Chen's sales revenue. Not to mention Wang Chao. On the other hand, Qin Huang and Han Ying didn't know that Qin Feng sold this property. When they saw Wang Chao's suggestion, their hearts sank. They already submitted to the fact that Qin Feng had no accomplishments in the sales department this month. Even if it was as Qin Feng said, and he did get a customer, Qin Huang and Han Ying could only believe that the customer he had probably didn't even amount to 100,000 yuan in sales revenue. Qin Feng, would you have the guts to make a bet with me? Wang Chao smiled at Qin Feng in rumination. Group Leader Wang, this is the sales department's monthly evaluation meeting. The matter you brought up, Han Ying stood out to help Qin Feng speak and bypass the situation. She had just spoken half of what she wanted to when Qin Feng cut her off. Okay, then it's happily decided. This one line froze the air in the sales department lobby. Those present were sales department employees, and they all saw Qin Feng courting girls all day. One would burn incense and worship Buddha if he wasn't last place in the department for sales performance. No one knew where Qin Feng got his courage to accept Wang Chao's bet in front of Chairman Qin and Assistant Han. Qin Feng, do you know what you're saying? Han Ying glared angrily at Qin Feng. She saw Qin Huang's face darken horrendously and stepped out to help Qin Feng again. Group Leader Wang, you should also reflect upon yourself. This is the sales department's monthly evaluation meeting. As a group leader in the sales department, I allowed you to speak about the monthly sales situation and some of your own thoughts. How could you make this kind of bet with your subordinate? Assistant Han, that's my negligence. I hope you'll forgive me. Wang Chao immediately lowered his head, apologetically. Han Ying shifted her gaze back onto Qin Feng and waited for Qin Feng to casually express his opinion. This matter had already passed. who knew Qin Feng wouldn't back down. He stood as straight as a pen, but still relaxed. He spoke as loudly and clearly as a bell. Assistant Han, I don't think there's anything wrong with Group Leader Wang's suggestions. From the outside, he appears to be betting with me, but in reality, he wants to use it to excite my fighting spirit. Group Leader Wang put so much thought into this, so if I disappoint Group Leader Wang's good intentions, I would feel very apologetic. Wang Chao, does that bet you made with me still stand? Why don't we really have a comparison? Chapter 205. Chapter 205. An achievement worth tens of millions. Wang Chao always thought Qin Feng was an eyesore. He had just caught on to an opportunity to send Qin Feng away with great difficulty, but was suppressed by Assistant Han. Now, not only was Qin Feng indiscreet, he even dared to take the initiative to provoke Wang Chao. Wang Chao stood immediately and spoke resolutely. Qin Feng, I'm very thankful that you can understand my painstaking and good intentions. So let's compare results. The smile on Liu Chen's face grew stronger and stronger. The cold air emanating from Han Ying and Qin Huang became stronger and stronger. Su Ruo's grip on Qin Feng's shirt corner became tighter and tighter. One could say that of the over 50 employees in the sales department lounge, the only one who had confidence in Qin Feng was Liu Chen. And this one person didn't even really trust or dearly love Qin Feng. It was only because Liu Chen happened to know he sold that 15 million yuan residence. That was all. After all, every day at work, if he wasn't sleeping, courting girls, or playing games, he was courting girls, sleeping, and playing games. Haha, General Manager Li, then please present this month's sales report and let us wait and see Qin Feng's brilliant achievement. Wang Chao smiled with satisfaction. Liu Chen smiled even more brilliantly than him. She immediately stood, walked to the round podium, and pulled up the performance report she organized on the computer to project it on the LCD screen on the wall. Kacha! With the click of the mouse to open the chart, the month's performance report quickly appeared on the LCD screen. Once this report was revealed, everyone's spirits were lifted and they began to look from the bottom to the top for Qin Feng's position. It seems that this brat Qin Feng got one listing and isn't last place in sales for this month. When they saw that Qin Feng's name wasn't last on the sales list, that was what popped up in all of the spectators' minds. They immediately scanned upwards from last place and looked at each position one by one. Their expressions then changed again and again. When they got to the middle of the list, and even continued to look upwards and found Wang Chao's name, they were already so shocked that they couldn't breathe. Some people even suspected that Qin Feng's sales performance for the month was at a 0, so he simply wasn't into consideration. However, this thought had just appeared when Su Ruo's scream resounded in the sales department lounge. Qin Feng, why you're first place in sales for the month? A sales achievement of over 15 million? Qin Feng, have my eyes gone blurry? Su Ruo wasn't the only one that thought her eyes had gone bad. Everyone wondered if their eyes had gone bad. How else could Qin Feng's sales performance be at the top of the monthly ranking? 15,059,920 in sales? What was this? Some people were still in disbelief. They counted every number several times and found that it really was a result of over 15 million. They looked at Wang Chao's performance of the month, and this string of numbers was clearly a bit unpresentable. It wasn't even 3 million. The entire sales department lounge was immersed in shock. However, no one was more stunned than Wang Chao, Su Ruo, Han Ying, and Qin Huang. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wang Chao gaped for a good while and could not speak. When he was finally able to do so, his voice trembled. I've been in Royal Group for 3 years, but this is the first time I've seen someone achieve over 15 million in sales. And it's by a newbie who has only been in the company for a little over half a month at that. I don't believe it. There must be a mistake on this monthly sales list. Wang Chao didn't believe it, and neither did anyone else. With Wang Chao's reminder, everyone was unanimously certain that Li Yuqin must have made a mistake and added 3 zeros to Qin Feng's sale result when she was making the chart. In reality, he made a $10,000 sale. This must be why his sale shows over 10 million. That's right, that must be the case. Group Leader Wang, are you questioning the chart I made? Are you insinuating that I was typing randomly or that I was negligent in my work? Li Yuchen's emotionless voice was suddenly heard. Wang Chao's heart thumped. Li Yuchen was his immediate superior. He immediately looked at Li Yuchen and said to her in an attempt to curry favor, "General Manager Li, that's absolutely not what I mean. I'm using a serious attitude to look at the chart, and I think that there was a problem with Qin Feng's sales result. Maybe there was something wrong with the computer's calculation or chart system. This has absolutely nothing to do with General Manager Li. Since Qin Feng is my subordinate, I've seen his conduct at work. I don't believe that he could make a 15 million yuan sale. I hope General Manager Li can look into it carefully again." "There's no need to look into it." Li Yuqin glared at Wang Chao and said indifferently, "I weighed Qin Feng complete the 15 million yuan sale. A couple of days ago, he helped Royal Group sell Cloud City, Huam Manor Phase 2's Building 4, District 4 Villa. I saw the contract signed with my own eyes, and the down payment has already been received." Group Leader Wang, is there anything else to be questioned? Group Leader Wang was immediately like a deflated ball. His legs fell limp, and he directly sat down in his seat. His eyes were lifeless and looked as though someone had taken his soul. All of the other sales representatives were so shocked that their jaws fell to the ground. Even the previously steady Han Yingying and Qin Huang stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. These people were no longer stunned by the mere fact that Qin Feng had 15 million in sales for the month. He actually sold Building 4 of District 4 in Phase 2 of the Cloud City Hua Manor, and for more than 15 million. Everyone was extremely clear about the property. First of all, the numbers were unlucky. Secondly, it didn't have a backyard or a parking lot. Royal Group would have made a profit if they sold it for 5 million. However, Qin Feng actually sold the residence that was the most difficult to sell, and sold it for over 4 times the price. General Manager Li, is what you said true? Han Yingying had to confirm all this with Li Yuqin directly after she came back to her senses. Li Yuqin nodded extremely solemnly and said resolutely, "Assistant Han, it's absolutely true. This contract is in the file bag in my office. Would you like me to get it for you right now?" "There's no need for that. Sorry to trouble you, General Manager Li." Han Yingying waved her hands. She already believed that this matter was true. It sees that Comrade Qin Feng was a low-profile dark horse this time, and has amazed everyone with his feat. You just came to Royal Group for half a month, and you've taken first place in the monthly sales. You've surprised us all. Han Yingying did her best to control the chaotic situation and continued to host. "Since everyone has seen the monthly sales, then I'll determine the results of the matter regarding some people's insistence on making a bet. I now announce in front of all of the sales department employees that from now on, Qin Feng will be promoted to the team leader of Group 2, and the prior group leader Wang Chao will be demoted a level to vice group leader. In the future, fully cooperate with Qin Feng to finish the work." After Han Yingying made her announcement, Wang Chao was so regretful that his intestines turned green. At this time, he couldn't help but harshly tug on his 2 large lips. How could his mouth be so despicable that he had to compare sales achievements with Qin Feng? Han Yingying looked at the monthly sales results again. First place was Qin Feng with 15 million, and second place was Li Yuchen with over 5 million. Wang Chao was third with 3 million. She looked down 5 or 6 places and found Su Ruo's name. She was in 9th place at 880,000 yuan. As a graduate who had been here for a little over a month, it was pretty good to be able to get 880,000 in sales. Han immediately looked at Su Ruoro and said, Su Ruoro's performance this month is pretty good. As a new person with sales much higher than most of the tenured employees, I propose that this month's Best Sales Representative Award goes to Su Ruoro. Does anyone have an opinion about this? Assistant Han, I also wanted to do this, and I was prepared to give the award to Su Ruoro, Li Yuqin said as she stood immediately. Assistant Han brought up the name. General Manager Li also expressed consent, and Su Ruoro's hard work was obvious to everyone. So fame followed merit for this award. Su Ruoro was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. She never thought matters would progress in this way. She originally thought that this month's performance meeting was a meeting where Wang Chao would make things difficult for her and Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng became the new group leader. Wang Chao even became his subordinate, and she used her hard work to receive the Outstanding Sales Representative Award. Life's great rises and falls happened too quickly, and it was too thrilling. Su Ruoro felt as though her spring was coming. Suddenly, a pair of large hands fell unscrupulously onto her black, stocking-clad thighs. Ruoro, in the future I'll be your group leader. You know the unwritten rules, right? In the future, you have to submit to my every whim, or you will suffer badly. Qin Feng's vulgar laughter resounded by her ear. Su Ruoro's mood had just arisen, but instantly disappeared like smoke and clouds. This monthly performance meeting was still really satisfactory. Next, everything went according to procedure. After the meeting ended, it was lunchtime. Qin Feng was now promoted to group leader, so Su Ruoro walked closely with him, worry-free. Now, when Wang Chao saw Qin Feng, he was like a rat that saw a cat. He hid as far away as possible. Qin Feng, congratulations. Your performance is currently even better than mine. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were in the middle of smiling and eating when Li Yuqin carried a tray of food and took the initiative to sit by them. If you continue developing in this way, I'll have to give you my spot next month. Qin Feng shifted his behind with a smile to allow Li Yuqin to sit beside him. His large hand fell onto Li Yuqin's bare, lovely, and fair thighs. General Manager Li, you're treating me like a stranger. It's all the same in regards to who is subordinate, and whether you're the general manager or if I am. Li Yuqin jumped in shock. She glared at the hand on her thigh and saw him act like he didn't know what was going on. She clenched her teeth, and in the end, she held it in. After all, she needed Qin Feng to help her with something. Qin Feng, Ruoro, you are both new to the sales department. I'm afraid you both don't know about the gathering the sales department usually has. Li Yuqin allowed Qin Feng to touch her thigh randomly and looked unflinchingly at Su Ruoro. Every time the monthly evaluation meeting is over, and after payday in the middle of the following month, those ranked at the top 3 in sales must use some of their bonus to treat the employees of the sales department in a celebration. Qin Feng, this time you're in first place for sales. When the gathering place is determined, you have to spend more money. Qin Feng waved his hand carelessly and said, No problem, we're all co-workers of the sales department, and we've all worked hard for the progress of Royal Group. I'll cover this time's meetup on my own. Just treat it as my representing Royal Group in a reward for everyone's hard work. Li Yuqin knew Qin Feng's identity. As a member of the Qin Manor, he must have an unordinary background. This small amount of money wasn't much for these rich young masters, so Li Yuqin did not decline the offer. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, Qin Huang was abducted. All right, then I'll thank you on behalf of the co-workers in the sales department. After Li Yuqin was done talking about work matters, she changed the topic and even placed her hand on top of Qin Feng's hand that was touching her thigh. Qin Feng, tomorrow will be the weekend. You won't forget, right? How would I? Set a time, General Manager Li, and send your address to young Master Qin. I'll drive and pick you up tomorrow morning. How's that? Qin Feng said with a smile. Li Yuchen was fairly satisfied when she saw this kind of attitude from Qin Feng. She released Qin Feng's hand and allowed him to touch her exquisite thighs as he wished. Okay, then I'll message young Master Qin tonight, Li Yuchen said, after she told Qin Feng about meeting her mother over the weekend. Li Yuchen was preoccupied with eating silently and didn't bother with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was in a difficult situation at this time. One of his hands were on Su Ruo's thigh, and the other was on Li Yuchen's, so he had no hands for eating. Boop, boop, boop. At this time, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. Hello, young Master Qin. I have a present for you, and you have half an hour to rush to the South Bay Pier. Do not call the police or alert anyone. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your present that was originally alive is going to be a dead person. Once the phone was answered, an icy electronic voice passed through. The person on the other line was clearly trying to hide their identity, so they used a voice-altering device. They only said these incomprehensible words and hung up. Then, a message arrived on Qin Feng's phone. The background showed a portion of the bay and the pier. There was only one person in the picture, and he was completely tied up with cleaning rags stuffed into his mouth. He was a middle-aged man with an unordinary aura. After seeing it, a thick, murderous aura shot out of Qin Feng's body. The man that was abducted was his father, Qin Huang. After discovering that his father was abducted, Qin Feng immediately called Han Ying. After confirming from Han Ying that his father was in the office and that she couldn't reach him, Qin Feng then confirmed that his father really was abducted. He tried calling back the unfamiliar number, but the tone that came through the phone indicated it was an invalid number. Qin Feng was increasingly worried about his father's safety. The people that abducted his father were clearly professionals that had planned this a long time ago. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Su Ruo and Li Yuchen saw the change in Qin Feng's expression and asked him a bit nervously. It was the first time these two women saw such a murderous expression on Qin Feng's face. It's nothing. I have to go out for a bit. You two continue to eat. Qin Feng did all he could to calm himself. He put on an expression that said there's not really anything going on, and left the employee cafeteria. It was now a time of danger, and he couldn't let anyone know his father was abducted. Otherwise, all of the Royal Group employees would be struck with panic, and Acropolis City's economy would follow and get shaken up. Qin Feng left Royal Group alone and immediately rushed towards the South Bay Pier on his 28 bicycle. 10 minutes later, he arrived. Qin Feng was pretty familiar with this portion of the South Bay Pier because this was where he came to CA the trafficking gang with Lu Bingbing a couple of days ago. However, the South Bay Pier at night was different from how it was during the day. At night, there were only a few ships passing by on the Song River, and the winds were chilly, so the pier was bleak. However, during the day it was extremely bustling. Various fishermen boats, cargo ships, and passenger ships came and went. There were even a lot of tourists passing through. Qin Feng examined the situation around him, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary in this bustling scene. At this time his cell phone rang again. You were actually punctual and kept your word, brat. Your present is temporarily still alive. I'll give you 10 more minutes. Follow the South Bay Pier and head north. In 10 minutes, you'll see your big present. The voice on the other side of the line was still computerized, and one couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. After hanging up, Qin Feng rode his bike unrelentingly northwards along the shore of the Song River. He rode for close to 5 minutes and saw a row of abandoned red brick houses not far away. This row of houses was hidden in the weeds surrounding them, and the weeds were as tall as a person, so one couldn't clearly see what the situation was within them. However, the closer Qin Feng got to the brick houses, the air of danger became much more intense. This area was over 10 kilometers from the South Bay Pier and was considered a desolate and uninhabited area. Qin Feng didn't see even one person in there, so it was clear that this was where the callers were truly hiding. The South Bay Pier was only a test to see whether or not Qin Feng had called the police. It was only a pretense. "Brat, you're pretty quick, quicker than I expected." Suddenly, a rustling passed from the underbrush, and a low and eerie voice passed out. "But the faster you arrive, the faster you die. Since you want to die so much, brat, your elder will send you on your way." After speaking, a black shadow leapt out of the weeds. Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, a man wearing black nocturnal clothing appeared over his head with an enormous reclining moon blade in his hand. He slashed at Qin Feng's head. This person fought when he said he would, and Qin Feng was unprepared. When he reacted, he immediately leapt to the side and dangerously evaded the slash. The knife blade hit the ground, and a small crack formed. Bang! When the reclining moon blade hit the ground, there was an enormous, thunderous sound. "Io, this brat is different from the reports. How is this stage for external abilities? I'm afraid this brat has stage 5 external abilities." The blade fell, and the man in black with a large gold tooth laughed coldly. "This fucking rotten old man, he's so old and he's still lying to people. There's a world of difference between stage 4 and stage 5. The price has to be raised by at least 10 million. Qin Feng had just burst out with all of his power in a moment of desperation and revealed his abilities in an instant. However, the man in black was wrong. Qin Feng only had stage 3 external and stage 2 internal abilities. Together, they could release 7 or 8 times a normal person's strength, so he was equivalent to a stage 6 external expert. However, the man in black was able to make an approximate guess and didn't even think to run away, so this showed that he was also an expert whose abilities could not be gauged. "Who are you? Where's my father?" After evading the slash, Qin Feng quickly stood on high alert. "Haha, you care about a lot of things, brat. I think you should just worry about your own life right now." The gold-toothed man laughed coldly and suddenly shot towards Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, want my move?" This gold-toothed man wasn't tall, he was thin and small. He was so skinny that he was like a monkey, and his movements were as nimble as a monkey, but mysteriously quick. After the sound of an explosion, he already appeared above Qin Feng's head again. The reclining moon blade in his hand had a blade a meter long, and the handle was 5 meters. There were 5 holes in the blade, and 5 metal rings hung from them. It flashed blindingly under the sun. The reclining moon blade was so enormous that if it stood on the ground, it would be taller than a person. Hearing the wind-splitting sounds it made as it danced, it was a very heavy weapon. The gold-toothed man wielded the large blade easily, so it was clear to see this man was not someone one would provoke. Swish! The gold-toothed man's blade fell toward the top of Qin Feng's head, and even the violent surrounding wind whistled. Dong! When the blade fell, there was an enormous sound. Qin Feng stood his ground without moving, and forcibly used his fists to CA the attack. 2 winter iron gloves, flashing with wintry light, appeared on his fists and hit the reclining moon blade. The impact even created sparks. "Fuck, you actually used your fists to CA this elder's blade? How is that possible?" Shock flashed through the man in black's expression. He was extremely confident in his abilities, and he was extremely confident in his 41-kilogram green dragon reclining moon blade. After using 6x strength with the weight of the reclining moon blade, none of his opponents ever fared well. They were either split in half or internally injured by the blade. However, the current Qin Feng simply used his fists to block the ferocious slash, yet he was completely unharmed and even looked as though he spared no effort at all to complete the move. The gold-toothed man knew he underestimated Qin Feng. This brat wasn't fucking at stage 5, he must have stage 6 abilities. Damn, we've fucking fallen at the hands of that damn old man. The man in black shouted angrily, and he already began to retreat quickly because Qin Feng had already moved and a fist was heading towards him. The wintry light flashed from the silver gloves in the sunlight, and the previously unbridled and arrogant man in black was suddenly filled with terror. He already felt enshrouded in a veil of death. This time, after seeing Qin Feng's power, he was extremely alarmed. He didn't dare take Qin Feng lightly again, but once he saw the speed Qin Feng currently employed, he was so shocked that he was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. He had won 7x speed. If he hadn't reached external stage 7, how could he exhibit such brilliance and ease? He went from guessing that Qin Feng was a stage 5 external expert to a stage 6 and now stage 7, and this was all within a short couple of minutes. In just a couple of minutes, his opponent's strength seemed to shoot up like a rocket and rose 3 levels. To the gold-toothed man, this kind of fighting was absolutely deadly and even a kind of bafflement. The gold-toothed man was startled time and time again. As a qualified assassin, he thought he had a strong heart and extraordinary adaptability. But while facing Qin Feng, who continuously exploded with surprises, the gold-toothed man found that his brain lacked the capacity to understand all this. He didn't have time to accept or digest this frightening reality. The gold-toothed man's pupils continuously dilated, and in his eyes, Qin Feng became larger and larger. In a breath's time, Qin Feng already arrived in front of him, and the imposing gloves with wintry air was already about to fall on the man in black's cheek. The cold wild wind by his ear told the gold-toothed man that if this fist made impact, his brain would probably explode. Number 5. Hurry up and fucking save me. The gold-toothed man suddenly bellowed in a moment of desperation. Crackle. At the same time, there was the sound of lightning in the sky. However, it wasn't actually lightning, it was a long whip with orange light that was in the shape of lightning. The whip split the sky and made gusts of noises that sounded like the air was exploding. From the sound of the powerful wind, one could tell how much power the whip contained. Qin Feng, who was about to punch the gold-toothed man, immediately retracted his fist, kicked the gold-toothed man in the stomach, and used the rebound to quickly flip backwards. Only then was he able to dangerously evade the long whip. Bronze number 5, if you didn't make a move, your elder would be dead. The gold-toothed man wearing black was kicked to the ground, and he complained towards the rooftop after crawling to his feet. Chapter 207. Chapter 207, Sword that Splits Mountains and Rivers. At this time, another man in black stood on the rooftop of the abandoned red brick house. The man's arms were covered with a red cloak, and it rang in the cold and strong winds. It looked like a burning flame. Bronze number 8. Even if you died during this assignment, you could only blame yourself for your inadequate abilities. The man spoke with a deep, raspy voice, and his eyes were glued to Qin Feng as he spoke. At this time, he weighed Qin Feng's every move with vigilance. Earlier, number 5 weighed Qin Feng's fight with bronze number 8. So even he didn't dare take Qin Feng lightly. This was an absolutely thorny assignment. Fuck his grandfather. This was all because that dumb old man lied about the target. This brat has stage 7 external abilities or higher. How is he something our bronze group can handle? It would make more sense to get the silver group. Number 8 was still foul-mouthed. Number 5 ignored him, and his deep eyes were pinned onto Qin Feng. A cold light shot from his eyes, like he wanted to look through Qin Feng. Where is the person you guys took? Release him now, and I can spare your lives. Qin Feng's icy voice was heard. His voice wasn't loud, but for it to clearly pass into the two men's ears despite the cold and violent winds was only a result that could be achieved through inner qi. External techniques cultivated inner strength that burst out once. Then, when the inner strength was condensed, it bursted out again. Internal techniques cultivated inner qi. One move could burst out many times or in one go. The expression of bronze number 5, who stood on the rooftop, changed slightly as if he smelled even greater danger. But he didn't dare guess in that line of thought because Qin Feng showed external techniques previously, so he didn't believe that Qin Feng also practiced internal techniques as well. This kind of genius that cultivated both internal and external abilities was 1 in a million. He's already dead. Bronze number 5 stood motionlessly in the violent wind and said dully, "And you're also going to die next." Rumble. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Qin Feng's brain, and his brain immediately blasted apart. Usually he had a vulgar and indecent image, but his face was currently brimming with malevolence and ruthlessness. His eyes shined with angry fire, and all of the hairs on his body stood on end. The current Qin Feng was an enraged beast. The smile on his face was no longer harmless, and there was no longer even a sliver of vulgarness in his expression. The hands he extended were no longer to touch other people's thighs. He brandished his arm this time to kill. "You'll pay for what you just said with blood." Qin Feng's icy voice drifted in the air and didn't disperse for a long time. His feet lightly tapped the ground, and his whole body was like an arrow leaving a bow. He shot towards the rooftop. No one could harm young Master Qin's relatives unless they died. "Stinking brat, don't speak too soon. Wah my whip." Bronze number 5 was currently weighing Qin Feng. The moment he moved, the long orange whip in number 5's hand also began to dance. It was like a little snake in the air that whistled by. Crackle! Another ear-piercing explosion resounded in the air. Compared to number 8, Bronze number 5's abilities were clearly stronger. Since he was considered a long-range attacking expert, the long whip in his hand moved freely and was impressively strong. At this time, Qin Feng brought the winter iron gloves to battle. It could only be used for close combat, but he wasn't able to get close to Bronze number 5 at a moment's notice. He quickly retreated and jumped into the paw of weeds and quickly shuttled through them. In the second month of the lunar calendar, the grass grows and germinates slowly, and the yellow warblers fly about. The willow branches brush the embankment, and the water vapor from the pond, grass, and trees form smoke-like condensation in an intoxicating manner. However, it wasn't the second month of the lunar calendar, and there weren't yellow warblers dancing in the weeds. However, this situation and scenery with the river, the setting sun, and Qin Feng agilely flying on the grass seemed to fit this kind of concept. Crackle! This poetic scenery was extremely dangerous. Bronze number 5's long whip shook the ears, and every whip was meticulous. Every time, it brushed Qin Feng's arm and passed by, hitting into the weeds behind him. Every lash of the whip left a deep scar on the ground. The dense weeds were originally as tall as a person, but were toppled by the long whip not long later. It was clear that they could no longer hide Qin Feng from his enemy's gaze. After a series of dodges, Qin Feng took an elementary step in understanding Bronze number 5's abilities. Previously, he met Liang Zhenwei, an expert that also used a long whip as a weapon. Liang Zhenwei was also a stage 4 inner expert, and his whip formed a layered shadow that looked like curtain when brandished. But Bronze number 5's long whip was much more powerful when it fell, and this man's attack radius wasn't as tightly grouped as Liang Zhenwei's. Bronze number 5's whip didn't form shadows. It was like small bolts of lightning that hit wherever it pointed. This made Qin Feng sure that Bronze number 5 and Bronze number 8 were only external experts, and they never cultivated internal techniques. Swish! After understanding their abilities, Qin Feng lightly tapped his feet and his body suddenly shot upwards. This time he didn't evade, but rushed towards Bronze number 5 who was on the roof. Qin Feng instantly released the weight of the flying dragon armor, used his inner qi to increase his speed, and the speed already reached its limit. When compared to Bronze number 8's previous speed, he was considerably faster. "I've already said that you are going to pay for what you said at first with blood." Qin Feng's ice-cold voice suddenly resounded. Bronze number 5 was completely stunned. He even didn't clearly see Qin Feng's concrete position before he found that Qin Feng was already above his head. And what defied bronze number 5's understanding was that Qin Feng held a long sword with an orange light, but he had no idea where it came from. Fuck, what level expert are you? That's not right. You're a genius that practices both internal and external techniques? Bronze number 5 yelped in surprise. Even when he said these words, he had some trouble believing them. The long sword was waved with some strength and brought the air into making sounds of explosions. It was impossible to resist. The shock in bronze number 5's eyes became impossibly stronger. The air of death came closer and closer, and he could clearly feel the gust of icy air. He also knew that in the next second he would die, but he had no way of fighting back. He didn't even have the ability to dodge the attack. He still had a lot of questions. He couldn't understand how the young Qin Feng could have cultivated up to such a stage, or how he was also a genius that cultivated both internally and externally. What he couldn't understand even more was that there was nowhere to hide any weapons on Qin Feng's body, yet a long sword suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's hands. There was an enormous difference between this young man and what the employer said about him. He was too mysterious and too strong. Even Blood Fiend, the assassin ranked 5th in the bronze group of the Golden Assassin crew, wasn't his ma. Whoosh! The blade fell quickly and simply. It was not sloppy in the least, and was like cutting open a thick and heavy city wall. The true steel sword was sharp beyond comparison, and cut through him like mud. Bronze number 5's body split open quickly from the middle of his brows downwards. One could see the quick tear with the naked eye. An instant later he was split in 2 halves, and fresh blood dyed the rooftop red. From beginning to end, bronze number 5 didn't even have the time to cry out pitifully. Ta! Qin Feng landed agilely on the ground, and just so happened to land right beside bronze number 8. Bronze number 8 looked like a shell of a body who had his soul taken away. His gaze was stuck to the spot where bronze number 5 was previously. Now, besides a paw of blood, it was completely empty. It's over? It was over just like that. With the swing of a blade, bronze number 5 was cut in 2. This was the assassin ranked 5th in the bronze group of the Golden Assassin crew. With just the nickname Blood Fiend, many assassins in the same field and special agents from outside the country would be struck with terror. He was a stage 6 external powerhouse. If one asked around in the little Acropolis city, would there even be a couple of experts like this? In the end, these two came to Acropolis to casually complete an assignment, but met someone as abnormal as Qin Feng. Bronze number 8 no longer clung onto the hope that his life would be preserved. He only wanted to rush back to his employer and kill the lying old bastard first. Qin Feng didn't kill bronze number 8. He held the true steel sword to number 8's neck and asked coldly, "Where's the man you've abducted? Where did you hide him?" "I in that row of houses," bronze number 8 instinctively replied. He and bronze number 5 were assassins of the Golden Assassin crew, and they went through strict special training. They typically killed people easily and were calm and collected. They had fallen into the grasps of the police countless times and didn't reveal anything about their group or their assignment, even under the duress of police interrogations. But now bronze number 8 was like a body deprived of its thoughts and soul. His brain was a field of white. He hadn't even completely regained his senses from Qin Feng's tyrannical blade, so he said things he shouldn't have. "What kind of people are you? Who sent you here? How many people are there in total?" Qin Feng noticed that bronze number 8's condition was off, so he immediately continued to question him. "We're part of the bronze group of the Golden Assassin crew. An old man named Haolong Tian sent the assignment and hired us to kill Qin Huang and Qin Feng. For this assignment, they only sent bronze number 5 and I. Where's Haolong Tian now?" After finding out that the Hao family elder was behind this scheme to harm him and his father, Qin Feng's eyes were ablaze. He's in an abandoned repair shop by Welcoming Winds Road in the southern district of Acropolis, waiting to pay us. After saying all this, Bronze number 8 suddenly trembled and came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feng, who stood next to him, and his expression instantly changed drastically. He immediately brandished his crescent moon blade and slashed at Qin Feng. "Brat, even if you kill the two of us today, don't think you can escape our golden assassin crew. Even if you hide in the ends of the earth, there'll be nowhere to hide." Qin Feng turned his body and easily dodged number 8's blade. Then he extended his left fist and smashed it onto number 8's chin. This was a ferocious uppercut, and it sent number 8's long and thin body floating into the air. After the fist fell, Qin Feng used some strength in his legs and pounced into the air like a nimble wild panther. He sent another punch into number 8's back, and number 8's body was sent higher into the air. When he fell downwards due to gravity, Qin Feng punched again. Punch after punch. The winter iron gloves paired with Qin Feng's elementary thunder tiger fists were incomparably formidable and used an irresistible force. He hit bronze number 8 until cracking sounds came from his body as if his body was exploding again and again. After the 12th hit, the fresh blood held up in bronze number 8's throat all rushed out like a mini fountain in the air. Then, number 8's head went askew, and he was completely dead. Boom! Qin Feng pounded number 8 in the stomach with one fist and punched him into the ground, submerging half his body into the soil. This fierce battle was completely over. Qin Feng picked up the large blade and the long whip and rushed quickly into the row of abandoned red brick houses. After entering the room was dark, so Qin Feng wasn't too used to it. He squinted as he circled the house a good number of times. In the end, he found his father tied to a chair in the innermost brick house. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, Green Dragon Crescent Moonblade. "Dad, are you all right?" Qin Feng shot beside Qin Huang and began to help him untie the ropes around him. "Fenger, why are you here? Hurry and leave. People want to assassinate us. They found 2 extremely skilled assassins, and they're nearby. Don't fall into their trap. Leave quickly, Fenger, leave quickly." Qin Huang still wasn't aware of what happened outside. This area was at the riverside, so the wind was extremely strong. When situated within the house, one couldn't heard the fighting outside of it. "Dad, those 2 are already taken care of. We're safe now." Qin Feng already untied the ropes and helped his father up. Qin Huang looked at Qin Feng with a startled expression. He clearly didn't dare believe this. He immediately ran out of the house to see bronze number 8, who was half submerged in the ground, and the 2 halves of bronze number 5, who fell from the rooftop and rolled to the 2 sides of him. Qin Huang was so frightened that he almost yelped. "Fenger, did you kill these people?" Qin Huang looked at Qin Feng with alarm. His voice trembled. "How did you find this place? Who are these people?" "Dad, these 2 are assassins from the Golden Assassin crew. How Long Tian paid them to kill us. While I was eating in royal group, they called and told me you were abducted. So I rushed over to save you." Qin Feng quickly summarized the complicated things that happened in the past hour for Qin Huang. After hearing all this, Qin Huang was swept with lingering fear. Recently, he had forgotten to deal with How Long Tian. His deep eyes locked onto Qin Feng as he suddenly asked, "Fenger, tell me honestly, what stages are you abilities at currently?" Qin Feng hesitated a bit before speaking. "Dad, I can't really tell you clearly, but even if I met a stage 7 external expert, I could handle him. If I met an expert that cultivated internal techniques, it'd be hard to say, but a stage for internal expert is already no-ma for me right now. Stage 7 externally, stage 4 internally. This was a pretty good expert already." Qin Feng was now only 20, so for him to wield such abilities made him a rare talent. Qin Huang thought about how when he was at his peak, he didn't even surpass stage for external abilities. That year, Qin Huang was also just 20, and his ability was already that of the rare few cultivation geniuses among the younger generation of the provincial capital. Also, his was a stage obtained through lots of effort and a spirit pill from the capital's Qin family. However, his abilities could not compare to Qin Feng's, even though Qin Feng trained quietly on his own. Plus, at the time Qin Huang could only cultivate external techniques, while Qin Feng was already a genius that cultivated both internal and external abilities. The heavens have opened their eyes, the heavens have really opened their eyes. After finding out about Qin Feng's current abilities, Qin Huang couldn't help but tear up. Countless memories and humiliation from the past surged out. Qin Huang had increasingly more hope in the Qin family's competition 10 months from now in the provincial capital. As long as Qin Feng got first place, many of the past matters could be opened again, and his mother could be brought up again. Dad, I already know the transaction location between How Long Tian and the two assassins. I'll call Uncle Fu right now to eliminate How Long Tian. Qin Feng's heart ached a bit when he saw his old man crying. He went to the side to call Uncle Fu and told him How Long Tian's location. The Hao family had long been eliminated, but How Long Tian remained the whole time, and he almost killed both the father and son of the Qin family. Qin Feng couldn't allow this kind of hidden danger to remain in existence. This time he'd cut the weeds, eliminate the roots, and completely eliminate the Hao family. After making the call, Qin Huang's mood stabilized. Qin Feng handled Bronze No. 5 and No. 8's bodies, then rushed towards the Qin manor with his father. Qin Feng rode his bike, and Qin Huang sat in the front. Though it was extremely uncomfortable, this image was horrifying enough. It was the first time Qin Huang sat on Qin Feng's bicycle. Once he personally experienced its speed, Qin Huang finally understood why he would arrive at the company after Qin Feng in the mornings, even though he rode in his Benz and they left at the same time. Qin Feng's 28 bicycle looked like a bike, but it was even faster than a race car. At Qin Huang's age, after sitting on the bicycle, he felt as though half his life was almost gone. When the father and son got back to the Qin manor, Uncle Fu was already waiting before the villa entrance. He held a sackcloth bag in his hand and walked towards the two. Chairman Qin, young Master Qin. He greeted the two and opened the bag. The Qin father and son looked inside. It was How Long Tian's head. And the corpse. Qin Huang's expression didn't change. This matter was clearly expected. In the backyard, Uncle Fu responded, "Bury him in an uninhabited mountain. Since he was a previously well-regarded person in Acropolis City, we should try to bury him." Qin Huang waved his hand, and Uncle Fu took the cloth bag away. After Uncle Fu left, Qin Huang and Qin Feng walked into the villa's lobby and sat facing one another in the drawing room. Qin Huang's expression flashed like he regretted How Long Tian's death. "Fenger, did you see that? Even the most impressive people will die one day. They might die naturally from sickness, old age, an accident, or murder. Before they die, they could cover the sky with one hand, and their glory was limitless. After they die, those that bury him are the enemies that killed him." Qin Huang shook his head and sighed. "This is life, laughable life. Thus, we must continuously work hard and fight. We must make ourselves strong and take control of our own life and death." Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Qin Huang immediately sat up straight and earnestly considered Qin Feng. He found that his son had changed, and he changed too much. Qin Huang almost didn't know him. How could Qin Feng not change? Ever since he acquired the Hedonist sovereign system, who knew how many life or death situations he experienced in a little over a month. He went from young Master Qin, who didn't have enough strength to truss a chicken, to a martial artist who could take someone's life with the wave of his hand. He went from being a hedonistic and dissolute son that only went after beauties to a hot-blooded man that was still very perverted, but possessed real feelings and responsibilities. He was growing, and growing extremely quickly. It went without saying that Qin Huang almost didn't recognize Qin Feng. After all, sometimes even Qin Feng was startled by his own changes. How could a man become so perfect? Qin Huang suddenly laughed. He looked at Qin Feng with appraisal and said, "Fenger, you're right. We must continue to work hard. When in dire straits, we shouldn't even give up in the last second." These words were a bit heavy, so Qin Feng took the initiative to change the subject. "Dad, do you know the Golden Assassin crew?" "I've heard of them, but I don't know them that well." Qin Huang's expression suddenly became heavy when he heard the group's name. According to the rumors, this is the most mysterious assassin group in China, and there are as many experts in it as there are clouds. If you can pay the hiring fee, they're willing to take any assignment. Also, the way they take payments is extremely unique. They only accept the payment in gold, and they don't accept any other currency. That's why they're called the Golden Assassin Crew. Qin Feng listened earnestly because when he fought with Bronze number 8 and 5, he found that they were Stage 5 and Stage 6 external experts, respectively. Also, he could tell from what the two people said that they were assassins with just average skills in the Golden Assassin Crew. So this group was an absolutely frightening existence. Now, that Qin Feng killed someone in their group, there were sure to be members of the Golden Assassin Crew coming to take revenge in the coming days. He had to learn more about their abilities so he could take the best countermeasures. People say that this assassin crew has never failed an assignment. In the past, I didn't know whether or not this was true, but now I know it's false because you already made them fail their assignment once. After saying this, Qin Huang sighed and continued, "AI, though we kept our lives this time, we offended such a mysterious assassin crew, so we have to be much more careful." "Father, don't worry. If these people dare to come looking for trouble, I won't let them off lightly," Qin Feng said earnestly. After Qin Huang heard these words, he felt gratified. In the past, he always protected his son and was busy wiping his butt or cleaning terrible messes. Now his son was finally grown up and began to protect him. This kind of change made Qin Huang's heart surge with warmth. "Okay, let's not talk about these inauspicious things. This time, your old man didn't die thanks to you. You must have been really worried. Hurry and go back to your room to rest. I also have to rest. Hao Long Tian is dead, and the war between the Qin and Hao families are finally over, so I can sleep in peace." Qin Huang waved his hand and spoke with a bit of emotion. "Then rest at ease, Dad. I'll go back to the house." Qin Feng stood and dismissed himself. After returning to his own room, Qin Feng shut the door and immediately hopped into bed. With a slight thought, the crescent moon blade that was over 2 meters and the long, approximately 5-meter long whip fell onto his bed. He brought Bronze number 8's crescent moon blade and Bronze number 5's long whip back because he felt that these two weapons had spiritual chi and were weapons like his true steel sword and William's winter iron gloves. However, there was some difference between the grades of these 4 weapons. But they were considered treasures compared to normal swords, spears, staffs, and clubs. Qin Feng picked up the crescent moon blade Bronze number 8 used and examined it. The length of the blade was 1 meter and the handle was 1.5 meters. The blade seemed to be made of winter iron, and one could feel a wintry air when they touched it. Besides the 5 holes in the blade, there was a vivid and lifelike green dragon with closed eyes idea into it. It seemed as though once the dragon opened its eyes, it would fly to the sky. This crescent moon blade looked extremely tyrannical from the outside, and was a very heavy, 41 kilograms in total. Normal people would be unable to play around with it. Qin Feng held the crescent moon blade and examined it for a bit. Then he used the Hedonist sovereign system to discern the item. This system could discern weapons with spiritual chi, and the winter iron gloves was a weapon that the system itself discerned. Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade. Equipment grade white top-grade equipment. Weapon description. Crafted with the 1,000-year winter iron as its main material, it is incomparably solid and can cut mountains and split land. Natural winter iron properties can allow the user to feel the ice-cold air of the winter iron and clear willpower. Increases nimbleness and precision during a fight. Chapter 209. Chapter 209, Phantom Whip Technique. Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade. After seeing the system's description, Qin Feng's gaped. It seemed that this weapon was a famous historical weapon, like the true steel sword that he obtained from the system previously. One was the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade Guan you used in the last years of the Eastern Han Dynasty. One was from the even older Spring and Autumn period. It was the true steel sword, one of the Yu Emperor's 8 legendary swords. However, the true steel sword was appraised by the system as an orange-grade equipment, so it was a bit better than the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade that was a piece of white-grade equipment. Equipment grades: Hedonist gold equipment, purple equipment, blue equipment, orange equipment, white equipment. But the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade and the winter iron gloves were very similar. They both used winter iron as its main material and were both white top-grade equipment. Qin Feng used the winter iron gloves a good number of times to fight, so he knew how strong and fierce these gloves were. Though the Green Dragon Crescent Blade was clearly a very impressive weapon, Qin Feng wouldn't use this Crescent Moon Blade. Though it was very powerful, its downside was that it was excessively heavy. Without a Crescent Moon Blade technique, it would be difficult to manage this kind of heavy weapon. After understanding the Crescent Moon Blade, Qin Feng returned it to the system and then held up the long whip to examine it. The long whip was a total of 5 meters. From a glance, he didn't know what kind of material it was made of. It was smooth like jade and faintly glowed orange. Qin Feng had seen whips before. The Stage 4 Inner Qi expert, Liang Zhenwei, used a whip made of wild ox tendon. However, his whip wasn't as high in grade as the one before his eyes. At the time, it was split in half by Qin Feng's true steel sword. Qin Feng could see that there was more than meets the eye with the long whip in his hands, and used the system to begin identifying it. Spirit Snake Whip. Equipment grade: orange mid-grade equipment. Weapon description: comprised of spirit snake skin and tendon, extremely tough and startlingly strong. This spirit snake whip was a mid-grade orange equipment, which was slightly superior to the true steel sword, which was a low-grade orange equipment. This piqued a bit of Qin Feng's interest. Currently, his most important weapons were the winter iron gloves and the true steel sword. These two weapons veered towards close combat, so he currently lacked a long-distance combat weapon. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to scrape together funds and spend 3,000 hedonist points buying the wind blade technique to make up for his lack of long-range attacks. But he didn't have enough hedonist points, so Qin Feng was at a bit of a loss. Master, don't be at a loss. I would advise you to practice with your spirit snake whip first. Amidst Qin Feng's hesitation and uncertainty, Little Pig's voice resounded. Should I not buy the wind blade skills anymore? Qin Feng asked. He planned to complete the quest regarding Li Yu Chen's marriage and treaty headaches, so he would have just enough to collect and buy the wind blade skills with 3,000 hedonist points. Master, I forgot to tell you when I introduced the wind blade skills initially that the wind blade skills can only be used after reaching stage for inner Qi. You're only at stage 2 internally right now, so there would be no use in buying it. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng with disdain. Qin Feng immediately felt as though someone violently punched him in the chest with an iron fist. He had the urge to immediately stew Little Pig into pork spare rib soup. After calming down, Qin Feng could only give up on the wind blade skills for now. Though it sounded impressive, even if he bought it now, he would not be able to use it, and that would torture Qin Feng to death. He opened the Hedonist Sovereign system and looked for skills relating to whips in the skill book. Thunder Tiger Fists paired with the Winter Iron Gloves provides boundless might and fists that can suppress mountains and rivers. True Steel Sword paired with Elementary Sword Techniques can split mountains and open valleys and pair iron like mud. Now that he had the Spirit Snake Whip, how could he not pair it with some whip technique? Qin Feng quickly found an Phantom Whip technique in the skill book. It was 1,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng looked at how many Hedonist points he had. He had exactly 1,000 points. Thus, he clenched his teeth and bought the skill book. Purchased Phantom Whip Technique Skill Book. With this notification, his hedonist point balance became 0. At the same time, an enormous wave of foreign information surged into his brain, quickly melded with Qin Feng's original memories, and became his memories. Phantom Whip Technique. Skill rank. Yellow rank top grade, rank divisions, Sovereign, Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow. When using this skill, the host can release thousands of overlapping whip shadows to form a screen and confuse the opponent. Paired with Inner Qi, one can continuously release powerful shadow whip attacks that will leave the opponent with nowhere to hide. Oh boy, with the heavenly whip in hand, I could rid the world of dogs acting like pretentious pricks. While holding the Spirit Snake Whip in his hand and possessing the Phantom Whip technique in his mind, Qin Feng leapt out of the third-floor window and arrived on an empty portion in the backyard. He began to wave the whip about. Qin Feng handled the over 5-meter-long whip with ease. He looked nothing like a person who had touched a whip for the first time. From a glance, his nimble and vigorous shadow and the whip shadows that filled the sky showed that he was clearly a veteran whip user. If he didn't have 10 years of training, he at least had 8. After prancing about wildly in the backyard for a while, Qin Feng immediately ran back to his own room. He found that he had ruined a flower bed that his father personally tended to with his whip and filled the ground with shredded flowers and leaves. If his old man saw it, he would be whipped to death with a leather whip. Qin Feng didn't dare practice his whip skills in broad daylight because he was afraid of hitting the flowers and grass and getting scolded by his father in consequence, and because the whip technique was too powerful that it would be a nuisance if someone saw it. He lay in his bed until night fell before returning to the backyard again and waving his long whip. The Phantom Whip technique melded in his mind for a full afternoon, so when he used it now, it was smooth and easy. The long whip seemed to become one with Qin Feng's body and flowed naturally with the directions his body and arms went. The long whip flashed orange in the night, combined with the inner Qi Qin Feng used. Layers of light yellow whip shadows formed in the air. The whip shadows were not as tightly layered and far-reaching as Liang Jinwei's, but the power hidden in the whip shadows absolutely could not be ignored. At least with Qin Feng's current internal Stage 2 abilities, if he met 10 external Stage 2 martial artists, he could whip them all to death with one whip. Bang! The whip shadows rose and fell with cold whistling sounds in the harsh winds. Qin Feng's mouth tilted into a reed smile. He suddenly thought about when he went to the South Bay Pier to CA criminals with Lu Bingbing a couple of days ago. If he used this Spirit Snake Whip to whip her raised behind, it would have definitely been even more exciting. Bang! Once Qin Feng thought about Lu Bingbing's hot body and scorching personality, the crisp sounds her behind made when he hit it with his leather belt, and the pain but happy moans Lu Bingbing made at the end, Qin Feng was filled with enthusiasm. He moved the Spirit Snake Whip more and more quickly and easily. He didn't care about direction and wildly brandished his whip all over the backyard according to whim. Bang! The whip shadows fell. This time there was an even crisper sound like breaking glass. Qin Feng hadn't realized what happened and saw a window open from the 3rd floor of the villa. Then a beautiful face stuck out of it, but the face was filled with an icy expression. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Are you bored and trying to rebel by using rocks to break my window? The voice was icy but pleasant. It belonged to Han Ying. Qin Feng immediately put his Spirit Snake Whip in the system. Han Ying was angered to death. Qin Feng was becoming more and more dishonest recently. First, he brought the condom to her office to hint at her. Then he unscrupulously touched under her skirt at the dinner table. And now he ran to the backyard to break her window with a rock in the middle of the night. It was clear that he wanted to break the window, climb up to her window with a ladder, and secretly wa her shower. After all, the window Qin Feng broke with his whip was the window to Han Ying's bathroom. Do you have the guts to do things more honorably? You want to secretly wa me shower in the middle of the night? Do you have any civility? Han Ying put her hands to her waist. Qin Feng was going to drive her mad. Qin Feng's lips tweed. He didn't think Han Ying could misunderstand him for even this, and she even misunderstood that he was trying to secretly wa her shower. What a joke! Is this young master that kind of person? Qin Feng also showed his temper. He lifted his head and stared at Han Ying as he spoke with anger. You're too much. Han Ying didn't give Qin Feng any face. She said calmly, Qin Feng, if you still don't leave, I'm going to get Uncle Qin to come and teach you a lesson. After hearing that Han Ying wanted to look for his old man, Qin Feng disappeared the next second. He didn't want his father to know that he whipped the flowers and grass in the backyard to death. After returning to his room, Qin Feng quickly showered and changed into clean clothes. He saw that it would be dinner time soon. Suddenly, Qin Feng's phone rang with a QQ notification. Young Master Qin, could you tell Qin Feng to wait for me at 7 o'clock sharp at the north door of West Lake Courtyard District? Tell him not to forget. The message was from Li Yu-chin regarding what she had discussed with Qin Feng. He was going to pretend to be young Master Qin and go to her house for dinner over the weekend to fool her mother. Qin Feng immediately replied, Don't worry, the brat won't dare neglect something I tell him. After confirming the time with Li Yu-chin, Qin Feng went downstairs in high spirits. Qin Huang and the two women were already seated before the dinner table. When they saw Qin Feng arriving, they all had different expressions. Qin Huang was still recovering from the afternoon shock. Now, once he thought about how his son could face stage 7 external and stage for internal experts, he was unspeakably happy. Su Ruoro saw Qin Feng rush out hurriedly in the afternoon, and only saw him now, so she had a worried expression. Han Ying had just gotten her bathroom window smashed by Qin Feng, so she looked like she wanted to bite him to death. After the meal, Han Ying returned to her villa first. Qin Huang wanted to chat with Qin Feng, but when he saw the brat staring fixedly at Su Ruoro's chest, he shook his head and went upstairs. Qin Feng, you left in such a hurry at lunch, and I haven't seen you the whole afternoon. Did something happen? Once Qin Huang and Han Ying left, Su Ruoro immediately grabbed Qin Feng's arm. It was a very severe matter, and it's a long story. Come on, let's go to your room. I'll sit on your bed and talk with you for the whole night. When Su Ruoro saw Qin Feng's serious expression, she was worried. She obediently followed Qin Feng to her room. After entering Su Ruoro's chambers, Qin Feng shut the door, pulled Su Ruoro to sit on the bed, and said seriously, Ruoro, we can't delay the intensified training anymore. Let's start tonight. Su Ruoro wasn't able to react. She was briefly stunned and said, Qin Feng, didn't you bring me up here to talk about why you suddenly left at lunch? What happened? Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoro with mistrust and said, Nothing, I just suddenly felt extremely tired, so I ran back to the Qin Manor to sleep for the rest of the afternoon. What could be the matter? But at the dinner table you said the matter was very severe. Su Ruoro glared at Qin Feng with a huff. She could mostly guess that Qin Feng came to her room to take some liberties and found some excuse. He made her so worried about him at first. Su Ruoro really wanted to bite Qin Feng violently. I did. When did I say it was really severe? I just slept. How is that severe? Qin Feng shook his head. I'm sure you heard wrong. Ruoro, Has there been something wrong with your ears recently? There's something wrong with your ears. I don't want to deal with you. Su Ruo punched Qin Feng's chest, turned her head, and didn't speak to him. Chapter 210. Chapter 210. I was willing. Ruo, stop messing around. Let's hurry and intensify your training. I want to help you quickly toughen up your personality. Otherwise, you'll be bullied. Qin Feng picked Su Ruo up and stood her on the bed. He took off his shoes and got on her bed as well. Su Ruo personally agreed to the intensified training. She could only ask, Qin Feng, what scene were you planning tonight? Since this is our first time officially training with scenarios, let's start with a simpler one. What about a scene where a murderer breaks into the room in the middle of the night and wants to violate you? Qin Feng said with a serious expression. I think that's a very suitable scene. Qin Feng added. He didn't wait for Su Ruo to respond. Su Ruo's expression darkened. She stared at Qin Feng. You think this is a simple scenario? This scenario is clearly kind of abnormal. Haha, it's abnormal? Okay, then let's go for another. Su Ruo could even tell that the scene was abnormal, so Qin Feng screwed his head apologetically and smiled as he said, Then we can do a scene where you meet a pervert on the bus and he touches your body. This scenario was indeed much simpler than the previous one. Su Ruo hesitated for a good while before she clenched her teeth and nodded. Okay, then let's begin now. Su Ruo's voice was as small as a mosquito. Qin Feng's gaze swept over Su Ruo. She still wore the woman's suit from work, so her outfit suited Qin Feng's tastes very well. He walked up behind Su Ruo, blew hot air into her ear, and said, Then we're going to begin. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he completely changed. He smiled vulgarly, his gaze was lascivious, and his movements were like that of a hooligan. He stood behind Su Ruo and looked unscrupulously at her chest. Little sister, you're so pretty. Look at the development of your large chest. It's sure to be at least a D cup. Little sister, what did you eat growing up that you developed so well? Can this older brother touch? After speaking, Qin Feng didn't wait for Su Ruo's response. His large hands fell on her raised behind, and he began to squeeze unscrupulously. Little sister, your behind is also pretty perky. You're really a quality item in the mortal world. After touching her behind, Qin Feng became even more dissatisfied with the small gain. He already used his body to rub her raised behind. Su Ruo's pretty face became extremely red. Even if the person behind her was Qin Feng, she couldn't really accept these loose actions and words. In order to make the scene more realistic, she imagined that the person behind her was a hooligan type with dyed yellow hair and a pierced nose and ear pierced. When Su Ruo thought of a despicable hooligan touching her, she was so angry that a strong fire rose in her. However, she couldn't really vent her emotions. Have you taken an interest in his big brother, little sister? Big brother is touching you like this, and you aren't refusing. Why don't you get off at the next stop with me, so I can show you a good time? Qin Feng felt at a bit of a loss when Su Ruo didn't respond even to this. If Su Ruo really encountered this situation when she was alone on public transportation one day, would she just let them touch her so unscrupulously? Qin Feng got a bit mad when he thought about this. In his anger, Qin Feng felt that he must strengthen the training even more. He suddenly extended his arm, hugged Su Ruo from behind, and touched her unscrupulously. Qin Feng bullied Su Ruo while smiling evilly. Why aren't you responding, little sister? It seems that you aren't a normal person, beautiful. You really are to this older brother's liking. Qin Feng used clean and pure intentions to train and take advantage of Su Ruo. Su Ruo was so angry she wanted to die, but she kept hesitating and didn't dare resist. Su Ruo had enough of an unfamiliar man and big pervert daring to violate her. How could she continue to tolerate this? When Su Ruo encountered these kinds of situations in the past, she didn't have a reason to burst out. She was indeed taken advantage of, but the losses were just her own. Her weak personality allowed her to accept this kind of loss. However, at this time, Qin Feng's evil smile appeared in Su Ruo's head. It was like she was grasping in rice straw. She finally found a reason to resist. She knew if Qin Feng saw the scene, he would certainly be really angry, and she didn't want Qin Feng to be angry. The reason was simple, but allowed Su Ruo to instantly muster up the courage to shove Qin Feng away with incomparable staunchness. "What are you doing? Please don't touch me again, or I'll call the police." She pushed Qin Feng away, creased her eyebrows, and looked at him with contempt. Though she didn't follow up by kicking Qin Feng twice and slapping him twice, she had the courage to resist, and even had the guts to burst out in a dissatisfied expression. This was a huge improvement for her. "Hey, don't be unable to tell good from bad, little sister. It's your fortune that Big Brother took an interest in you. We're already at the station. Hurry and get off with me." A glint of happiness flashed through Qin Feng's eyes, and he quickly regained an expression of evil. He glared fiercely at Su Ruo, grabbed her arm and hugged her tight. "Let go of me. What are you doing? Help. Everyone help." Su Ruo was in the scene and acted realistically. At this time, she already had the guts to ask for help. Qin Feng harshly pinched Su Ruo's arm and said fiercely, "Fuck, if you dare yell again, your elder will beat you to death." Su Ruo was so scared that she shivered. However, she quickly came to her senses. She was no longer weak and no longer allowed people to bully her. She resisted, and her mood for resisting became stronger and stronger. Su Ruo began to fight for her life in Qin Feng's embrace. She cried for help more and more loudly. "Let go of me. Hurry, and let go of me, you stinking scoundrel. Help! Someone quickly come help me." Bang! Qin Feng and Su Ruo were deep into the act when Su Ruo's bedroom door was suddenly shoved open. Qin Huang held a golf club and Han Ying held a rolling pin. They rushed in anxiously and solemnly. Once they got into the room, they heard two people yelling, "Jerk! Hurry and let go of little sister Ruo." "Who are you? You even had the guts to break into the Qin manor? You better not." Qin Huang hadn't finished yelling when he and Han Ying were completely frozen still. Their eyeballs fell to the ground. Of the two, one was originally reading in the study, while the other was doing yoga in her room. They heard the loud cries for help and struggling sounds coming from Su Ruo's room, so they immediately rushed over. They were bewildered. The security in the Qin manor was extremely strict. How could a hoodlum get into Su Ruo's room? Now that they broke into the room, the two of them understood. Qin Huang and Han Ying came back to their senses a good while later. "Qin Feng, do you want to anger me to death, brat? Hurry and release Miss Ruo. How did I give birth to an evil creature like you?" Qin Huang began to roar like a lion after he regained his senses. Qin Feng almost gave him a heart attack from anger. "Pervert, you're a pervert." Han Ying was even more agitated than Qin Huang. She rushed up to hit Qin Feng with her rolling pin. She chased after him while complaining, "You brat! First you break my window to secretly want me shower, and now that failed, you've pervertedly come to little sister Ruo's room and dared to break into her bedroom to force yourself on her. Qin Feng, you're too shameless." Qin Feng came back to his senses after getting hit by Han Ying's rolling pin a couple of times. Qin Feng and Su Ruo were startled by the two people who suddenly crashed in. "Ying, what are you doing? Hurry and stop! It's not what you think," Qin Feng hurriedly yelled. "Don't call me Ying, and don't even think about arguing. Uncle Qin and I saw with our own eyes and heard with our own ears. How could it be fake?" Han Ying didn't listen to Qin Feng's explanation. This person's mouth could talk the dead back to life, who knew what he could say to confuse everyone. Ying, don't stop. Help me fiercely teach this stinking brat a lesson. He's completely ruined his old man's face. Qin Huang weighed Han Ying and didn't urge her to stop. He even encouraged it. Su Ruo didn't regain her senses until now. After seeing the situation clearly, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide in it. Older sister Ying, don't hit Qin Feng anymore. Stop. Su Ruo's heart softened, and she rushed up to block Han Ying. Ruo, don't worry. Even Uncle Qin is on our side. If you don't fiercely discipline him now, he'll be dissatisfied and want even more. Han Ying thought Su Ruo stood up for Qin Feng because she was afraid of him. Miss Ruo, come here with me. Qin Huang pulled Su Ruo beside him and looked like he wanted to stand up for her. He said, "This time Fenger went overboard. I hope you won't be too mad, Miss Ruo. This brat deserves to be hit. Letting Ying help you fiercely teach him a lesson." When she saw that everyone had misunderstood, Su Ruo hurriedly shouted, "Older sister Ying, Chairman Qin, why you both misunderstood Qin Feng?" Qin Huang and Han Ying froze with shock again. This time, they were even more shocked than the last. "I was willing," Su Ruo said with a voice as soft as a fly. Though her voice was soft, Qin Huang and Han Ying heard it clearly. This time they felt as though they were struck by lightning and charred on the outside, but soft on the inside. "Ruo, teach then, why did you yell at first? And you were yelling for help, like your life depended on it." After coming back to her senses, Han Ying still didn't really understand. She asked, "And when Uncle Qin and I came into the room, we saw you struggling to get away from Qin Feng." Su Ruo's jaw dropped to her chest. She blushed and said quietly, "I was playing a game with Qin Feng." Su Ruo couldn't explain that Qin Feng was helping her with intensified training, so she could only say this was a game. She graduated from college and entered society recently, so she was still a pure girl. She never heard of things like hardcore SM, bondage, and wax play. When she said playing, she really didn't mean anything else. However, Qin Huang and Han Ying were the ones that heard it. Another bolt of lightning split open their brains. A good while later, Han Ying was the first to regain her senses. She looked at Su Ruo with a conflicted expression and said, "Ruo, why you like playing these kinds of games?" Han Ying couldn't accept that Su Ruo liked playing SM, and from the scene that she saw her and Qin Feng playing, it was an extremely hardcore rape game. Su Ruo didn't understand what Han Ying was saying. She didn't know how to respond, so she simply nodded. "You." Han Ying hit her head and was so frustrated that she couldn't say anything. She glared fiercely at Qin Feng and left the room in an angry rush. Who knew what kind of medicine Qin Feng gave Su Ruo? She was originally so cute and innocent. Look what became of her. Once Han Ying left, Qin Huang came back to his senses. He considered Su Ruo meaningfully for a long time and ended up shaking his head and saying, "Miss Ruo, I actually really like you. You're kind and innocent. You aren't afraid of bearing hardships. And you are not pretentious. AI. So I urge you to open your eyes and see the people near you clearly. Don't get fooled." After seeing Qin Huang leave, Qin Feng felt extremely down. Wasn't he his son? Phew. A while after the two left, Su Ruo finally released the breath she was holding. She still didn't understand why the two of them were so angry and at a loss earlier. However, she also knew that she couldn't train anymore tonight. She immediately and shyly pushed Qin Feng out, stood at the door and said to Qin Feng, "Hurry and go back, you killed me tonight." Su Ruo glared at Qin Feng with a huff and immediately shut the door. She leaned on the door and her heart was still beating wildly. Chapter 211. Chapter 211, Dearest. It wasn't always the weekend. Su Ruo, Han Ying, and Qin Huang were still sleeping in while Qin Feng dressed impeccably, drove his father's commercial Benz, and arrived at the northern door of the West Lake Courtyard District. He stopped the car at the entrance and saw Li Yuqin already waiting there. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Today, Li Yuqin didn't wear the completely black uniform she wore to work. Instead, she wore her own pretty clothes. A head of blonde, curly hair billowed on her shoulders. She wore a light purple flower collared shirt that exuded elegance and striped suspenders with shorts that showed youth. Her long white legs were unrestricted and were extremely eye-catching in the sunlight. She wore Prada's newest red heels and wasn't lacking in fashionableness. Li Yuqin's outfit today could be described with 3 words: elegant, casual, and fashionable. General Manager Li, here. Qin Feng had a hard time coming back to his senses, and he immediately rolled the windows down and waved at Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin looked at the commercial Benz Qin Feng drove and was slightly stunned. She didn't think this brat would even get Chairman Qin's car. It seemed that he and young Master Qin were pretty tight. Qin Feng, do you have any concept of time? You're half an hour late. Li Yuqin sat next to the driver's seat, looked at her watch, and glared coldly at Qin Feng. Last night, she specifically told young Master Qin the time. She didn't think Qin Feng would still be late. Li Yuqin knew this person wasn't very dependable. Qin Feng clearly disregarded Li Yuqin's complaints. Once Li Yuqin got into the car, he stuck his nose towards Li Yuqin and sniffed harshly. Not bad, Chanel's newest fragrance. It appears that General Manager Li reaped quite a bit of profit in Royal Group. It seems that I have to report this to young Master Qin or Chairman Qin. When she saw Qin Feng's jolly expression, Li Yuqin wanted to back out temporarily. Could she really trick her mother with such an undependable person pretending to be young Master Qin? Were you born in the year of the dog? Hurry and drive. We're half an hour late. I really want to give you a good beating, you brat. Li Yuqin rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and didn't explain the perfume situation. Though she was the general manager of the sales department, she was just selfless and uncorrupted from the beginning. She bought this 20,000 yuan perfume through clenched teeth after saving 3 months of pay. How could a rich young master that was blessed from birth with good fortune like Qin Feng understand that feeling? It isn't even 8 o'clock right now, it's still early. We just need to get there at noon. It's not a big deal, I can just drive faster and we can easily get there in half an hour, Qin Feng said casually. With the intermediate racing skills, Qin Feng was pretty confident in his driving skills. Oh, then take this information and look through it well. Don't get caught before you walk through the door later. Li Yuqin didn't pursue the matter regarding Qin Feng's tardiness and tossed him a file. Qin Feng opened and looked through the file. It had information about Li Yuqin's background. The information was extremely detailed. It went from Li Yuqin's elementary school days to her current job and described her path towards growth. Even information regarding her height and weight, favorite clothing brands, whether or not she had a boyfriend before, and whether or not she ever got a room, were described in detail. Qin Feng's gaze first fell on the information regarding Li Yuqin's figure. After looking at it, he immediately looked towards Li Yuqin's collar. Hey, what are you looking at? Li Yuqin glared fiercely at Qin Feng and found that the first thing he looked up were her 3 measurements. He was too shameless. I'm not looking at anything. Qin Feng's gaze didn't move, and he said with seriousness, Chen, before we go to Andy's house, I have to talk to you about our current situation. Beginning from now, I'm young Master Qin, and you're young Master Qin's woman. If you want to trick Annie and stop her from forcing you into marriage in the future, effort for me alone would be inadequate. You also need to work hard to cooperate with me. Since we're a couple, I naturally have to deeply understand your 3 measurements. I also have to address you intimately, and our movements have to express intimacy as well to trick Auntie. No? If you treat me coldly, harshly, or as your subordinate like you do at work, then I think this plan to pretend to be young Master Qin can stop right now. I believe that Auntie is an astute person, so she'll be able to tell from a glance that our relationship is fake. That way, why don't I just go back home and sleep during the weekend? Why would I come all the way here to sow something that will have no results? Qin Feng threw out the general truth, and Liu Chen's expression changed slightly. She was just in the midst of deliberating what Qin Feng had just said, and found that it was very reasonable. Since she decided to trick her mother and rid herself of marriage and treaty headaches, then she'd have to act properly. If she was unwilling or not proactive from the beginning, why not give up now? Then we'll let you benefit, brat. If you want to look, then look as much as you like. Liu Chen inhaled deeply. She suddenly moved her hands away, and even intentionally straightened her back and simply let Qin Feng look to his heart's content. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth flashed with the evil smile of someone who got his way. He suddenly extended his hand to touch, but before he could, Liu Chen's slender jade hand hid it away with one slap. Qin Feng, letting you look is the limit. Don't push it, or else we'll cancel the plan right now. Liu Chen glared at Qin Feng with a huff. If things really progressed this way, Liu Chen was certain that after 5 minutes, Qin Feng would have removed all of her clothes. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. Liu Chen's body was too perfect, and he was almost mesmerized earlier. After regaining his senses, Qin Feng quickly calmed himself. He looked closely at other places. How could Qin Feng let go of the opportunity to admire Liu Chen from such a close distance? Especially when his gaze fell on Liu Chen's unrestricted legs. He thought of the prior scene in the office and almost pounced onto them. The Liu Chen in the office always liked wearing black-rimmed glasses as an accessory to give off a domineering aura and exhibit the air of a managing older sister. However, now that she was coming home to see her mother, Liu Chen had a different style. She didn't wear glasses, and her body exuded a tender and charming aura. Are you done looking? Are we going or not? Liu Chen was a bit uncomfortable getting stared at by a man. She feigned anger and said, "Want me to take all my clothes off for you, to look to your heart's content?" Liu Chen was clearly speaking out of anger, yet Qin Feng suddenly said with a smile, "If possible, that would be best." "Best your ass hurry and drive." Liu Chen punched Qin Feng's shoulder and was so angry she wanted to bite someone. Qin Feng knew his joke couldn't be too overboard. He started the car and asked, "Qin, where is your house?" "Qingshui Town," Liu Chen said coldly. After speaking, she was a bit apprehensive. Qingshui Town was a small township below Acropolis City. It was backward and remote. Liu Chen was afraid a rich son like Qin Feng would look down on a small place like this, and even decide not to go because it was too far away and too remote. And Qin Feng was Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. Would he go somewhere small like that? Liu Chen was worried for nothing. Qin Feng didn't even ask anything about Qingshui Town and changed the topic. "Qin, you're my woman now. You can't speak so harshly. How about this? Let me hear you call me dearest." After hearing, "You're my woman now," she felt obedient, but she had no way of retorting. She bit her red lips and hesitated for a good while before saying softly, "Dearest." The sound was too low, and even Liu Chen almost couldn't hear it. However, she really said it, and it was also Liu Chen's first time saying this to a man. Once she said it, she was like a frightened little deer. Her heart thumped wildly. "Qin, hurry and say it," Qin Feng urged while driving. "I said it." Liu Chen glared at Qin Feng with a bit of anger. This guy was really annoying. "You did? Why didn't I hear it?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke. No, you have to be a little louder. Even I couldn't hear you. Uncle and Auntie are older. Their ears aren't as good, so they definitely won't be able to hear." There were many kinds of lowly people, but the highest tier belonged to Qin Feng's type. Everything he said made you want to pinch him to death, but everything he said was also filled with reason, making you unable to retort. In the end, you even have to obediently follow his plans. Dearest. Li Yu-chun breathed deeply, clenched her teeth, and yelled. This time, not only was the sound really loud, it almost burst Qin Feng's eardrums. Because Li Yu-chin strained her throat to yell right next to Qin Feng's ear. This was clearly a blatant form of revenge. Qin, are you trying to kill your husband? Qin Feng barely avoided getting frightened, and almost hit the car into the railing on the side of the road. He looked at Li Yu-chen with a bit of dissatisfaction and said, No, if you speak to your man like this, you'll become a tigress. Your voice is loud enough, but it lacks emotion. Here, let me teach you. Qin Feng suddenly said softly, Dearest. Li Yu-chen almost threw up after hearing it. If the car wasn't going so fast, she would have opened the car door and jumped out for certain. Say it. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Yu-chen. Li Yu-chen knew she had to use this nickname, and if she didn't say it now, she wouldn't be able to avoid it later at home. It was better to get it over with than prolong the agony, so she cast her dark eyebrows, stuck her face to her shoulder, and said sweetly, Dearest, dearest. She called twice, and each time was greasier than the next. The gentle voice fell into Qin Feng's ears and made him impossibly excited. He even thought that if employees in the sales department saw this, they would all be frightened to death. Was this the usually cold, stern, strong, and tyrannical General Manager Li? Not bad, not bad. Qin Feng was very satisfied with Li Yu-chen's current voice. He said with a smile, But I've suddenly decided that dearest isn't enough to express our intimate relationship. Why don't you just call me husband? Qin, just let me hear you call me husband. Qin Feng hooked Li Yu-chen's chin. Qin Feng, you want to die? Li Yu-chen smacked Qin Feng's index finger away and was so angry that she almost bit it. The distance between Acropolis City and Qingshui Town was a total of 200 kilometers. It was originally a boring ride, but due to Qin Feng's appearance, his teasing towards Li Yu-chen made it very fun. Li Yu-chen felt as though she had just gotten into the car, but the scenery before her eyes changed drastically and was incomparably familiar. They were actually already at the house. Chapter 212. Chapter 212, Real or Fake Young Master Qin. Qingshui Town was a little township in a valley. The population was low and the development was slow. The scenery there was extremely charming, a far cry from Acropolis City's heavy traffic and towering skyscrapers. On the way there, one could see a large, faint green field and fruit trees. The houses were uniform, single-storied compounds. The weather was drizzly, and the air contained the fragrance of soil. Qin Feng opened the car windows and had an expression of contentment as he could faintly smell nature. Qin, the scenery by your house is great. I really like it. The whole way there, this was the first normal thing, Qin Feng said. Li Yu-chen's heart was slightly moved. She originally thought Qin Feng would hate and avoid going to this kind of impoverished valley. After seeing his current expression, a rare feeling of gratitude towards Qin Feng welled up within her. Qin Feng, look there, that compound is my house. And the cornfield on the west side of the compound is the field where I had to help farm after school when I was young. We weren't like you city kids. You were the most afraid of going to school and liked getting off school the most. When I was little, I always thought about going to school, and I was the most afraid of getting off school and coming back to farm the land. But now, thinking back, I really miss my lovely childhood years when I frolicked in the fields with my friends. Li Yu-chen hadn't come home for over half a year, and now that she was home and saw the familiar scenery, her tyrannical and strong aura completely disappeared. She was like a little girl as she danced about and introduced her hometown to Qin Feng. Her coldness and emotionlessness was only a sturdy front, an aura that she had to have at work. Otherwise, how else would she be able to control tens of employees? Now that she was home, she didn't need to pretend. Li Yu-chen became carefree. This was her true self. Qin Feng was very happy that he could see such a natural and intimate side of Li Yuqin. She was very beautiful and cute. We're here. Hurry and stop the car, Qin Feng. The car quickly arrived before the entrance of a compound, and Li Yuqin immediately shouted with joy. Qin Feng stopped the car and suddenly grabbed Li Yuqin's hand and said, Qin, we're home, so don't casually call my name. You have to call me husband or young Master Qin. Don't mess up later. Li Yuqin was briefly stunned, and even forgot to fling Qin Feng's hand away. She wondered to herself, shouldn't that be my line? She suddenly had the misperception that she and Qin Feng were going to see his parents. The two exited the car, and Li Yuqin rushed towards the inside of her home. Qin Feng coughed urgently, and gave Li Yuqin a look as he extended his arm towards her. Li Yuqin became shy and immediately reacted, straightened out her clothes, and took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's arm. Practically half of each person's body was stuck together, and Qin Feng could feel Li Yuqin's chest pressing onto his arm, sending a softness sweeping over. As the two walked, the softness bounced up and down on its own. This was the soft chest of a D-cup. It felt so good that just thinking about it made Qin Feng drunk. Li Yuqin hugged Qin Feng and had just gotten to the entrance when a middle-aged woman carrying a platter of vegetables happened to walk out the door. She froze in shock for a moment, then threw down the platter and rushed over to hug Li Yuqin with happiness. Qin, you're back. Didn't you say you wouldn't be here until 12? It's only 10, and Mom was just about to wash the vegetables and make the food. Ma, Qin Feng drives fast, so we got here early, Li Yuqin said happily when she saw her mom. Mother Li's shrewd and ruthless eyes fell on Qin Feng and looked him up and down several times. She asked with a smile, Qin, this is Qin Feng, Acropolis City's young Master Qin. Young Master Qin's name was too resonant in Acropolis City that it even passed over to distant townships. Li Yuqin resentfully rolled her eyes at her mother when she saw her mother's exaggerated expression that looked as if she saw gold ingots. She hugged Qin Feng's arm and introduced him. Ma, this is Qin Feng, the young Master Qin you were talking about. Dearest, this is my mom. Li Yuqin looked at Qin Feng and spoke sweetly. It seems that Qin Feng's teaching along the way paid off. How do you do, Auntie? Qin Feng greeted her politely and even extended a present towards her. This is for Auntie and Uncle. I hope you all can be healthy and that all things go as you wish. Mother Li froze and didn't know what to do as she weighed Acropolis City's richest young master standing before her. She had suddenly received Li Yuqin's call last night saying that she would bring young Master Qin home today. At the time, Mother Li thought her daughter was joking. Who knew it would be true? Old man, hurry and come out. Your girl has brought a son-in-law to our door. After coming to her senses, Mother Li strained her throat and suddenly yelled. The sound was so loud that Qin Feng jumped in shock. On the other hand, Li Yuqin stood awkwardly and didn't know what to say to her mother. Not long later, a middle-aged man ran out of the house. He hadn't even come out when his voice drifted out. Boss, don't shout anymore. Are you only going to be happy if your throat shakes my ears so much they become deaf? I just heard your voice and didn't hear what you said. What did you say? Old man, hurry and look. Your daughter brought a son-in-law back. When Mother Li saw her husband come out, she immediately ran and pulled him over. Father Li's gaze fell Qin Feng, the man whose arm his daughter was holding. He looked at him earnestly and asked, Is this Acropolis City's young Master Qin? Yes, what do you think? This lad is handsome and grand enough, right? Mother Li was clearly very satisfied with Qin Feng. She smiled so much she couldn't close her mouth. In order to complete the system's quest regarding Li Yuqin being forced into marriage, Qin Feng dressed up in an elegant suit with a white dress shirt and black bow tie. Also, he had been training wildly recently, so his body was tall and straight and his muscles were well built. Just by standing there, He looked like a handsome and fashionable model. From the outside, he could annihilate all women in a second. "Uncle, Auntie, you can call me Little Chin. Don't be formal towards me," Chin Feng said with a smile. Okay. Since you and Chin Chin are together, we'll treat you like a son. And we won't be formal with you. Hurry and come into the house, it's sprinkling outside." Mother Li immediately smiled and greeted Chin Feng. She couldn't even attend to her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for over half a year. Li Yuqin secretly pinched Chin Feng a couple of times in the waist with anger to express her discontent. "Old man, hurry and tell our fellow villagers that our Chin Chin is back and brought Acropolis City's young Master Chin." They drove over in a big Benz. "Hurry and tell them, and don't miss any houses." They had just gotten back into the house when Mother Li pushed Father Li back out and forced him to spread the word to his fellow villagers. A while after seeing Father Li shake his head with a sigh and leave, Li Mu returned beside Chin Feng and Li Yuqin. She smiled at Chin Feng and said, "Little Chin, I almost forgot. You're a rich young master from a large family. It won't affect you if I announce your identity, would it?" "Maybe a little," Chin Feng laughed. Since he came this time with the name Young Master Chin, he wanted to be a little more discreet. What do we do? The old man has left for a bit of time. Should I call him back right now?" Mother Li said she would call on them, but her tone of voice and actions clearly showed that she was not preparing to call upon the old man. "Actually, it's not a big deal." Chin Feng smiled awkwardly. He found yet another superb acting queen among the people. "All right, since Little Chin doesn't care, then I won't call the old man back," Mother Li immediately responded. Li Yuqin sat to the side at a loss. Her expression showed that she knew her mother would act this way. She wondered how she should face Chin Feng at work in the future. That's not right." Mother Li suddenly shouted in shock and immediately stood from the stool. She looked closely at Chin Feng and said, "Are you really young Master Chin?" Mother Li's frightened movements scared Chin Feng and Li Yuqin. They both wondered if they gave something away and were discovered. However, they couldn't immediately think of what went wrong. "Auntie, I am young Master Chin, the real young Master Chin," Chin Feng said earnestly. No. I've looked up pictures of young Master Chin on the internet before, and it clearly wasn't you. That person was a bit uglier." Mother Li's formidable gaze locked tightly onto Chin Feng and Li Yuqin. She asked severely, "Chin, you wouldn't have randomly brought a man home to trick your mother, would you?" Chin Feng hit the table, stood, and said with extreme seriousness, "Auntie, your words are making me unhappy. How could you say the person in the pictures online is a bit uglier than me? Compared to me, he's atrocious." Chin Feng's sudden burst of anger stunned the two women. However, after hearing his main point, Li Yuqin almost rushed into the kitchen to pull out a vegetable knife and chop him up. "Then are you admitting yourself that you're not young Master Chin?" Mother Li stared severely at Chin Feng. Chin Feng suddenly laughed, shook his head, and said, "Auntie, you're definitely mistaken. The pictures of the person online aren't young Master Chin. My father wanted to protect me, so he purposely put up pictures of one of our bodyguards. You couldn't have known that once the pictures were posted on the internet, my family's bodyguard was kidnapped practically every day. It's considered a miracle that he's still alive," Chin Feng explained. Mother Li was stunned. She looked at her daughter. "Chin, is this true?" "Yes, it is, Mom." Li Yuqin immediately tugged her mother back down to sit. She followed along with Chin Feng and said, "What kind of person is young Master Chin? He's the son of Acropolis City's richest man. If just anyone could find his picture on the internet, then wouldn't all robbers and murderers rush over and squat outside the doors of the Chin Manor? Thus, the picture is fake, it's to fool people." This explanation was extremely reasonable. Mother Li's mood calmed slightly, but it was evident from her expression that she wasn't as trusting about Chin Feng's identity as she was in the beginning. I know. I have a way of proving whether or not this is young Master Qin. Mother Li thought hard for a while and suddenly and excitedly stood. I'm going to go to your Annie Wang's house and bring that girl Wanging over. That girl found a rich man in Acropolis, and she's seen all of upper society. She's sure to know the real young Master Qin. Mom, Wang Ying is back. Once Li Yuqin heard Wang Ying's name, her face paled. Wang Ying was the ostentatious woman's son Yi brought to royal group to buy a house. That house was the Cloud City Hua Manor Villa Qin Feng sold to them. If they really called Wang Ying over, then Qin Feng's identity would be instantly exposed. Wang Ying knew about Qin Feng's status as a sales representative in royal group. She came back a couple of days ago and has been home for half a month. Mother Li tilted her head and looked at her daughter. When she saw Li Yuchen's anxious expression, she suspected Qin Feng's identity even more. Ma, don't go bother them. This really is young Master Qin. Li Yuqin had the urge to get run over. How could it be so coincidental that Wang Ying came home as well? She knew that if her mother really brought Wang Ying over, that woman would expose their act in a minute. Then, not only would she lose face, even Dad and Mom would lose all of their face. Li Yuchen thought that at this time her father probably passed the phrase, "Young Master Qin is here," through the village several times. Chapter 213. Chapter 213. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Mother Li left when she said she would, and Li Yuchen couldn't prevent her from doing so. She was already long gone. I say, why is Annie so petty? I've been here for over half a day, and she didn't even pour me a cup of tea. Once Mother Li left, Qin Feng treated the place like his own house. He picked up an apple from the coffee table and began biting it. Li Yuchen was about to die of anxiety, yet Qin Feng had an indifferent expression. She was so angry that she glared coldly at him and tugged on his arm to leave. Qin Feng, let's leave quickly. We can't continue acting any more. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He angrily tossed the apple he had taken a large bite out of back into the fruit platter and complained. So it's true that people who don't belong together don't live together. I originally thought Annie was stingy, but you're actually even stingier than Auntie. I just ate an apple and you're unhappy. Are you satisfied now that I've put it back? Li Yuchen stared at Qin Feng for over 10 minutes and wanted to run him over. Did this guy hit his head when he was little? Was that why he went crazy every so often? Qin Feng, my mom is looking for Wang Ying. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if Wang Ying comes and recognizes you, then wait to get smacked out by my mom with a spatula. Li Yuchen knew her mom and Wang Ying's personalities too well. Since they were young, Wang Ying was jealous of Li Yuchen and always wanted to compete with her. This time, if she knew Li Yuchen brought a lowly employee from work to pass as young Master Qin, it would be weird if she didn't expose her right then and there. Plus, Li Yuchen's mother was the loud and sharp type. If she knew her own daughter teamed up with an outsider to pretend to be young Master Qin to fool her, she would sweep them both out the door. Li Yuchen couldn't afford to throw away this person. Now the only way was to flee. Qin, who is Wang Ying? If she wants to come, let her come. What does she have to do with us? Qin Feng interacted with too many beautiful women, so he clearly and directly forgot those of Wang Ying's level. Did you forget about selling Cloud City Hua Manor's building 4 District 4 Villa a couple of days ago? The man then was called Sun Yi, and he brought a woman with him. That woman was Wang Ying. Li Yuchen glared at Qin Feng as she explained. Wang Ying has seen you before and knows you're a sales representative at Royal Group. If she comes, we're finished. Li Yuchen was impossibly anxious. She tugged on Qin Feng to leave, but Qin Feng sat motionlessly on the sofa and wouldn't budge no matter how she tugged him. So, it's that professional mistress. Then, that's no problem. Let's wait for her to come. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa calmly, and even picked up the remote, turned on the television, and Wade while minding his own business. He finally remembered Wang Ying. He saw her once when she was buying a house at Royal Group, and when Qin Feng went shopping with Lin Bei. He met Sun Yi and Wang Ying at the Chanel store. At the time, Wang Ying looked for trouble where there was none, and wanted to give Lin Bei a hard time. In the end, Qin Feng's identity was exposed, and the news scared Wang Ying silly and Sun Yi into running away. Now that Wang Ying already knew Qin Feng was young Master Qin, what could she do even if she came? Qin Feng, with my role as the general manager of the sales department in Royal Group, I command you to head back immediately. If you don't listen, see how I'll clean you up when we get back to work. Li Yuqin wasn't as calm as Qin Feng. She understood her mother's personality too well. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late later. This time, Qin Feng didn't need to retort. A startled yelp came from outside the door. "Old Li, don't trick us. Your girl brought Acropolis City's richest prince back to the countryside? Why don't I believe it?" "I don't really believe it either. He's a rich young master. How would he come to this kind of remote and desolate place?" "Not necessarily. I weighed that last Chin grow up. She was born bright and vivacious and was the first flower in our township. Maybe she really did see a wealthy husband." Father Li already brought a large group of fellow villagers back, and before Li Yuqin could regain her senses, over 10 more people came into the house. "Chin, when I was at the door earlier, I heard you say something about leaving. Where do you have to go? Did something urgent come up at work?" Once Father Li came through the doors, he looked at his daughter with a jolly laugh as he asked his question. Li Yuqin wanted to find a hole and hide in it. She glared harshly at Qin Feng. This brat was going to be the death of her. The most opportune moment to leave was lost. Today, they were destined to see her mother explode. Chin already found a wealthy husband like young Master Qin. What work? After marrying into a rich family, she'll be a rich wife and wouldn't have to do anything. No, that's not right. I always knew this child Chin would have a great life. You see, I was right? That's right. Who is young Master Qin? It wouldn't be this little lad, would it? All of the gazes fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng was in the midst of leisurely eating various fruits on the fruit platter and weighing television. Once he saw that so many villagers suddenly walked in. He immediately returned the fruit to the platter. He thought to himself that he had merely eaten half an apple, half a banana, and half of a bunch of grapes, so these people wouldn't be here to beat him up, would they? That's right. This is Qin Feng, the boyfriend my girl brought home. Father Li introduced Qin Feng with a bit of awkwardness. He and Mother Li had starkly different personalities. Mother Li was flamboyant and couldn't hide things, while Father Li was more subdued and steady. Now that he had to do something so ostentatious, he was a bit unwilling. This lad really is a fine-looking man. Look at how clear, fair, and lustrous his skin is. It's even softer than that of the 18-year-old maidens in our village. Rich young masters really are different. They probably bathe in milk every day. Qin Feng weighed as the villagers surrounded and pointed at him like they were looking at an animal. He wondered to himself whether he should ask these people to buy tickets. Amidst this group of aunts and uncles that were the main force of the village, there was a young man of around 26 or 7 mixed in. He was dressed in Western-styled clothes and was clearly superior. He was called Yang Kong and also grew up in Qingshui town. Since he was young, he liked Li Yuqin, but every time he confessed, Li Yuqin rejected him. Now that he heard Li Yuqin brought Acropolis City's young Master Qin back, Yang Kong was so angry that he clenched his teeth and rushed over with the aunts and uncles in the village to take a look at the situation. Once he entered the house, he silently sized Qin Feng up. Once he opened his mouth, his voice was filled with ridicule. This is Acropolis City's young Master Qin? You scared me. Why is it that you look completely different from the young Master Qin I know? After Yang Kong said this, the boisterous scene immediately turned cold. When all of the people looked at Qin Feng again, there was an additional smear of suspicion added to their gazes. Not another praise for Qin Feng could be heard. "Little Kong, don't speak nonsense. Chin brought him here herself. How could he be fake?" Father Li immediately stood out to mediate the situation. All of the villagers knew Yang Kong liked Li Yuqin since he was young. After hearing Father Li's words, they thought to themselves, could it be that Yang Kong was dissatisfied and purposely came here to cause a ruckus? "Uncle Li, I have to tell you the truth. You've all been fooled." Yang Kong pointed at Qin Feng and spoke with satisfaction. "I also work in Acropolis, and I've had the fortune of seeing young Master Qin once. I even had a meal with him, and it wasn't this person. I think there's an 80% chance Chen brought this person home to trick everyone." An uproar arose from all around. Li Yuqin looked at Yang Kong as if her eyes were about to shoot out flames. This stinking brat was clearly bored and came here to cause a ruckus. That couldn't be. Our Chen has always been very obedient. She wouldn't trick her parents like that. Father Li trusted Li Yuqin fairly well, and didn't choose to immediately believe Yang Kong. He continued speaking. "Plus, if Chen really did bring some random child to fool us, she wouldn't have to make it seem so real. Little Qin drove that Benz by the entrance, and that car is at least millions of yuan. If he didn't have some money at home, how could he drive such a car? Haha, Uncle Li, you've been in Qingshui town for your whole life, so you don't know how it is outside." Yang Kong burst into laughter. "There are car rental companies everywhere. The Benz outside is a maximum of 500 yuan for one day. Who doesn't have that kind of money nowadays?" Father Li and the older villagers weren't too clear on car rentals, but seeing how serious Yang Kong was, more and more people began to believe him. Uncle Li, in reality, proving whether or not this is young Master Qin is very simple. I bet that he rented this car, and that the vehicle owner information certainly isn't his. If you don't believe it, then have him bring out his vehicle registration. Once we see the name on it, we'll know." Yang Kong stared at Qin Feng menacingly. The villagers looked curiously at Qin Feng, and Li Yuqin squeezed her hands with extreme nervousness and looked at Qin Feng as well. "You're certain you've had a meal with young Master Qin?" Though so many people stared at him, Qin Feng's gaze remained on the television. He ate grapes while speaking calmly. The entire time, he didn't even spare Yang Kong a glance. "Humph, of course I've eaten with young Master Qin." "You fake. You even have the guts to pretend to be young Master Qin? Be careful, I'll call him right now and tell him." "He'll kill you for sure, brat," Yang Kong said with satisfaction. "Where did you eat?" Qin Feng asked. Yang Kong originally thought he already scared Qin Feng. This brat should immediately be so scared he'd almost pee himself. Who knew that not only would he be unafraid, he even asked questions in such a detailed manner. When did he ever eat with Qin Feng? At this time, he immediately thought of the most high-end restaurant he went to. He said with insufficient confidence, "Chaoyang Hotel." Uft. Qin Feng immediately spat the grape he was eating. He thought Yang Kong would brag about a big hotel. That Chaoyang Hotel was considered a 4-star hotel at most, and Qin Feng hadn't even been there once. "My apologies, I've never been to that hotel, and I don't remember ever eating with you. Stop tarnishing my name and go off to wherever there's fun," Qin Feng said with a wave of his hand. "Haha, who doesn't know how to bullshit? If you have the ability, bring out the vehicle registration and everything will be clear." Yang Kong laughed coldly and looked as though he wouldn't leave if Qin Feng didn't bring out the vehicle registration today. Qin Feng had nothing to say to this person. "Why the fuck does it matter to you whether or not I'm young Master Qin?" His car was Qin Huang's, and it was under Qin Huang's name. Qin Feng didn't want to reveal his father's information, so he was too lazy to get it. "Look everyone, this person is a fake. He rented the Benz. Uncle Li, you've almost been fooled by your own daughter. Why do you have to allow Aunt Lee to make Chen Chen look for some rich young master? All of them are dissolute. I think it would be much better for Chin Chin to find a dependable man in Qingshui town to marry, a five-virtue youth like me. That's a real person that you could spend your days with. Seeing that Qin Feng no longer spoke, Yang Kong became increasingly smug. At this time, he began to promote himself as a son-in-law. After Yang Kang's disruption, the villagers also began to suspect Qin Feng's identity. Right when the atmosphere got awkward and cold, Mother Li's loud voice passed from outside the door. "Fellow villagers, you're all here. You've seen the black Benz outside, right? That was driven by our Chin Chin's boyfriend. It's worth over millions of yuan." Chapter 214. Chapter 214. Don't let fertile water flow into another's field. Earlier, everyone was extremely jealous of the Benz parked at the entrance. Now, after hearing Yang Kong say the car was rented and Mother Li's boast, they all clearly looked a bit suspicious. Mother Li's voice drifted over half a minute before she ran energetically into the house. A charming and graceful beauty followed her. She was Qingshui town's second flower, Wang Ying. Wang Ying wore a short red qipao and revealed a large portion of her long, beautiful and white legs. Her chest was also considerably developed, and she had fairly heavy makeup on her face. In actuality, she could also be considered a beauty. This woman's heart was too evil, and her mouth was too poisonous. Whether it be in Qingshui town or outside, she didn't really have true friends. "Ayo, Aunt Li, don't be in a hurry to blindly boast and say Li Yuqin brought some young Master Qin back. I really want to ask you, who has actually seen young Master Qin? You all think the famous young Master Qin of Acropolis is a joke? He's the only son of the richest man in the city. He doesn't even have enough time to love all of his treasures. You think he would come all the way here to this lousy valley? Every time young Master Qin goes out, he brings 5 bodyguards. Do you think he lives like us normal people? How laughable. Who knows where Li Yuqin got this fake to put on a show? And with just that, she's able to trick you ignorant people. Wait until I use my piercing eye to expose this stinking brat and return him to his original form." Wang Ying was willing to come because she had a clear motive: to ruin Li Yuqin. She had just bumped into the real young Master Qin half a month ago, and because she offended young Master Qin, Sun Yi dumped her and didn't keep her as a mistress. Wang Ying returned home in a bad mood and was prepared to rejuvenate herself for a while and repair her mood. Who knew that she'd come upon Li Yuqin bringing a fake young Master Qin home? This made her gloomy mood instantly better. "Wang Ying's right. I said earlier that this young Master Qin is fake, but no one believed me. Good thing you're here now, Wang Ying. I know you've seen the real young Master Qin for certain. Tell everyone, is this person fake?" Yang Kong was the happiest to see Wang Ying enter. After all, he knew Wang Ying was certainly here to tear off this man's mask. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Look at you country bumpkins that haven't seen the face of the earth. You don't even know Acropolis City's famous young Master Qin, and you need to purposely invite me here to verify it for you? Then hurry up and make way. If you're all bunched up here, how am I supposed to get in? These villagers were extremely dissatisfied with Wang Ying's arrogance. But Wang Ying wasn't wrong. She was the only one there that knew young Master Qin. The villagers made a small path and looked at Wang Ying's pretentiousness unhappily, but they were helpless against it. Wang Ying really liked this feeling. She purposely slowed her steps on the short walk from the entrance to the living room sofa, and took over 20 steps to get there when it usually took only several. After arriving at the living room, Wang Ying first saw Li Yuqin, who was standing to the side. When she saw Li Yuqin's anxious expression, she was even more certain Li Yuqin randomly brought someone home to pretend to be young Master Qin. She tilted her head and glanced tauntingly at Li Yuqin. Then, her gaze fell on Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. She was about to open her mouth to mock and criticize this fake, But once she opened her mouth to say some vicious things, she immediately swallowed them back. Her mouth opened and closed for a long time, but she was unable to say anything. Wang Ying's eyes widened and were about to fall out of their sockets. She looked like she saw a ghost, and the villagers couldn't understand why. Wang Ying was shocked into foolishness. The entire time, she thought Liu Qin brought just anyone home to put on an act. But when she saw Qin Feng leisurely and contently leaning on the sofa, eating grapes and weighing television, she wanted to claw her eyes out. This person really was Qin Feng, Acropolis City's #1 hedonist, young Master Qin. Vixen, haven't seen you in a while. Which wealthy person have you slept with recently? Wang Ying looked at Qin Feng and couldn't speak. On the other hand, Qin Feng looked at her with a jolly expression and took the initiative to speak with her first. Once they heard Vixen, the villagers couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. If this scene happened before, Wang Ying would have burst out in thunderous yelling. However, in this moment, even though Qin Feng called her a vixen, she didn't look angry at all. She even smiled at Qin Feng in a favor-currying manner. In the end, she used a sweet voice, waved her hand, and said, "Young Master Qin, how do you do? I didn't think you'd actually come to Qingshui town. This really is an honor to our Qingshui town." Wang Ying appeared to be greeting Qin Feng, but this greeting stunned all of the people in the house. They all suspected Qin Feng's identity, and most of them didn't believe that the brat sitting on the sofa really was young Master Qin. However, now that even the arrogant and rude Wang Ying forced a smile, greeted Qin Feng, and confirmed his identity as young Master Qin, there was completely no longer any reason to suspect this person's identity. This really fucking was young Master Qin. Wang Ying, what are you saying? Is there something wrong with your brain? How is this young Master Qin? Have you ever even seen the real young Master Qin? After Yang Kong came to his senses, he immediately tugged Wang Ying and yelled angrily at her. The anger within Wang Ying had nowhere to go, so she shoved Yang Kang's hand off her and yelled coldly, "You fucking haven't seen young Master Qin. If you've really seen young Master Qin, would you be unable to recognize him? Don't fucking pretend. You're just a repairman in a car repair shop in Acropolis City. What kind of dog fart young Master Qin could you have seen? Hurry and fuck off." In the village, Yang Kong said he was in upper management in a state enterprise in Acropolis. Now that Wang Ying revealed his identity, a sea of sighs arose. How did he have face to continue staying there? He would have never thought that this person really was young Master Qin. He was so shocked that his legs turned to jelly. He dejectedly ran out. Aunt Lee, there's still a lot of farm work to be done at home. I have to hurry home and help my mom work the land. You all chat. I'll be leaving first." Not long after Yang Kong left, Wang Ying also found an excuse to escape. She originally came to slap Liu Qin in the face, but in the end, the slap came onto her face. However, her excuse was too terrible. When did the villagers ever see Wang Ying help her family work the land? What they saw was that she didn't learn well and stuck to the hooligans from other villages from day to night, letting them touch and kiss her. At that time, the villagers were extremely angry. They expressed extreme discontent at this kind of behavior. How could she let the hooligans in the other villages casually touch and kiss her? Don't let fertile water flow into another's field. If she wanted to be touched, she should at least let everyone from her home village touch her first. Wang Ying left, and the atmosphere in the house became even more boisterous. After confirming Qin Feng's identity, Mother Li had the urge to hug him and fiercely kiss him several times. She already began taking care of the villagers and boasting again. "Older brother Wang, don't stand there like a fool. Hurry and sit. Hurry and sit. Aunt Nyo, where are you running off to? I'm going to cook personally this afternoon. I'm cooking fine dishes, and not one thing will be missing. Everyone eat lunch at my house. Our Chen Chen brought young Master Qin home today, so whoever dares to leave would not be giving me face. Come, don't be courteous, make yourselves at home. There's fruit on the coffee table if you want to eat, then take whatever you'd like. Mother Li began to pass out the fruits in the platter to the villagers. The villagers were no longer polite and ate fruit while bullshitting and praising Qin Feng. "Ayo, Aunt Li, why was half of your apple eaten by someone? I only noticed after almost eating the whole thing. Oh, this banana is also weird. I was about to peel it and noticed that it was already open. Someone ate half of it and put it back. This person is too mischievous." After hearing the villagers' complaints, Mother Li froze for a brief moment. She suddenly looked at Liu Qin and yelled, "Qin Qin, why haven't you changed your bad habits yet, girl? You just eat half of everything and throw it away. If you have to throw it away, toss it in the garbage can. Why would you put half-eaten fruit back in the fruit platter?" After Mother Li finished yelling fiercely at Liu Qin, she smiled at Qin Feng the next second and said gently, "Little Qin, I do apologize that you had to see such a joke. If you have time, please walk over Qin Qin and help her fix her bad habit." "Auntie, don't worry, I'll be sure to watch Qin Qin and make her change this bad habit," Qin Feng said with seriousness. Liu Qin had just been lectured by her mother, but she didn't care in the slightest. Her brain was still dizzy. She hadn't regained her senses after seeing and hearing Wang Ying's words and actions just now. She couldn't understand at all. How could a petty woman like Wang Ying help her lie? She clearly knew Qin Feng was just a sales representative, so why would she say he was young Master Qin in front of everyone? "Qin Qin, you're still standing there foolishly to be a door god? Ma has to cook. Hurry and pour your uncles and auntie some tea. You have to attend to them well. Hurry up." Liu Qin still didn't understand, but Mother Li dragged her into pouring tea. In the end, she shook her head and simply didn't think about these messy relationships. The lunch was quite boisterous. After everyone discovered Qin Feng's identity, they all rushed to make toast to him and say good things. The meal was originally a family meal where the son-in-law was presented, but it became Qingshui Town's job fair for the parents who were worried about their daughters. The Li house was abnormally boisterous, and Wang Ying's house was stuck in a cold atmosphere. "Ying, you didn't see wrong, did you? Liu Qin really brought back Acropolis City's young Master Qin?" After Wang Ying's mother found out that Liu Qin brought young Master Qin home, she was so angry that she didn't even make lunch. She and Liu Qin's mother always loved comparing themselves with one another. In the past, Wang Ying was the most famous in the village and lived a free and easy life having intimate relations with wealthy men. Now Liu Qin suddenly brought young Master Qin back, so how could Mother Wang not be angry and jealous? In the future, when she sees Liu Qin's mother, she'll have to run and hide. That person really is young Master Qin. I've seen him in Acropolis twice. He's even working at his father's company right now, and is working up from a sales representative. Plus, he's Liu Qin's subordinate. Though Wang Ying couldn't accept this matter, she couldn't help but admit that it was the truth. "Inger, you said young Master Qin is Liu Qin's subordinate at work." Mother Wang yelled in shock. "Ma, how is that such a big deal? Most rich young masters like Qin Feng are assigned to work in the company from the lowest position. This is called experiencing life. It's what people in the city love doing. Look at those television dramas. Isn't that how the stories usually go?" Wang Ying said with curled lips. Mother Wang's eyes suddenly brightened. She took Wang Ying's hand with excitement and said, "Inger, tell me, could this be the case?" In reality, young Master Qin never took an interest to Liu Qin, but since they're superior and subordinate in the company, they interact a lot and have a fairly good relationship. Thus, Liu Qin asked young Master Qin to help her put on a show to show off in front of the villagers. Yes, that must be the case. This girl is pretty treacherous. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. How far have you gone? After hearing her mother's words, Wang Ying's eyes also brightened. You don't say. This could really be the case. Ma, you're right. I think young Master Qin is just doing this out of politeness and only came to help Li Yuqin come home and put on an act. Wang Ying rolled her eyes and said with a sharp and unkind expression, As I was saying, Acropolis City's young Master Qin is dissolute, unruly, licentious, and hedonistic. He isn't lacking in women at his side. How would he discuss marriage and destroy his great future for a country bumpkin like Li Yuqin? That's right. This must be an act the two of them are putting on. The mother and daughter went through a series of conjectures and concluded that Li Yuqin and Qin Feng were not actually together. They were just coming home to put on a show. After coming up with this idea, how could Wang Ying's mother sit still? She wore her shoes and ran to Li Yuchen's house. Li Yuchen's house was still amidst a bustle when Mother Wang suddenly rushed in urgently and caused everyone to jump in shock. Yu Yuchen, what kind of relationship do you have with this young Master Qin? Mother Wang was breathless from running, but she was so anxious that she didn't rest. She huffed as she pointed at Li Yuchen and asked her question. Li Yuchen looked suspiciously at Mother Wang and said, Qin Feng is my boyfriend. After hearing this, Mother Wang's face darkened and she yelled, I was saying in the office, what is your relationship with young Master Qin? After hearing Mother Wang ask the question this way, she immediately understood. After the daughter was done looking for trouble, her mother came to blindly cause a ruckus. Why aren't you saying anything, girl? Mother Wang didn't give Li Yuchen the chance to speak. She followed closely with a ruminating laugh. Then I'll tell everyone that in the company, Li Yuchen and young Master Qin are superior and subordinate. Young Master Qin is starting from a sales representative in his father's company to gain some life experience. Li Yuchen just so happens to be the general manager of the sales department and manages young Master Qin. Since this is their relationship, Li Yuchen asked young Master Qin to come to the village and pretend to be her boyfriend. She wants to trick the villagers and show off in front of everyone. What a sham! Wang Ying's mother, you have to take responsibility for your words. What do you want by running over to my house in the afternoon and saying this bullshit? Mother Li's temper also exploded. When she saw Mother Wang coming to cause trouble, she looked like she wanted to rush out and come to blows with her. Mother Wang's physique was thin and petite, so when she saw how fiercely Yu Chen's mother looked, she was so frightened that she ran away. This woman ran for 10 minutes just to say some words that would make other people unhappy. After she was done speaking, she had to run another 10 minutes back. This was the actual pain in the ass. Jealousy, this is blatant jealousy. Mother Li held a spatula and stood at the door, shouting fiercely at Mother Wang's back. Her vigor shocked everyone in the house. They were mostly done eating, so they hurriedly took their leave one by one. The originally boisterous house soon became quiet. These people are too lacking in virtue. They run off right after they're done eating. It would be more like it if they at least washed their own dishes before leaving. Qin Feng had an indignant expression. Suddenly he thought of something and immediately asked Li Yuchen, Chen, have these people given us betrothal gifts for eating here? Li Yuchen and her family members all had extremely cold expressions. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the three of them and acquired his own verdict. How shameless! Chin, come into the room with Ma. Mother Li suddenly turned and went back into the room and called Li Yuchen over. Li Yuchen gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Feng. Then she followed Mother Li into the room. Ma, what is it? Li Yuchen asked carefully. What is it? Didn't you hear what Wang Ying's mother said about you? Is it as she said? Mother Li sat on the bed with a somber expression, her sharp eyes hooked onto Li Yuchen. It seemed as though she'd see through Li Yuchen if Li Yuchen lied. Li Yuchen squeezed her hands together, and the hollows of her hands began to sweat. She was so nervous she was about to die. Ma, Qin Feng and I really are superior and subordinate at work. Li Yuqin felt that the truth would come out. Today's hair-raising and complicated headway led to the demise of her sanity. She was prepared to give up. Continuing to fake it was too tiring. What? Mother Wang spoke the truth? You and young Master Qin actually have no relationship, and you brought him home to put on an act and trick your mother? Once Mother Li got excited. She stood from the bed and held a spatula in her hand. Li Yuqin was about to nod and come completely clean when she saw her mother suddenly rush forward with the spatula. You brat, I raised you for nothing. You've actually learned to trick your mother? I'll smack you to death with this spatula. I didn't. Li Yuqin suddenly changed her tune. She decided she didn't dare come clean, even if she was beaten to death. Ma, Qin Feng and I are superior and subordinate, but we really are lovers in private. Li Yuqin yelled all this in one breath when Mother Li's spatula was almost 5 centimeters away from Li Yuqin's head. The spatula immediately stopped. Mother Li was furious moments before, but a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She hugged Li Yuqin's arm intimately and pulled her to sit at the edge of the bed. She asked softly, Daughter, don't trick Ma. Are you really lovers? Li Yuqin's lips tweed. She could only nod. Yes, why would I lie to you? Then hurry and tell your mother. How far have you two gone? Mother Li asked anxiously. What do you mean, how far we've gone? Ma, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Yuqin lowered her head shyly. Mother Li said with reproach. Qin, don't play dumb with Ma. Ma's asking how far you've gone with young Master Qin. Aya, tell me honestly, have you and young Master Qin held hands, kissed, or have you already gone to bed? Ma, can you be more restrained? Li Yuqin's neck turned red and she stared accusingly at her mother. What's considered restrained? Teach Ma. Li Yuqin looked at her mother several times. In the end, she sighed. Forget it, don't be restrained, Ma. Don't scare Dad. Mother Li smiled and lightly swatted her daughter's head. She asked with seriousness, Hurry and tell me, have you and young Master Qin gone to bed? Li Yuqin was completely subdued by her mother's straightforward and uninhibited personality. She hesitated briefly, then suddenly nodded. She responded softly, Aha. Once the sound came out of her mouth, Li Yuqin regretted it a bit. She was forced by her mother to the extent of saying these kinds of lies. Aya, that's wonderful. It's too wonderful. Mother Li suddenly began clapping with excitement like a child. How many times? Have you used contraceptives? Don't use contraceptives. Just let little Qin go directly in. You have to conceive the Qin family's heir as soon as possible. Ma recently loves weighing dramas with wars between rich families. It all comes down to one line. Whoever acquires kin acquires everything under the heavens. Li Yuqin's mouth was about to become askew. She was truly at her wit's end with this intrepid mother of hers. In order to evade this topic, she could only nod and say yes. Mother Li brainwashed her daughter for over 10 minutes before she smilingly pulled her daughter outside. At this time, Qin Feng was helping Father Li clear the table. When Mother Li saw this, she immediately ran over. Little Qin, you came home as a guest this time. How could you do work? Hurry and sit on the sofa. Qin, accompany little Qin. You have to accommodate little Qin well. Under Mother Li's entreaties, Qin Feng and Li Yuqin went to the living room, sat down and weighed television. Father and Mother Li were busy for a while, then sat as well. Little Qin, I spoke with Qin in the room earlier. Since you've already slept together, then shouldn't you plan the wedding as soon as possible? Once Mother Li sat, she threw out this formidable topic. Qin Feng was in the middle of drinking water, and a mouthful of tea sprayed out of his mouth. Is that so? Qin Feng wasn't able to wipe his mouth and asked his question while looking at Li Yuqin in a daze. Li Yuqin didn't think her mother would say these things in front of the whole family. Her charming face was so red that sweat almost poured out of it. She was too embarrassed to meet Qin Feng's eyes. "Ma, what are you saying?" Li Yuqin glared moodily at her mother and said, coquettishly, "How could these things be said here?" "Qin, some things must be said in front of everyone." Mother Li had an unambiguous expression and continued, "Little Qin, since my daughter gave you her body, you can't betray Chen. She's a good girl and kept herself pure for you for so many years. You wouldn't do those things only beasts would do, like leave after you're done playing, would you?" When Qin Feng saw Mother Lin's powerful and serious expression, he felt that he really didn't have a choice. "Of course." Qin Feng laughed merrily. "Then, when are you going to propose marriage to our family?" Mother Li continued to press. Once Qin Feng heard propose, he was thrown into confusion. Qin Feng was always the most afraid of the words marriage, proposal, and setting a date. Why don't we the near future?" Qin Feng said with a smile. He originally wanted to say to think about it after a while, but before he spoke he saw Mother Li suddenly pick up the spatula on the coffee table and viciously glare at him. Thus, he immediately changed what he was going to say. Mother Li's cold expression once again burst into a smile. She said after putting down the spatula, "The sooner the better. There are quite a few ecliptic, auspicious days coming up. Let's just choose a time in the middle third of this month." Qin Feng's face darkened. The middle third of the month? Wasn't that just around a dozen days from now? Qin Feng finally understood where Li Yuqin's marriage headaches came from. Now that he personally interacted with Mother Li, he experienced it deeply. "Ma, the reason I brought Qin Feng back this time was to show him to you first. We aren't at the marriage stage yet. Don't scare Qin Feng." Li Yuqin could tell Qin Feng almost couldn't bear it, so she immediately stood out to help him out. "He's already seen your body, touched it, and even did that with you. Why aren't you at the marriage stage yet? What do you have to do to be at the marriage stage?" Mother Li suddenly picked up the spatula and glared at Qin Feng. "Little Qin, you tell me, when do you plan on marrying our Qin?" Qin Feng was currently sullen. If he really did take an interest in Li Yuqin, touched her and slept with her, forcing him to marry Li Yuqin was justifiable. However, Qin Feng really didn't do anything. The most he did was lick her thigh a couple of times, so this probably shouldn't be that serious. "Auntie, I still have to go home and consult this with my father." Qin Feng cleared his throat and was prepared to push all of his troubles onto his family. As a result, once he opened his mouth, Mother Li slammed her spatula on the coffee table and said coldly, "What family? Those are all excuses. This is about you marrying Qin. What does it have to do with your family? In the end, you still want to act shamelessly and be a beast, is that it?" Chapter 216. Chapter 216. There are bodyguards following me. "Auntie, can you let me finish first?" Qin Feng suddenly became serious. He said lightly, "Marriage isn't the most important thing right now. What's most important is that I brought 5 bodyguards here today, and they're hidden in different places around us. Once I'm in danger, or if I suffer the slightest threat, they will immediately appear and eliminate all threats. You should control your temper, Auntie. Otherwise, my bodyguards will mistakenly believe that you're trying to hurt me. They have guns, and even I can't control them." Mother Li's gloomy expression suddenly became calm again. She immediately tossed the spatula in her hand into her daughter's hands. "Qin, hurry, and put the spatula back into the qian. Little Qin, you still have to think hard about this marriage situation. And he doesn't want to force you to, but you're both at the age to marry and have children. Is Auntie right or not?" "Of course Auntie is right. When we get back, Qin and I will consider it in earnest." Without a weapon in Mother Li's hands, Qin Feng felt at ease. Actually, the problem lies mostly with Qin. She seems to not really like doing that with me. Auntie, do you understand what I mean? Qin Feng saw how formidable Mother Li was, so he now pushed all of the responsibility onto Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin had just put away the spatula and returned to the living room when she heard her mother yelling angrily at her. Qin Qin, come here and sit properly. I'd like to ask what is in your brain, damn girl. Why don't you accommodate little Qin and develop your relationship more? Aren't you ruining your prospects? Ma, what did I do to ruin my prospects? Li Yuqin didn't hear what Qin Feng had just said. Otherwise, she'd rush over and pinch him to death. You still don't know what you did wrong. What kind of attitude is this? Mother Li absolutely could not tolerate this matter. She said to Li Yuqian with extreme severity, Qin Qin, since little Qin truly likes you and wants to develop the relationship to marriage and having children, why don't you like doing that with Qin Feng? Doing what? Li Yuqin pouted and replied unhappily after getting randomly lectured. It's getting into bed. Mother Li was impossibly anxious. If she wasn't worried about Qin Feng's 5 bodyguards lying in wait, she would have rushed into the qian to grab the spatula and hit Li Yuqin in the head several times to knock some sense into her silly daughter. Li Yuqian's face suddenly turned cold, and she glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Qin Feng almost angered her to death. Annie, look. Every time I want to do it, she'd be like this. She'd have this expression. How could I dare continue? Qin Feng said as he looked at Mother Li with nervousness and fright. Mother Li naturally saw her daughter's sour expression, so she angrily slapped Li Yuqian's shoulder. Qin Qin, you want to anger your mother to death, don't you? Hurry and guarantee to your mom that you'll cooperate with little Qin's requests at all costs in the future. At this time, Li Yuqian regretted bringing Qin Feng home. She should have guessed right from the beginning that this brat didn't have any good intentions. Now, he actually used her mother's strength to get more from her, while Li Yuqian wasn't even able to gain anything on him. Hurry and speak. You really want to anger your mother to death? Mother Li hit Li Yuqian again. Li Yuqian felt so wronged that tears were about to fall from her face. She lowered her head and said quietly, Ma, I guarantee that in the future I'll try my best to satisfy Qin Feng's requests. What do you mean, try? You mean you'll cooperate at all costs, Mother Li said unhappily. Okay, I'll cooperate at all costs, Li Yuqian said through clenched teeth. Mother Li, forget it. If we do it this way, it seems like we're forcing Qin Qin. Relationships are originally out of mutual consent. So if Qin Qin is forced to have a relationship with me this way, I'll always feel very apologetic. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. Qin Feng, what do you want? Wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Li Yuqian couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly yelled at Qin Feng angrily. After yelling, she felt a sharp pain at her waist and saw her mother's eyes widen so much they looked like they were about to fall out. She immediately smiled and spoke with gentleness. Qin Feng, you're thinking too much. Actually, I'm very willing. If you need anything in the future, just let me know and I'll give my all to cooperate. Okay, since Qin Qin is so enthusiastic, if I'm ever dissatisfied with Qin Qin's willingness, then there'll clearly be something wrong. Auntie, you heard Qin Qin's words just now. When we get back, why don't I call you if Qin Qin goes back on her word? Qin Feng said with a smile. Of course, if that girl dares to not accommodate you, I'll immediately take the bus and race over. Mother Li guaranteed with a grand smack of her chest. This exchange forced out Li Yuqian's internal wounds. Luckily, the conversation stopped here, and Mother Li suggested that her daughter and Qin Feng go shopping. Qingshui town had a flourishing commercial street that was over half an hour away from the village. However, Qin Feng drove, and it was much more convenient to drive. On the way, Mother Li was extremely excited to sit in the car. She curiously surveyed the decorations and buttons in the car. She and Li Yuqian's father were farmers in Qingshui town their whole lives, and they suffered their whole lives. Thus, she strongly wished her daughter would marry into a good family. Now that she saw a rich person's mode of transportation, she was even more set in her ideas. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the pedestrian street. There was no set parking lot here, and there were very few cars out, so Qin Feng stopped his car wherever and exited the vehicle with the Li mother and daughter. Right after getting out of the car and walking a couple of steps, a voice yelled from behind them, "Chin Chin, Auntie Li, you're also here to shop." The three of them turned to look. Not too far away, a man stood. This was Yang Kong, who ran over to Li Yu Chen's house to dig at Qin Feng in the afternoon. At this time, he had just stepped out of a Porsche 911 and walked towards the three of them with a self-satisfied smile. "Chen Chen, Auntie Li, what a coincidence that we can meet even like this." Yang Kong intentionally waved the Porsche key in his hand and said smugly, "I also drove here to shop. Why don't we go together?" Mother Li's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the car keys in Yang Kang's hand, and her gaze also swept over the white sports car behind him. Based on its style, it was even cooler than the Benz Qin Feng drove. She couldn't help but ask, "Little Yang, you also drove here?" Yang Kong was waiting for Mother Li to ask this. He immediately held his head high, puffed his chest, and said with much grandeur, "Yes, I have a couple of cars, and I drove an old one out. There's nothing strange about it." "How could that be? Didn't Wang Ying say you work at a repair shop in Acropolis? How could you be so rich?" Mother Li asked with suspicion. "Aunt Li, how could you believe Wang Ying's words? If someone is better off than her in the village, she's eager to make them out to be beggars." Awkwardness swept over Yang Kang's face, and he continued to act pretentious. He said, "Actually, I started my own company in Acropolis City where we do foreign trade. These couple of years we got a new policy, so we earned a bunch. I was saying that I actually really like Chen Chen, but Mother Li keeps eyeing young Master Qin. According to what I know, young Master Qin is very dissolute in Acropolis. Who knows how many women he's played with? If I were you, Auntie Li, I would find a young, promising man in the village. That's the most dependable. Though I don't have as much money as young Master Qin. I made my own money, unlike some people who only know how to spend their old man's money. If this continues, no matter how rich the Qin family is, all the money will eventually get squandered by this wastrel. At that time, it would be too late for Auntie Li to regret it." Yang Kang's words were clearly for Mother Li and Qin Feng to hear. He made things difficult for Qin Feng and lured Mother Li at the same time. It went without saying that after the words were spoken, Mother Li's expression changed slightly. She was quiet for a good while before she suddenly expressed warmth towards Yang Kong. "Yang Kong, you're also shopping?" "Yes, Auntie Li. Why don't we go together? It's more lively with more people," Mother Li said with a smile. "Okay, of course I would be glad to shop with Chin Chin," Yang Kong said calmly and suppressed his excitement. Qin Feng and Li Yu Chen exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. It was originally 3 people going for a walk, but now it became 4 people going to shop. Li Yu Chen and Qin Feng held hands and walked in front while Yang Kong and Mother Li followed. Yang Kong gritted his teeth as he angrily weighed how intimate Qin Feng and Li Yu Chen were. However, he maintained a gentlemanly facade. The whole way, he boasted to Mother Li about how talented he was and how much money he made these past couple of years. "Ai, Chin Chin, little Qin, let's take a look in that undergarment store." After walking a bit, Mother Li suddenly pulled them into an undergarment store, and it was a women's undergarment store. In actuality, Mother Li suggested going out to shop to confirm whether or not her daughter and Qin Feng actually slept together. She was going to have Qin Feng help Li Yu Chen pick out a set of undergarments. Then she would be able to easily determine the depth of their relationship based on the undergarment size Qin Feng selected. "Ma, I have enough undergarments. I don't need to buy any more." Li Yuqin tugged at her mother with embarrassment. There were 2 men behind her, so she was too embarrassed to buy underwear. I didn't say we were buying it for you. Ma wants to buy some. With this sentence, Mother Li tricked Li Yuqin into the undergarment store. After entering the store, Mother Li pulled Qin Feng to the side and said to him with a jolly smile, "Little Qin, help Chin Chin choose a set of undergarments. Auntie trusts your taste." Li Yuqin was in the middle of refusing when Yang Kong also came to join in on the fun. He said with a smile, "Auntie Li, my taste is really good too. Why don't I choose a set for Chin Chin as well?" You both want to help Chin Chin choose? Then I really can't decide. Why don't we let Chin Chin decide for herself?" Mother Li smiled at Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin rolled her eyes. When comparing, she naturally was more able to accept Qin Feng helping her choose. So she still chose Qin Feng. When Qin Feng received such a sacred task, he could only call the female sales representative over. Luckily, he saw Li Yuqin's information before and knew Li Yuqin's 3 measurements like the back of his hand. Once the female sales representative came over, Qin Feng asked, "Is there a size 70D bra here?" 70D is the international standard for D cups. The female sales representative shook her head with a bit of bashfulness. "I'm sorry, sir, the largest size in our store is a C cup." D cups were more common in Western countries, but weren't as common in China. Qingshui town was also a more remote area, so not a lot of women reached this standard there. Thus, the store also didn't purchase this bra size because not really anyone bought it. When Yang Kong heard Qin Feng mention a D cup, he secretly swallowed a couple mouthfuls of saliva, and his gaze subconsciously fell on Li Yuqin's perky chest. But we also have intimate undergarment styles. These styles don't have high requirements in cup size. Do you want to take a look, sir? The female sales representative spoke lowly. It was her first time seeing 2 men accompanying 1 woman to buy undergarments. That's not so good. We're here to choose conventional undergarments. Why don't you take us to look first? Qin Feng spoke with seriousness. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. This isn't my car. Li Yuqin's face darkened, and she was too embarrassed to open her mouth. On the other hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Mother Li's face because Qin Feng was quite familiar with her daughter's body. The female sales representative brought the 4 of them to the intimate undergarment section. Different styles hung in the area: nurse, queen, teacher, catwoman, etc. Everything needed was available. The clothing material was extremely thin, and most of it was made of sheer gauze material. Only a couple of sections were made of actual cloth. Once Li Yuqin saw these items, she lowered her head in embarrassment and wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Auntie Li, these undergarments look pretty good. I would definitely like it if Chin Chin wore them for me. I believe they will bring unpredictable results. However, there's too little cloth. Wouldn't Chin Chin get a cold wearing them?" Qin Feng liked all the styles he looked at and spoke with feigned propriety. Mother Li currently sat between Qin Feng and Yang Kong and began to pick. However, she was a bit more partial towards Qin Feng. After all, the Qin family was too rich. Even if Qin Feng's family went to shambles, he would probably still have enough money to be fine for the rest of his life. When Mother Li saw that Qin Feng seemed to like these things, she immediately smiled. Aren't clothes that are light, soft, and fitted advocated these days? These styles are very fashionable. I think we should just buy a couple back. Chin Chin, what do you say? Mother Li covertly pinched Li Yuqin's waist as she asked, "Then let's buy one." Li Yuqin was swept with hopelessness. "Then we'll take that pink one. Chin Chin loves pink." Qin Feng pointed at the outfit with the least material. Li Yuqin clenched her teeth because she hated pink. Qin Feng clearly only said that because that outfit was the most revealing and sexy. The female sales representative turned completely red when she looked at the pink outfit. After taking it down, she said to Qin Feng, "Sir, does it need to be tried on?" "No, no, hurry and wrap it up." Liu Qin quickly waved her hand without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth. She would rather die than try something like this here. When Yang Kong saw what Qin Feng chose for Liu Qin and her shy expression, he thought she liked those things. He became excited, his face flushed, and his heart beat when he thought of how Liu Qin would look wearing that pink outfit. "Qin, this black lace one looks good as well. Why don't I buy it for you? And when you have time, you can wear it for M." Yang Kong pointed at a black silk outfit and looked at Liu Qin with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Qin glared fiercely at him. "Scram, who wants you to buy me this kind of stuff?" After exiting the undergarment shop, Liu Qin was in no mood to continue shopping. They left the pedestrian walkway. They seemed to be here specifically to buy Liu Qin lingerie, and would just go back after. Liu Qin suppressed her anger, hugged Qin Feng's arm, and walked in front with a huff. Mother Li and Yang Kong were left far behind. The two returned to where the car was parked, and they still had not seen Yang Kong and Mother Li come out. Qin Feng casually leaned on Yang Kang's Porsche and waited for them. He had just leaned on the car when he saw a group of good-for-nothings swagger over. "Hey, stinking brat, who let you stop your car here? Is this not a parking spot?" Qin Feng wasn't too familiar with the area and thought cars really couldn't be parked there. "Haha, you can park here, but you have to pay a parking protection fee." Of the five, a man with dyed purple hair stepped forward. He could tell from Qin Feng's voice that Qin Feng was an outsider, and this hooligan absolutely would not let go of these kinds of rich outsiders. When he saw that Qin Feng was young and drove a Porsche 911, he was prepared to defraud Qin Feng. "We need a protection fee. Is this land yours?" Qin Feng then understood that he met a native hooligan. "You've guessed correctly, brat. Not only is this land ours, this Qingshui town, and wherever this elder looks is this elder's territory. What, are you dissatisfied, punk?" Purple Hair glared coldly at Qin Feng. The four younger brothers behind him also had fierce expressions and wanted to scare Qin Feng with their aura. "So this is your land? Then it really doesn't make sense for me to stop the car here." Qin Feng smiled lightly and suddenly said, "Brothers, then what do you say we should do? Don't fucking call us your brothers. Don't think that if you kiss ass your elder won't ask for the payment." When Purple Hair saw that Qin Feng was shocked, he waved his hands and continued to speak with a fierce expression. "By parking here, you've squashed the little grass I'm growing. The grass is my treasure, and I treat them like my own flesh and blood. Now that you've squashed tens of my flesh and blood, what do you say we should do?" Purple Hair wrangled with Qin Feng with a look of seriousness. The younger brothers behind him all were tickled. This is unacceptable, tens of your kin." Qin Feng had a lamenting expression. "If we had to calculate, it would be quite a bit in compensation." Purple Hair didn't bring up money. Qin Feng was the one who brought it up. Purple Hair looked at Qin Feng with appraisal and said, "You have pretty good awareness, brat. Then I won't be too calculating. Take out 100,000 and give it to your elder to placate his shock." Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He said with a bit of anger, 100,000? Brother, that doesn't sound so good." Purple Hair and his four underlings immediately rolled up their sleeves and glared fiercely at Qin Feng. "What the hell? You squashed tens of your elder's kin to death, and you still don't want to pay up?" "Don't be too agitated, brothers. Of course the money has to be repaid. I just felt that it was a bit too little. After all, it's tens of your kin," Qin Feng said with a laugh. Now it was time for Purple Hair and his lackeys to be frozen in shock. The 100,000 was meant to be an exorbitant price, they just said casually. They thought that even if Qin Feng refused to pay, it would be fine if they could negotiate a price and get tens of thousands. They would have never guessed this person would raise the price on his own. As they say, there are a lot of people that are crazy and have lots of money. Purple Hair and the other four thought to themselves that they actually bumped into this kind of person today. Oh, of course the situation wouldn't be resolved with just 100,000. After coming back to his senses, Purple Hair immediately pursed his lips and said, "The 100,000 is for placating my shock. You still have to give 200,000 to compensate for these innocent lives. The total is 300,000. Hurry and cough it up. Otherwise your elders will kill you today." Li Yuqin was attracted by the commotion. When she heard Qin Feng talking to the hooligans, she didn't feel good. She knew Qin Feng's family was rich, but she only now discovered that Qin Feng's brain had problems. The guy originally just wanted to take 100,000 from you, yet you keep urging him and helping him raise the price. If he wasn't an idiot, what was he? Qin Feng, ignore them, let's go. Li Yuqin walked up stormily and tugged Qin Feng to leave. Since Qin Feng came to Qingshui town to help her fake a marriage, Li Yuqin didn't want to see him get extorted by her house. "Io, what a pretty girl. Where do you want to go? It'll be so great if you stay and play with these older brothers." Li Yuqin immediately rushed forward, and the 5 hooligans' eyes narrowed. How would they let Li Yuqin pull away Qin Feng and escape? The 5 people formed a circle and surrounded them. "What do you guys want to do? I'm a Qingshui townsperson. Don't think about messing around or I'll call the police." Li Yuqin was disgusted when she saw the lascivious gazes in their eyes. She glared coldly at them. Purple Hair and the other 4 weren't angry at all. When they examined Li Yuqin up close, they found that this girl was of the highest quality. It was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman, and even her angry expression was extremely mesmerizing. "Brother, is this your girl?" Purple Hair looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile. "This is my wife. Isn't she beautiful?" Qin Feng hugged Li Yuqin in passing and smiled at the 5 people with arrogance. "Beautiful, beautiful." Purple Hair now wasn't in the mood for extortion. He wanted to first pull Li Yuqin to an empty corner and do her before anything else. He immediately said to Qin Feng, "Brother, how about this? You don't have to give so much money. Give 100,000 for a shock suppression fee. Turn your girl over for your older brother to play with, and we'll call it even. Brothers, what do you think?" The smile on Purple Hair's face became stronger. He felt that the brat Qin Feng had some brain problems right from the beginning, so he believed that Qin Feng would definitely agree to the suggestion. "Qin Feng, you dare!" The 5 of them angered Li Yuqin to death, but she was just a weak girl, so she couldn't defeat 5 people on her own. At this time, she was afraid Qin Feng would leave her here. She immediately and harshly pinched Qin Feng in the waist and looked angrily at him. "No, no, only I can play with my woman. I'll just pay you guys." Qin Feng immediately waved his hand and hugged Li Yuqin tighter. He could clearly feel the softness at Li Yuqin's chest pressing against him. Li Yuqin glared fiercely at Qin Feng, and warmth suddenly surged through her heart. "Fuck, stinking brat, you're refusing a toast for a drink of punishment. You want to pay? Okay, then give your elder 1,000,000 yuan immediately, or this isn't over." Purple Hair got immediately angry and yelled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng tilted his head and looked at the entrance to the pedestrian walkway. He saw Mother Li and Yang Kong walking over and said with a smile, "Okay, then we'll set it at 1,000,000 and nothing less." Fuck, I've truly met a fucking idiot today. It was the first time Purple Hair met such an idiot. Though he saw that he couldn't get on Li Yuqin, he was satisfied to gain 1,000,000 yuan. He yelled at Qin Feng with a vicious expression, "Take out the 1,000,000 yuan. If you dare trick your elder, see if I don't kill you." Purple Hair was in a hurry to get the money when Yang Kong arrived. When he saw his Porsche surrounded by a group of people, he immediately shouted, "Hey, why are you all grouped around my car? Don't screw my car. Do you know what kind of car it is? It's a Porsche 911, and it's worth over 2 million yuan. Can you afford it if you ruin it? After seeing Yang Kong run over, Qin Feng hugged Liu Qin and brought her to the side. He smiled at Purple Hair. Okay, the car owner is here now. Ask him for the price we agreed upon earlier. Fuck. Purple Hair and the other four immediately froze and suddenly understood. It didn't seem like this brat was the Porsche's owner. No wonder he was so arrogant when talking about the price earlier. The five of them felt that their small hearts were deeply insulted by Qin Feng. What money are you talking about? Did you hear what your elders said? You 5 stinking brats. Hurry and stand to the side. Yang Kong didn't know what happened here. At this time, he was extremely unhappy to see a group of people surrounding his Porsche. He didn't buy this car. He couldn't even afford a motorcycle. This was a luxury car that had newly arrived at the repair shop in need of lacquer. Yang Kong never drove such a good car. He secretly drove the car back to the village behind his boss's back to show off. If it got scrid, how could he explain this to his boss? Yang Kang's temper was powerful, but the 5 hooligans were even more angry. They were originally going to look for trouble with Qin Feng, but when they saw Yang Kong yell at them several times, they immediately rushed up to Yang Kong and fiercely surrounded him.